wasn't one of those children who said Sunday morning exam. She said, you know, here we have lockdowns, all of that, and therefore these were COVID days when allowances were made for sitting at home. And she said, I'm just happy I'll get to go and I may get promoted to the next class. She had a sparkle in her eye. And you know, she knew opportunity cost. And I said, this is a child. Like, she was really young. I said, if they don't have this kind of, some kind of support, and I always wanted to come back and do something. I said, I've had the privilege of exposure and I've had a very good life. So I wanted to come back and do something, and that's when I said, Love Foundation has to be set up where we train young law students over a program which runs parallel with the colleges with the end goal of trying to get them jobs. That's
well, and that does deserve a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, because it takes a lot. It takes a lot to be able to create these pipelines and these pools of talent and to be able to give back. But, you know, I want to pick up on what I heard from each one of you. And I'm going to sort of rephrase Mark Twain, because he said, never let your schooling interfere with your education. And I want to understand from each one of you, you know, doubts, fears, the fear of failure, etc. Did that ever constrain your dream of becoming an entrepreneur? Was that ever a question in your mind? Akshita, I'll start by asking you, and how did you cope with that? How did you deal with that?
Yes, so I think that one of the best decisions, even though my parents put us in, my parents cared more about sports day than report day, just to give you an understanding, but one of the best extracurriculars they put me in was theater. So then, you know, like I stood outside before entering and I saw the roster and I saw who was interviewing me. And I was like, oh my God, that's the imposter syndrome creeping in. Just fight that today. Walk into the room. You belong here. And
you do belong here. Each one of you belongs here. And you know, this is something a lot of women, and I personally have felt the imposter syndrome as well. There's this self-doubt that's sticking in your mind. And I want to understand from each one of you your mechanism of dealing with that.
Yeah, so like I was saying, I think that I had, you know, once you've done theater for a number of years, you know how to wear a mask. So then I'm like, okay, now I'm entering, and I think that's something I remind myself of when I get nervous is like, you're here representing Mayurbhanj. There are people, you have this opportunity because you also have privilege, because someone is able to find you online, because you speak the right language, because you dress a certain way, because your education. So remember that when you're here, it's an opportunity to kick the door open and wider for a number of people who aren't able to have their stories and voices heard. So every time I come for an event like this or I go somewhere, I remember why I'm doing it, and that purpose, I think, gives me the strength to overcome any of the mind chatter.
Lachik, what were the fears? Do you still have them? How do you deal with it? And what is it that you would like to say to other young women who are looking at the possibility of starting up, but somehow shrink themselves into little boxes because they're unsure and uncertain?
I think at the end of the day, if you're, you know, certain of what you want and your intentions are right and you're doing things that, you know, you can go to bed and sleep in peace and you know you're doing the right thing, I think there's nothing that can stop you. Yes, I have been through multiple moments of doubt. When I moved back and I started construction, I was 26. So everybody around me doubted me, so that didn't help either. But I knew what I was doing. And even if you're the only person who believes in yourself, at the end of the day, you're answerable to yourself.
Yeah.
And if you're honest and you know you're doing the right thing, people come around. And you just have to continue doing it, and you have to consistently do it with the right intentions and the right motive. I think that's what,
you know, that's so beautifully said, because very often we seek external validation, and in fact that is what we live for. But at the end of the day, as you said, we're accountable to ourselves, to our own conscience. We're answerable to our calling, and each one of you is a representation of that. Lisa, you know, I want to understand from you, what is the vision that you now have as far as Nirgun is concerned? Where would you like to take this? And what impact do you believe you're making in the lives of the women that you're dealing with today?
Yeah. Nirguna, the way I have visualized it, you know, the path I have followed is the holistic development of a community. So in a holistic development, what I always say to my customers, don't look at a sari as a product. It is a service to a community. Talking the tradition, the culture, the local motives, the local rituals of that place. When I say Sambalpuri sari, we're talking about Sambalpuri people, right? Similarly, you know, when I went to do the interior recesses of Odisha, and suddenly one day I realized, oh, there is something called Dhalapathar close to Bhubaneswar, I don't know.
Yeah.
And that is a sari, you know, I'm wearing that sari. We revived the sari. After 100 years, it was lost in time.
Yeah.
So those kind of things, the revival of weaves, documentation. For last 8 years, we were doing video documentation of local culture, local tradition, local weaves,
Yeah.
their motives. So somebody have to preserve our tradition because that is where India lies.
Yes, and that is how brands are built. Brands are not built on the strength of just the product alone. Brands are built on the strength of the stories that they represent. And what a wonderful sari you're wearing here, Lisa, today. So thank you very much for sharing the story of the sari that you're wearing. But Tala, let me ask you, what is it that you hope to do with the foundation? What is the kind of impact that you would like to make?
I think what we realized, we thought we were trying to get jobs, but we realized that we are effectively making a systemic change. Because it's not just, you know, in Kashmir, J&K, usually there's not much of a private sector, so there's only government sector. So just the shift from government sector to private jobs, that itself, people have to get used to it. Secondly, women moving out, because we can't take all the jobs there right now. So people moving out, mobility, are they willing to move out, insecurities, etc. That's another. So there are a lot of, I think what I realize, it's a marathon, it's not a sprint.
Yes.
So you have to kind of stick with it. It's going to be very slow because it has to be systemic change rather than just the few jobs you get. So I think you have to be very aware of that and not get discouraged. Keep encouraging yourself and pivot as and when required to make that.
Oh, absolutely. You have to have the agility and the dynamism. I want to end by asking each one of you, and I'll start with you, Akshita, what we just heard there from Tala as well, that, you know, this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. You've got to keep at it. So I'm going to get each one of you to pass the baton on to the other. And the one thing that you believe that we as a society, as civil society, can do to ensure that we see more women participate in the workforce, in the formal economy, and the one thing that you believe the government needs to do.
I think that, you know, there's this idea that we're getting, the focus is on women's education, and if we focus on women's education, that's going to, you know, make sure that they're going to join the, you know, labor force. But actually, we know that's not true. There were more women working in jobs, public and private sector in the 80s than there are today. Women are getting educated and choosing not to work. So I think that we need to take a hard look at who is framing the rules of society and work, and what is, if that's working for women. I mean, I've been working for 7 years, and this is the first job I have. I'm still working in the corporate sector and doing both. But this is the first job I have that there are sanitary napkins in the bathrooms at Dasra, the nonprofit I work in Mumbai. And that's really important, right? I mean, something so small is like, you know, like creating safe spaces for women at work, making sure that work from home, you know, hybrid work, whether that works or not. And also, I think what's important is when we talk about women at work, we focus on urban women and jobs which are, say, white-collar jobs, and we completely disregard rural, you know, rural women, women from, you know, Dalit communities, indigenous communities. When we're talking about women, we have to also talk about transgender women and their rights.
Inclusion in all its,
I think you said it there.
Absolutely. Lachik, very quickly, in 10 seconds, the one thing that you would like us to take away from this conversation.
I think as an entrepreneur and as like a woman entrepreneur, the most important thing and the biggest challenge is usually finance. And I think the government really needs to work towards providing more financial support to women entrepreneurs. We hear about a lot of schemes, but on ground, we know the reality. So I think that is the biggest support.
Access to capital, access to finance. Well made. That point is well taken. Lisa, very quickly, the one thing.
Yeah. Apart from government support, but I want to tell every one of us, let's buy a handloom sari every year.
Okay, everyone, make a commitment to buy a handloom sari, and that will go a long way. Tala, I'll end with you.
I think what we need to do is in our workspaces, I think we need to really actually indoctrinate the fact that women have issues, you know, all of the issues. We put a lot of policies together, but implementation and execution, I think if we focused more on that than adding just policies, I think that would be really the
Well,
key.
policies need to be made for people. People should not have to customize themselves to policies. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our women achievers here, kick-starting She Shakti, Swayam Shakti, representing the many faces of India. We wish you the very best of luck, and thank you so much for joining us here this afternoon. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Anand, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Please stay there. And I'm going to request Shireen to present a small token of our appreciation and for their effort that they've taken to come all the way on this platform of Rising India She Shakti. To Akshita, yes, Akshita has also helped us curate something very special later this afternoon in the presence of the Honorable President. Reflection of Mayurbhanj, Chhau. Lachit Risyan. Lisa Mohanty ji. I love your sari, ma'am. It's beautiful. And Tala Sararia. Thank you. And ladies, before you step down from the stage, together a nice picture for posterity, please. Together on stage. Thank you. Everybody, please, quickly. Right there, can we have a picture together? All of you right at the center. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. The representation of Swayam Shakti on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you very, very much. Let's set up our next session. We've got lots of ground to cover, and I have to tell you, how many gentlemen here who are less than 40 years of age? How many gentlemen less than 40? If you're all occupying chairs and if you see ladies standing here, you know what you have to do. Right? Spot them who are less than 40 and you know what to do, ladies. Okay. It's not just Swayam Shakti. There are many aspects that we'd like to cover. We've got about multiple sessions, multiple achievers to showcase. We should also have the Honorable President of India in our midst in a short while from now. Union Minister Smriti Irani will be here. But right now, we're going to set up something which makes us all very, very proud. Ye jo tiranga hai na? When you see it scaling not just the skylines, but way into Antariksh, and when you know that there is She Shakti behind it, and you feel so much more proud. So while there's a lot more to be done at the grassroots and further empower and enable her, she has already done a lot to secure Bharat and ensure the enemy thinks twice before training its guns at us, because Bharat's arsenal is stocked with intercontinental ballistic missiles that will make many sweat. Not just think twice, never think about it actually. Our next She Shakti has helped the country take rapid strides in missile technology. She has played a pivotal role in the development of the Agni series of missiles, becoming the project director for Agni 4 and continues to inspire generations with her remarkable achievements and unwavering spirit. The Missile Woman of India, Dr. Tessie Thomas, and as she comes up, I'm going to request another pride of Network 18, Palki Sharma, to please come up along with Dr. Tessie Thomas and take this conversation forward. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. See all the ladies, I'm going to take pictures of all their saris, for posterity. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Tessie Thomas, very good to see you again. We met last week and I've been wondering what I should ask you on this platform. So let me start with the question that I should have asked you last week. What is it like to be called the Missile Woman of India?
I think I had 36 years working for this missile program. And someone like with appreciation has named this. I don't know where and when it got came into my this thing, and since maybe the work, the type of work which has been carried out for the missile field, I was working for the Agni class, the long range guidance scheme, first of its kind in the world, we can say, which is very adaptive for all long range systems. So that is where the missile women would have come. That's the way I take it.
Wonderful. You were preparing for the IAS. You wanted to be a civil services officer. What made you change direction?
Actually, after completing my B.Tech, options are either IAS, IES. That's the way we looked, HAL. So I didn't even get time, because by the time the advertisement for this DRDO sponsored program, MTech program, 10 students will be selected all across the country. There was a written test. So I went for writing that. I got selected in that before my B.Tech results came. So I didn't have any option to go and take up anything else. And moreover, that time IITs were giving a scholarship of 1,000 rupees, and the present DIT or IIT, the Armament Institute, was offering 1,200. So always that age, we know only to rate that way. That's the way I took up that opportunity and went for this guided missile program as MTech course.
That's a very interesting reason to have chosen what you did. Was there any doubt in your mind or in your family? Because this is not, we say that the sky is the limit for women everywhere in the world. You've shown that even the sky is not the limit. But when you started off, did you think that this is the best move for you? And looking back, were there points in your journey where you thought that you may not have made the best choice? Was there a turning point?
I think I didn't have time to think about whether I made a best choice. The first 20 years, including the MTech program, we didn't look at the outside world. And once I came to DRDL laboratory at Hyderabad, it's like I was selected for the Agni program. We don't even talk to anyone on what we are actually working for. Almost 15 years, nobody knew where I am. Even my friends also, I have lost touch with many of my friends also, because the way the programs were streamlined, that we are not supposed to talk about where we were working. So that's the way. No regrets, because it's for the, we know the importance, national importance of this, and the responsibility what is being put to us. So keep working, that was the ultimate aim in our life.
Absolutely, and you've inspired so many women. When we talk about women empowerment and what needs to be done to get more women into the workforce and into leadership roles, we've been discussing STEM education. What is your message to girls who want to pursue science as a career?
Yeah, actually when I joined the organization, it was hardly less than 3%. Women, girls were joining. Today the trend has changed, 15 to 18% women work as scientists, and that's really encouraging. And today, because of the awareness that science, technology, engineering, mathematics are easy to learn, I feel now the younger generations, because I have a lot of interaction with the school children as well as college students, they feel really motivated to take up this. If ordinary person doing engineering like me can come and work on this scientific field, any present generation is with a lot of knowledge around. We had only the textbook knowledge, what we learned, but today the whole knowledge is around, and we need to only think, and the inner desire to do this work in this field. And science, STEM subjects are equally easy as any other subjects. That's what I feel. I know scientists from, my friend from ISRO also will vouch for that. I think if once you learn, it's, you only fear what you do not know, but once you learn, you know everything. That's the way the knowledge helps us in going ahead.
A big round of applause for that. You only fear what you do not know. Dr. Thomas, I'm sure leadership is difficult both for men and women, especially for women. And in a field where there are very few women colleagues and leaders, were there moments in your career where you felt dejected and then you thought, I will show it to them and I will do it? Do you have such stories?
Yeah, maybe when I was designated for project director Agni 4, like we had done Agni 1, Agni 2 and Agni 3. That was a different class of technology where existing technologies with rocket motor casing, metallic ones were used. But world across had a different type of picture altogether. Then I was asked to see like Agni 3 with 50 ton, we are reaching only 3,000 kilometers. World across were claiming 3,500 and so with that type of weight launch mass. When I gone through the technology, we have to enter into composite rocket motor casing, composite technology, which was even the carbon fiber, the material, raw material needed for that was not available in the country. So this was the time I was given the task of developing a system of world class, where weight reduction also has to be there. And initially, the mandate was if we may change one of the stage of the rocket motor, we may be able to achieve. But the things were not that easy as it looked. That's where I was thinking, at one point of time, I was not sure the responsibility what was shouldered on me. I thought it's easy, but it was not so. So we had to go through the development of composite rocket motor technology, prove its capability, design, test it, and then take it as a rocket motor casing. And finally, when the efforts of after 4 years, we could achieve with 22 ton as the launch mass, launch capability up to 4,000. That is how Agni 4 came up.
Fantastic, fantastic story. What is it that motivates you, Dr. Thomas?
It's like we work for technologies first of its kind, which is not available within the country as far as we call it innovative or all the technologies what we need. So it's like, it's the challenge what comes to us or the opportunity given to us to do something new. Definitely, we had a lot of great visionaries like Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. They all had a great vision of what our country should have as a defense capability, what our government tells us what we need to make systems. So these are the things, input which comes to us, and then we look for what is the world class or beyond, something totally innovative, which doesn't exist in anywhere in the world. So that's how the Agni class of guidance law, where I was the designer for this Agni class of systems, first of its kind in the world, we can say, and systems of world class has been made for Agni 4, and same technology was adapted for Agni 5. That's how it's the need of the nation or the requirement for our countries and the responsibility given to us that makes us motivated as defense scientists.
How does your team align with you when you take up this project, which is a matter of pride, not just for you and your organization, but it's something that your entire country is looking at you for delivering on something like this. Is it the same as a woman to pull it off?
Actually, I was fortunate to have a very young team working for the Agni 4. In the project group, we were 5 project group, but all across the country, from different all the labs, DRDO labs, plus industry. So more than 1,000 people work as a scientist for one of the systems in the initial development. So that is like, if all of them are coming out to work and all of them are inspired to work for the country, then that gives us all of us the guidance. It's a team. It's a leader. Leader is only one person who is just be there as a team leader, but it's the whole participation of all the scientists working towards realizing a project.
That's also something that is said of women leaders. They foster a collaborative working environment. we have women like you, women achievers in the field of science and technology. We've had some before, and yet this field remains dominated by men. What will it take to have more women enter this field and excel in it? What is your message to them?
Yeah, today itself the difference has already been seen. Like when I joined, as I mentioned, very few were there. Today, most of our senior women leaders, they are either a technology leader or a project director, and many have come up to take that because they also need, I mean, few women show the path, they get guided towards, and I think it's easy as any other. If men can do, women also can do. There's nothing which is stopping us from doing that.
Absolutely.
Good.
As a leader, what have you done to build that pipeline for more women to sort of take up these roles and to lead projects like you have done?
So I see as a team leader, we need to first understand the real responsibility what we are into. Once the team members understand this is the importance, and I think they are all geared together to work together for this. And even if me as a team leader, sometimes when we go through a testing of a missile, once it is prepared, it takes more than 14 to 18 hours of test continuously. And maybe setup is made ready, it becomes afternoon. It goes way late into the late hours. But then my team members, they say, don't stop it, we will continue. We may end at 3 o'clock at the early morning, but all the team members, that the spirit of the whole team members, that we'll complete. Otherwise, there's no excuse for doing things of this national importance. I think all of them are so much motivated and inspired. And we all work for technologies which is unknown to us. So it's the avionics, the electronics part was going through a lot of changes, revolutions. Digital technologies like analog systems to digital computers came. So we had a lot of innovative, and learning for the first time was always there. So they were all spirited enough to learn and were together working. Scientists don't give up. So they continue working throughout. That's the way we do.
What does the missile woman of India do when she's not designing missiles or thinking of them?
Now, those tough days of my life, I get back, switch on the TV and watch the TV, drain out whatever was in my mind, see like who is wearing good saris. So that was the one thing which used to relieve me from all my tensions. Then I didn't have any complaint of cooking, so I used to cook my own food. That's the way I used to spend time. Little time in some badminton or something like that. That's the way I used to have life. My husband was from the Navy, so he was also posted somewhere outside. So, but whenever they were here with me, great support as family. So we were, my son also, very understanding. So that way, we all together made it, we can say.
Very inspiring story. Thank you very much, Dr. Thomas, for speaking to us and for sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause to Dr. Tessie Thomas, and I'm going to request Palki to please present a token of our gratitude to Dr. Tessie Thomas, the Shakti plate. And that makes for a very nice picture. Thank you. Thank you so much. Right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Palki. Thank you so much, Dr. Tessie Thomas, for making the effort and coming there. Thank you, ma'am. Lovely to meet you. Thank you. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break. I request all our guests to be seated where they are. We'll see you in just a bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd request your cooperation. We need to do it as quickly as possible and as seamlessly as possible. We've got to do, because of the Honorable President's attendance, we've got a security drill. You have a dog squad and the advanced security team which is already inside the auditorium. So they're going to request I think barring the center tables, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, everybody else will have to clear the audience. So everybody who's standing there, please, you'll have to make your way out of Alamgir, out of the Darbar Hall, please. Except for the ASL team, everybody will have to make your way out. All of you, ma'am, all of you, sirs, please. And you have to go back out and then come back in. Please leave your things where they are. Please leave your things where they are. They just need the area to be cleared. And they're going to start with the security check of the stage. By then, let's try and please quickly clear in and then come back in at the earliest. Thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience, but this is a necessity. Yeah, here at the center table, you may be seated. Tables 11, 3, 10, 17, and 4 and 9. You please be seated. 11, 3, 10, 17, 4, 9, and 16. You can please be seated. Table 2, you'll have to clear, ma'am. Ma'am, if it's inconvenient for you, you please be seated. You may stay, ma'am. The rest, please, you'll have to clear. Thank you. Those who are seated at the tables, please be seated. Please do not move. Please be where you are. Those who are seated on tables 11, tables number 3, 10, 17, 16, and 4, please be seated. The rest, you'll have to clear out, please. Thank you for your cooperation. We'll try and get it done at the earliest. Tables 14, 22, 23, please clear out the auditorium, please clear out the Darbar Hall, please, I request you. The faster we are able to do this, the faster we are able to begin. The gentleman standing behind table number 9, I request all of you to please either be seated or please vacate the hall. I request all of you to please be seated or please vacate the hall, please. Boys, all of you, please make your way out quickly. Please make your way out quickly. Those who are sitting at the back, please stay where you are. Please don't move around. Those who are seated at the tables, you will have the security team and also the sniffer dogs walking past you. Please remain still. We'll see. We'll take it as it happens. Thank you. We regret the inconvenience, but this is part of security protocol. The Advanced Security Liaison or the ASL team is all around us. They are just clearly going through the entire place, scanning the place for any threats. That's their duty. They've got to do their job. We've got to help them out. So it's a matter of another 4-5 minutes, and hopefully we should have the Darbar Hall clear to continue proceedings and ready to also welcome the Honorable President of India in a short while from now. She's expected sometime around 4:15 this evening. Before that, in just about 45 minutes from now, we should also have Union Minister Smriti Irani ji joining us here at Rising India She Shakti. The hashtag is She Shakti. If you'd like to tweet, post, talk about it, please use the hashtag. And this endeavor is with a promise that there will be many more. We've tried to curate She Shakti, or women from the length and breadth of the country. Some of the performers, some of the panelists have traveled thousands of kilometers just to be here for 15-20 minutes on stage and to spend an evening or a day with us. So it takes a lot from them also in terms of commitment, in terms of belief that we are here to do something good, that they've joined us. So I request all of you to just show some patience. We had no advance inkling of when they will come. So that's why we couldn't plan it. So we had to do it when they turned up. So that's how it was, because at what time they'll come, at what time they'll go is not something they disclose. So the team landed up. They've actually been waiting for about 25 minutes patiently. And then they said that we have to complete this before 3 p.m. So that's the reason why we had to interrupt the sessions. Frankly, ladies and gentlemen, there are no breaks today. We start at 2 and we go on till the time we end with Star Shakti, which is our last panel. And that should be somewhere close to 8 p.m. this evening. So I can also take this opportunity to tell you that if you really want to get up, take a stroll, come back, have a cup of coffee, you'll have to do it quietly between sessions. We're not going to be announcing any breaks at all, because we wanted to pack in as much as we could. We wanted to tell as many stories as we could. There are 38 different panelists who have come from across the country, across social strata, and some of those stories perhaps haven't often been spoken about, told about. Some of the stories we've heard about, some of the names we're very familiar with, but there are other names, other stories that are such inspiration that one actually makes you think कि यार ये हमारे देश में होता और मुझे पता भी नहीं था. So one of those stories is up next. So I'm just going to check if we have an all clear, and can we start calling audience back into the Darbar Hall. Siddharth, do we have an all clear? I'm eagerly looking at the ASL officials to give me a thumbs up, say all good, we're good to go. So I'm just waiting, sir. आगे तो क्लियर है ना, आगे करा दिया, ठीक है। ओके जी, थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू। We can start getting everybody back in. I think it's a matter of just about 2 more minutes and we should have clearance to allow everybody back inside the Darbar Hall. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So table 4 has to be empty, right? Okay. Ladies who are all sitting in tables 2, 3 and 4, 1, 2, 3 and 4. आपका table number 1 renumber हो गया है. So table number 1 is there. So you will have to move to that table. Just right behind you. Please move to that table quickly before everybody else is coming. Table 2, ma'am, you will have to move to this table, please. Table 3, you will have to move to table 2. Everybody on table 3, please move to table 2. And everybody on table 4, you will have to move to table 3. Table 4 has to be left empty. They are all moving. Numbers can also please move the table numbers. मैम आप इधर आ जाइए, इधर आके बैठ जाइए, इस तरफ सामने ये जो चेयर है, हाँ let us sit there, आप इधर बैठ जाइए मैम, हाँ you can take that one, yes please. Yeah, we've just and leave the table empty. Yeah. Thank you everyone for your patience. Please come back in and settle in at the earliest so that we can start proceedings right away. So what we do is we'll do the tech Shakti. Yeah,
ठीक है ठीक है अर्जुन हो ना अर्जुन अर्जुन थोड़ा सा वेल सेट कर थोड़ा छोटा हो गया ना ये लोग अब देखो अब देखो उनकी टीम से आया था सिर्फ टीम से तो आए हुए नहीं वो कह रहे हाइट छोटी है थोड़ी मैं
Rajan, can you hear me? Rajan, can you hear me? Now we're going to set up something which makes us all very, very proud. ये जो तिरंगा है ना, when you see it scaling not just the skylines but way into Antariksh, and when you know that there is Shakti behind, now we're going to set up something which makes us all very, very proud. ये जो तिरंगा है ना, when you see it scaling not just the skylines but way into Antariksh, And when you know that there is Shakti behind it, and you feel so much more proud. So while there's a lot more to be done at the grassroots and further empowered and enable her, she has already done a lot to secure Bharat and ensure the enemy thinks twice before training its guns at us, because Bharat's arsenal is stocked with intercontinental ballistic missiles that will make many sweat. Not just think twice, never think about it actually. Our next Shakti has helped the country take rapid strides in missile technology. She has played a pivotal role in the development of the Agni series of missiles, becoming the project director for Agni 4 and continues to inspire generations with her remarkable achievements and unwavering spirit. The Missile Woman of India, Dr. Tessie Thomas, and as she comes up, I'm going to request another pride of Network 18, Palki Sharma, to please come up along with Dr. Tessie Thomas and take this conversation forward. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. See all the ladies, I'm going to take pictures of all their saris, for posterity. Thank you, thank you. Now we're going to set up something which makes us all very, very proud. Ye jo tiranga hai na, when you see it scaling not just the skylines but way into Antariksh, and when you know that there is Shakti behind it, and you feel so much more proud. So while there's a lot more to be done at the grassroots and further empowered and enable her, she has already done a lot to secure Bharat and ensure the enemy thinks twice before training its guns at us, because Bharat's arsenal is stocked with intercontinental ballistic missiles that will make many sweat. Not just think twice, never think about it actually. Our next Shakti has helped the country take rapid strides in missile technology. She has played a pivotal role in the development of the Agni series of missiles, becoming the project director for Agni 4 and continues to inspire generations with her remarkable achievements and unwavering spirit. The Missile Woman of India, Dr. Tessie Thomas, and as she comes up, I'm going to request another pride of Network 18, Palki Sharma, to please come up along with Dr. Tessie Thomas and take this conversation forward. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. See all the ladies, I'm going to take pictures of all their saris, for posterity. Thank you, thank you. Now we're going to set up something which makes us all very, very proud. Ye jo tiranga hai na, when you see it scaling not just the skylines but way into Antariksh, and when you know that there is Shakti behind it, and you feel so much more proud. So while there's a lot more to be done at the grassroots and further empowered and enable her, she has already done a lot to secure Bharat and ensure the enemy thinks twice before training its guns at us, because Bharat's arsenal is stocked with intercontinental ballistic missiles that will make many sweat. Not just think twice, never think about it actually. Our next Shakti has helped the country take rapid strides in missile technology. She has played a pivotal role in the development of the Agni series of missiles, becoming the project director for Agni 4 and continues to inspire generations with her remarkable achievements and unwavering spirit. The Missile Woman of India, Dr. Tessie Thomas, and as she comes up, I'm going to request another pride of Network 18, Palki Sharma, to please come up along with Dr. Tessie Thomas and take this conversation forward. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. See all the ladies, I'm going to take pictures of all their saris, for posterity. Thank you, thank you. Now we're going to set up something which makes us all very, very proud. Ye jo tiranga hai na, when you see it scaling not just the skylines but way into Antariksh, and when you know that there is Shakti behind it, and you feel so much more proud. So while there's a lot more to be done at the grassroots and further empowered and enable her, she has already done a lot to secure Bharat and ensure the enemy thinks twice before training its guns at us, because Bharat's arsenal is stocked with intercontinental ballistic missiles that will make many sweat. Not just think twice, never think about it actually. Our next Shakti has helped the country take rapid strides in missile technology. She has played a pivotal role in the development of the Agni series of missiles, becoming the project director for Agni 4 and continues to inspire generations with her remarkable achievements and unwavering spirit. The Missile Woman of India, Dr. Tessie Thomas, And as she comes up, I'm going to request another pride of Network 18, Palki Sharma, to please come up along with Dr. Tessie Thomas and take this conversation forward. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Kick the bucket without doing something remarkable for the country. So being 75th independent anniversary of the country, something has to be done different. And you know, STEM and women don't go together. That's the greatest myth people have. And they keep saying that, you know, oh no, I don't think you're too good at this. So I was like, no, we got to do this, and that too with rural India. So handpicked about 750 children from Jammu Kashmir to Kanyakumari, all the states and union territories, 10 children from each government school, put them together, brought them online because due to COVID, got them online, taught them what is a satellite, what is a rocket, where does a satellite sit in a rocket, what is space first, and then got them to understand the components that go in making payloads, and got them to code that and send them to us. And then my team integrated the whole satellite. So this is how, you know,
inspiring.
yeah.
Ma'am, you know, I firmly believe that there is seriously this myth about STEM and women. All of you are breaking it one by one and breaking it with such force. You're here. We also have, you know, Dr. Tessie Thomas seated there. And Anuradha TK, for everyone in the room, she was the first woman satellite project director for ISRO. She's helmed key satellite launches such as the GSAT-10 and the GSAT-12. Tell us about your journey, ma'am. What brought you into space, and what does it feel like when you're seeing, you know, the next generation of Anuradha TK and Srimati Keshan and a Tessie Thomas seated on stage?
First of all, congratulations to Dr. Keshan and her team. It's a wonderful thing to see that in India, such movements are happening, that the rural children are encouraged. That's something fantastic. And coming to your other question, that women in science and technology, to tell you frankly, it is a myth which is created by West, not in India. And if you really see in all your families, your sisters, your daughters, you want each of them to take science. I mean, it's a natural course, unless someone is very passionate about doing commerce or arts or any other thing. I think it's a very common thing that girl or boy today, at any economic background, they would like to pursue science, and they want to continue as doctors or engineers. It's a very common thing in India. I think it's nothing unusual for us, even from ancient India. And so was it for us. And for me, I don't know how much I can take time. For me, we grew up in a very free environment in our family, and we were always encouraged to ask questions and debate. Do not accept as it is, whatever is told, and you have to reason out. And we were 4 sisters at home, no brothers. And
that must have been a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, it was. Though I miss sometimes, I wish I had a brother. So yeah, it was like, debating all the time. Take anything, whether it is mythology or science or anything that is happening around. We would have debates at home, and we were very inquisitive, and we were encouraged to be so. And that's the way we grew up. And we did not have so much pressure as children that you have so much homework and
You
like
have to get 100,
today's children.
100 on 100 in everything.
No. In fact, even my parents never insisted. And in fact, once I think I got, just when I moved from my vernacular school to English medium school, I really had a tough time adjusting, and I got pretty low marks in biology, not in maths or physics or anything. In biology, I got less marks. And I was really afraid what my father would say, because you had to get signature in the report card. And he was so, I'm surprised the way he said, okay, next time you do better, that's all. You know, I mean, there was no insistence that you had to stand first, you had to, you know, no rat race for us.
So the
And
freedom they gave you, in a sense, liberated you to pursue what you wanted to do.
you put it very beautifully. I believe in that. We have a beautiful quote, Sa Vidya Ya Vimuktaye. It means education is that which liberates you. If you don't get liberated, you haven't been educated, right?
That's a brilliant way of putting it.
That's true. So that's how we grew up, and we had total independence to choose what we want to do. And my elder sister, she became a medical doctor. And my parents had an inclination that I too should take up medical thing. I don't know. I got a seat too, but I was not interested. I remember my father was already on transfer. He was here and there. He was in government job. And he sent a telegram. Those days we didn't have a phone at home. Let Anuradha join medical. Then I told my mom, no, I'm not joining. That's all. Then next day, one more telegram came. Let her join what she wants.
And that was probably the best decision.
Yeah, I mean, I would make decisions for myself, and so were my sisters too at home. We were all very independent, and you know,
Got it.
that way.
Dr. Keshan, you know, why do you have this mission to educate girls in India, particularly from government schools? Why do you think space education will be important for them? You know, beyond the fact that it looks great, you know, the fact that these 750 girls worked on a satellite that India has launched, what's the larger impact? How is this going to help the country?
Well, that's a brilliant question. You know, the facade of Indian rural children generally internationally is, you know, you carry a mud pot, torn clothes, walking on a deserted path. You know, this is what is picturized everywhere, you know, in all the magazines that you see. I wanted to break that. I wanted to say that, you know, these are not Indian girls. The Indian girls are more powerful if you give them a platform. So give them that platform. And in fact, for this year's UN Girl Children's Day, what we did was the children who worked on Azadi Sat, they were in their rural attire, but we gave satellites and rockets in their hands and sent that to UN, and it was published everywhere. So we said no more Indian girls with mud pots. They are with satellites. And space is the future. Everybody is talking about it, and they want to, you know, I think this is a platform, I'm sure, I know if I'm going to voice out, they're going to be brickbats, but I would love to voice out saying that the West always loves to trounce upon that Indians are snake charmers still, and we wanted to say no. Our girls, rural India is also powerful. So what are you talking about? People sitting there in ISRO and everything. They are even more powerful. So we will launch Chandrayaan at the first shot. Mangalyaan, first shot. Everything is possible. So this kind of a power I wanted to give my rural children so that today they stand as a testimony to the rest of the children, rest of the youth of the country as leaders. You know how many children, I mean, you should ask this to them, I think.
I'm going to get them to talk.
Yeah, how they feel about, you know, what's the transformation they had.
Right. So we have, you know, kids from Kerala, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, or up, Bihar and Tamil Nadu. So one of them will be speaking in Tamil, two of them will be speaking in Hindi, and she's going to be speaking in English. We will translate it for the benefit of our audience here. நீங்க முதல்ல சொல்லுங்க உங்களுக்கு எதுக்கு ஸ்பேஸ் பிடிச்சிருக்கு சேட்டலைட்ஸ் பிடிச்சிருக்கு என்ன ஆகணும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க
என்னோட பேர் ஜே குகப்பிரியா. நான் தமிழ்நாட்டில் மதுரை மாவட்டம் திருமங்கலம் அரசு பெண்கள் மேல்நிலைப் பள்ளியில் 12ஆம் வகுப்பு படிக்கிறேன். ஆசாதிசா 2 எங்கள் 780 மாணவிகளின் கனவு. ஆசாதிசா 2 அன்னைக்கு பிப்ரவரி 10ஆம் தேதி 780 மாணவிகளின் கனவுகளையும் எங்கள் கனவுகளின் அரசி டாக்டர் ஸ்ரீமதி கேசன் அம்மையார் அவர்களின் கடின உழைப்பையும் அதை எங்களுக்கு கற்றுக் கொடுத்த 11 இளம் விஞ்ஞானிகளான சகோதரர்களின் அறிவையும் எங்கள் பெற்றோர் மற்றும் ஆசிரியர்களின் ஆனந்த கண்ணீரையும் சுமந்து கொண்டு வெற்றிகரமாக விண்ணில் சீறி பாய்ந்தது.
You want to
She's from a background that, absolutely rural. And she says it was a dream we've never dreamt before. And this has really transformed not only our lives, our parents' lives, everybody's lives. And we wanted to be thankful for this whole mission.
What she's being humble about is she owed a lot of gratitude to Dr. Keshan for making her dreams come true.
ஆசாத்தி சார் 2க்கு அப்புறமா எனக்குள்ள ஒரு தன்னம்பிக்கை வந்துச்சு. இன்னும் நான் நிறைய கண்டுபிடிப்புகள் கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். என்னோட எண்ணம் எல்லாமே ISROல சயின்டிஸ்ட் ஆகணும்
அப்படின்றது. That is easy to translate. She wants to become a scientist at ISRO. All the very best to you. And we will interview you 10 years later or 20 years later as a scientist. Maybe as a project director.
Thank you so much.
आप बताइए आपके बारे में, आपको अंतरिक्ष में इतनी रुचि क्यों है? आप किससे प्रेरित हुई हैं?
वैसे तो मुझे साइंस में पहले से ही इंटरेस्टेड थे, लेकिन जब से मैम के द्वारा ये मिशन चलाया गया और ऑनलाइन क्लास के द्वारा मुझे जो टीचिंग मिली, इंफॉर्मेशन मिला स्पेस के बारे में, उससे मुझे और भी इंटरेस्टेड होने लगा और मुझे स्पेस में और भी इंटरेस्ट होने लगा.
और आप क्या बनना चाहेंगी बड़े होकर?
आई वांट टू बिकम इन द साइंस फील्ड.
एक्सीलेंट. आप बताइए आपको क्यों इंटरेस्ट है स्पेस में, अंतरिक्ष में, सैटेलाइट्स में?
माय नेम इज़ हिना साहू और मैम ने जब हमें ये मिशन कराया, इसमें भाग कराया हमें, तो सबसे पहले हमें नहीं पता था कि अंतरिक्ष क्या होता. हम सोचते भी नहीं थे अंतरिक्ष के बारे में. हम सिर्फ देखते थे कि हाँ होता है, पृथ्वी में के आगे भी कुछ होता है जो हम आसमान में देखते हैं. पर जब हम इस प्रोग्राम में भाग लिए तब पता चला कि अंतरिक्ष क्या होता है, अंतरिक्ष में क्या है. तो जब हम ये प्रोग्राम करते जाते थे, मतलब किए, तब हमें लगा कि नहीं, हमें इससे आगे बढ़ना है. अब हमें अंतरिक्ष में आगे बढ़ना है और जाकर देखना है कि अंतरिक्ष से हमारा भारत देश कैसे दिखता है. जैसे हमारा
Superb. One after the other, these girls are just remarkable. They deserve a bigger round of applause. I'm going to let the girl from Kerala have the last word. Tell us what your dreams and aspirations are.
My name is Nashita Afnaniyam. I'm from Kerala, Sidi Sahib Memorial Higher Secondary School. Firstly, I'm very proud and very happy to be part of the Sasadi set, and a very big thank to our sweet, charming Srimati Kesan ma'am. And our girls are hidden in a 4 walls. They could not come forward to show the talents to the entire world. But in this project, our Srimati ma'am gives our girls the opportunity to show the world. So I am remembering an African adage: if you educate a man, you train a man. If you educate a girl, you train a village.
On that brilliant note, huge round of applause to all of you. I think all of you would have seen that Mission Mangal movie. If there's a second version, we have 4 people here. 4 girls who can be part of it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can be more generous with your applause, please. Not only are they so talented, but look at how confident they are when they speak, these young girls. Pramadama Pestengani. Superb. Well done, ladies. This young girl, these girls. Superb. Superb. Chandra, I'm going to request you to please present a memento to Dr. B.K. Anupama. And then Srimati Kesanji, and also all the young scientists of the future. Bright minds. स्पेस से भारत कैसा दिखता है आप देखना चाहते हैं, आप स्पेस में जाके अंतरिक्ष की उड़ान भरिए, भारत सब पीछे छूट जाएगा. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody. Quickly together, a huddle in the center, and we'll take a lovely picture, everybody. Center पे आ जाइए, या जल्दी से. Lovely. That's Shakti present and future, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Let's get a move on. Ladies and gentlemen, Rising India She Shakti is very special to us, but just like the flight of a fledgling needs the solidity of a branch or even Mother Earth to take off, an initiative such as this also needs the backing of solid partners who believe in the cause. So I'm taking this opportunity to thank all our sponsors, all of them who stepped forward and said we want to back this initiative and who have helped make this possible. But foremost among them is Quest, our main sponsor, who embraced the philosophy of She Shakti and told us, "Tum kar sakte ho." So may I now request News 18 Network's very own Shivani Gupta, who's known for her plain speak. Shivani, come on up. And we're going to have, as we welcome Mr. Lohit Bhatia, President Workforce Management at Quest, to talk about She Shakti in the workforce. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, and a very warm welcome, and thanks to all of our audiences and guests. I'm Shivani Gupta. I'm in conversation with Mr. Lohit Bhatia, President, Workforce Management at Quest Corp. He comes with an experience of over 25 years across industries such as textiles, auto components, and services, with a focus on product and services, sales and business development, along with proficiency in manpower outsourcing programs, with emphasis on managed services across industries. I do thank you, first of all, for partnering with us. Why is this initiative so important to you? Let me begin by asking that.
So first and foremost, I'll take a second to thank every woman in this audience and out there. This Nari Shakti, this She Shakti is absolutely to be celebrated every day, every moment. So that's the first. Why is it important to us? So Quest started with very humble backgrounds in a 3-bedroom apartment in Bangalore 16 years ago. In these 16 years, our journey has taken us to 6,400 towns and cities, where we deploy over 5,25,000 people today. But what gives us bigger pride is the 92,000 women who call Quest their employer every day. The second most important point there is around 6,000 people with differential abilities also find Quest as an employer. But the one data point that we've often seen missing, and even in our data point, you can reflect on that, 5,25,000 total people, about 100,000 people with diversity. That means we're just at about 20%. I think that is the one thing which needs to be changed and changed every day. Everybody does not have the same benefits. For parents to take them up to an IIT or an IIM, many of them require the stepping stones. And if you enable them those stepping stones, then we'll see the kind of power in this room magnify and multiply 10 times over.
So let me ask you the tougher question. What is it that makes that difference? So if you could elaborate on Quest's initiatives that help women particularly at the workplace.
So very importantly, the first thing at an enterprise level at least is a goal, a target, and something which is driven from the top. 2 years ago, our chairman, along with our CHRO, went to the board and made a presentation when we were just about 22% of women in employment within Quest, the core employees, and set a very, very ambitious goal, saying that by 2023, we will have 33% women at work, and by 2025, we'll have 50% women at work. I'm glad to report to you, as I sit in front of you today, we've already crossed the 33% mark. We are at 35%. And we are well on the way to be 50% and thereabouts. Now, strategy is important, but execution is even more important. So internally, what we've done is we have a HER program, H-E-R. And what we say is we tag job roles, profiles, right through the entry level to the leadership. And we say these are reserved only for women. We don't just stop there. We take it to our business leaders. And some of my business leaders are in this room today. This becomes a target to them. They have to not only open those job roles only to women, they have to ensure that they come into the system, and they come into the system with open arms and a red carpet. And beyond that, you have to make it easy for them after they come to place of work.
You know, I was going to ask you exactly that question. From my grandmother's generation to my mother's generation, every generation has faced issues, and I have, of course, grown up as any woman would, learning about what those issues were. And as a young woman professional, I feel some of my issues are different. I want to ask you, what is the issue or what are the issues that today's woman in the workplace faces, and how do we solve those issues? Have you identified those issues first up?
So I think over the centuries, some issues have remained constant. And women will typically, in my opinion, have 4 hurdles or 4 M's in their life. The first M or the first hurdle would be marriage. And I'm not saying it in the wrong way. I am married. I love my wife. I found her in school. We both started dating when we were just 9 years, in the 9th standard. And since then, it's gone pretty steady. So marriage is important. Please let me put a caveat out there. But that becomes the first hurdle for a woman. The second hurdle for a woman is maternity. The third hurdle for the woman is medical care. And medical care both for your own aging parents and your parent-in-laws. And the fourth hurdle is motherhood and becoming a mother as your children start to grow up. They get to the middle school, they finally get to the 10th standard, the 12th standard. The burden eventually goes back onto the woman. So as Quest, very specifically, we've tried to address each of these. After the HER program brings a woman into the system, we also encourage them to stay for longer. So the first program that we run is called GROW. And once a woman is into the system, how can she go from the junior management to mid-management to senior management? The second one that we have, which the senior women leader anchor, is called QUEEN. But this QUEEN is with slightly different spellings. It's QWEEN, and that is Quest Women Employment and Engagement Network. So all senior leaders, all women senior leaders at Quest have to mentor and buddy all the junior women leaders and navigate them through these 4 M's or these 4 hurdles at the workplace, which, mind you, they are going to get. I'll add one more point and just one tactical thing. We added and we changed our leave policies. And one of the policy we added was that if you're a parent of a child going into the 10th or the 12th standard, both father and mother will get a leave during the board exam. So we are telling the men, please share the burden. Don't expect your wife to give up the job during that time. We also added just one last one, and this is important because I heard in the earlier panel as well. We started what is called a period leave. I know Government of India is talking about it. We said if you are in your menstruation cycle and you need to work from home and you feel comfortable working from home, no questions asked, just convert that day into work from home and you're comfortable. So these are small little things. A lot of enterprises can do it.
Absolutely, absolutely. No, so there is, as you said, some challenges haven't changed for women. And those come from marriage, maternity, motherhood, as you said. And as you rightly said, those challenges will not go away till the burden of motherhood or parenthood is shared equally between men and women. But I do want to ask you, there is a report that Quest has initiated or authored, which is called the New Collar Generation. Could you tell me what is it that you found about young women or women of all age groups in the workforce, especially from the unorganized sector to the organized sector?
So thanks for that question. Actually, Quest brings people into formal employment for the very first time. In the last 12 months, when we added about 350,000 people, 177,000 of those people got a UAN number for the very first time. That means they came into formal employment for the very first time. 42,000 of those were women employees who came into the formal employment for the very first time. Now, how this report came about is when we took our findings, being a 500,000 company, to the government, the first question the government asked us is, you also speak for the formal worker. Who speaks for the informal worker? So we initiated a report in 14 cities, 4,200 girls and boys who work in 10 different disciplines in the informal sector. And we asked them a question, would you want to transition to the formal sector or the formal jobs? The emphatic answer, 97%, was absolutely yes. What do they find? They find decent work, they find skilling, and they find career enhancement. more importantly, 63% of the women said if they transition to the formal work and they get medical benefits, maternity benefits, and medical benefits for the family, they're willing to even let go of higher wages and will settle for lower wages, but for these aspects. And I think COVID has not been kind to most families, most people, and I think that's what the women in this report were trying
Absolutely.
to
No, I think
talk to
that's
us.
an important finding, that it's not just the pay scale or the amount of pay, but it's also the benefits, especially maternal benefits or medical benefits, that are extremely important to keep women in the workplace and encourage them, especially in the organized sector as well. I do thank you, Mr. Lohit Bhatia. A big round of applause for Quest, because
Thank
it's
you.
important to initiate these conversations, and we need partners like you, and I hope I have a commitment from you.
Absolutely.
All right.
We are here for the
Absolutely.
long haul. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lohit Bhatia, and a big round of applause for Quest for supporting us here at Rising India Shakti. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Just take a quick photograph and we move on to our next session. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what we do is whenever we have politicians, we journalists are fighting with each other to say who's going to do the interview. So this time around we said, no, this is Rising India Shakti. Let's get another achiever, non-journalistic, to take the lead as she takes the lead. This session is Netritva Shakti. One of the most popular ministers in the current government. She has ably shouldered responsibilities across ministries, served as a union minister right through 9 years of the Modi Sarkar. She's also triumphed in a political bastion no one thought could ever be surmounted. But has it all been guts and glory all along? Will we get to hear the untold story of Union Minister Smriti Irani ji at Shri Shakti? Well, as she comes in, I also invite our moderator, another very, very special person, an achiever herself, an IAS officer from the late 80s batch, the first to serve in railway traffic service. They kept calling her Sir for 6 months. She's also an acclaimed dancer, a Padma Shri awardee, a TEDx speaker on cancer, Srimati Ananda Shankar Jayant. You take the far side. I'll take that.
Namaste. As grateful daughters of this land, this ancient civilization, Bharat, which has bequeathed to us in extraordinary legacies of learning and knowledge that continue to exist and grow unbroken over millennia. From Gargi and Maitreyi to every Indian woman today, she leads not just this nation, but the very world. Charting her journey across many, many different genres of learning, she continues to guide this nation and the world in what it is meant to be. She is Shakti, the core of Bharat's growth story. Shakti, that is the essence that is powering Bharat's and India's Atmanirbharata. Today, it is indeed an extraordinary honor and privilege to welcome someone we have all grown up admiring for decades. Someone who is the epitome of Stri Shakti, the epitome of Netritva Shakti, the Honorable Union Minister for Women and Child Development, the one and only Smriti Irani ji. Welcome, namaste.
Dhanyavad.
Your incredible journey is one of focused pursuit of dreams that are beyond the purview of the average middle class. Your story is rare and an uncommon template for an average middle class young girl child. Ma'am, what lessons can a young girl learn from your amazing story?
I think it's time we stopped asking women what other women can learn from them. The question should be turned around, what can men also learn from women? Because I've never been on platforms where men are asked by fellow gentlemen, what can young boys learn from you? And I think in that question resides this belief that women do not have the capacity to consume knowledge from their environment, from life experiences. Women do not observe, and hence women will only be in a position to receive an understanding of a life circumstance if they are told through somebody else's experience. We never denote men as such. And if men and women have to learn something, I don't think I'm at a precipice of time where I am so benevolent and so experienced that men or women need to learn from me. I would differ that mine is a story which is rare. I think the difference is mine is a story which is told. My struggles or my challenges or my achievements are not mine alone. There are many women in this room who have gone through different circumstances, reached their goals. The only difference is I sit in front of the camera, you sit behind it.
Netritva Shakti also means extraordinary humility, and she typifies that.
No, I'm not a humble person. And why I differ on it as well. When you see women come on stage and they accept a certain amount of achievement, the tag humility is insistently attached to them. For if you're not humble in achievement, you're probably not feminine enough. However, this disposition is not expected of a man. So I beg to differ. Okay. I am very, very vocal about what I have achieved if I find such a platform. And I believe that if I have to indicate anything about my persona, that is the one aspect I would like to indicate. That I can be happy about the fact that I'm ambitious, not shy about it, not feel guilt about it. I can speak openly about the fact that yes, I have achieved on my terms and not subjugated myself to anybody else's will. I think it is extremely important to say so because we have seen a time in our society where if a woman is extremely boisterous about her achievement, again, it is presumed that she is not feminine enough. So any platform you find to speak about your achievement, speak without guilt.
Yes.
Speak with your head held high. Humility is very natural to women.
Thank you. Pursue your calling, chase your passions is something that's thrown at all of us from childhood, from across fora. Yet, we as artists know that that path is littered with many a challenge. How did you crest these challenges in your rise to the top as one of the most highly successful and respected artists? And would you define these challenges as struggles or challenges?
I don't think that we give a complete lesson in life. Especially, I belong to an economically challenged family as a young child. When you teach a child who comes from a poor family or a lower middle class family, pursue your dreams with vigor, with a sense of passion, I think there has to be a very big footnote with it. Pursue it, but remember there'll be a price. Because when you pursue things on your own terms, there will be many that you will upset because you refuse to be crushed. There will be many who will be upset because you've received a knowledge system and possibly surpassed those who taught you. There will be many who believed that in your journey, you will never transform. I'm sure many women in this audience today, and I know a few of them, have had a juncture in their lives when they are told, "Aap aise nahi the, jab aap pehle mile the, tab aap alag the." As though it is a crime to transform. It is a crime to find more confidence, more joy. So I believe that when you teach a child, boy or girl, the art of pursuing a goal, You need to instill in them the common sense that for every decision and choice you make in life, there will be a price to pay. That price may be paid with your patience, that price may be paid with your reputation, that price may be paid with your peace of mind. Nothing comes free.
To me, Smriti Irani ji epitomizes the power of laser-sharp focus.
I thought it was a laser-sharp tongue.
It's something that I see, that we all have seen her bring to every aspect of our life. In these days of easy distractions, growing and nurturing that power of focus is a learning that all of us can take back today, a takeaway.
I think because I've learned very early that there is a price to pay, hence there is an understanding that what are the distractions that price extracts. Women, when they are young, are told that if you reach a level of achievement, all your problems will dissipate. I see my senior colleague Tessie Thomas in the audience today. I remember, and with your permission, Tessie, I'll say this today, when I became Minister Education, I remember walking into the IIT Council meeting. The room was filled with male scientists, and some of the most acclaimed ones. Tessie knows it, I know them, we won't name them. When I walked in, I looked around and I said, where are the female scientists? They looked around and they told me, well, you fill the female slot. I said, but I'm not the scientist, I'm the politician. They said, well, we didn't have good enough women to fill the room. This is some of the most celebrated male scientists in the country in the year 2014, when I became Minister Education. I walked out of the room, I excused myself for a phone call, and I called Tessie Thomas. For the first time in my life, I spoke to her, the missile woman of India. And I said, Madam, I'm so-and-so. I have a request. Would you consider becoming the first chairperson of the IIT Council? Wow. And Tessie literally choked. And I'll never forget those words. She said, you thought of me. A woman who could make missile systems in my country choked because I thought of her. She was a natural choice. The fact that this woman was not in that room spoke volumes. It's not that women of merit didn't exist. It is that somebody needed to open the door to such rooms and say, this is as much yours as the men in your field. So, my belief is, if you reach a particular position of excellence or achievement, remember there is a generation of women before us.
Yes.
The generation after mine is comparatively luckier.
Yes.
The generation before mine could never speak of equity, though there was much conversation around equality. Because if they spoke of equity, they were termed activists wherever they were at. ये नेतागिरी कर रही है. And so they did not want to pay that price for their careers. And today it's incumbent upon women of my generation and the generation that comes after me to recognize the women just before my generation so that they find their place of respect in society.
In fact, a small personal anecdote.
One part of why would you have focus is also to remember you're not the only one struggling.
Right. Well said.
Women, if they achieve, their struggle does not end. Their response gets more nuanced. We will have the privilege of having the Honorable President of India on this platform today. I would highlight to this august audience that even after becoming the President of India, the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, she was subjected to humiliation in politics.
Yes.
So just because you become an achiever, that doesn't mean your challenges end. That is the fairy tale we need to stop selling to young girls.
In fact, my personal anecdote is I'm from the Indian Railway Traffic Service of the 87 batch, and I burst through a very male bastion to become the first woman officer in South Central Railway. And they said, sir, to me for 2 months. So, as a dancer, I live by 3 words: practice, practice, and practice. And that is how what I dance on stage, that glamour is covers all the sweat backstage. So what is the secret to the brilliance of oratorial skill, sharpness of mind and memory that is Smriti Irani?
As far as my oratory skills and comebacks go, I practice a lot on my partner.
Here, here.
But I think what is also inevitable is the need to highlight the necessity to read. We have now necessitated in the digital age accumulation of knowledge through devices. But everything that Google has is not sacrosanct. We also need to recognize we have knowledge systems across many dialects of our country. We need to recognize that while I will get much information from the smartphone, there is also a human value to communication. There is also a deep sense, and I think as somebody who has consistently desired to become better, there is a need to ensure that you keep competing with yourself. I do not ever position myself to compete with any other individual.
Right.
Because that then becomes a standard which is very obvious.
Yeah.
If I am in a position to do something better, learn something better today, I will look for that opportunity. For instance, my day began with the Indian Publishing Federation.
Okay.
Now, that is not a part of my administrative ecosystem or my constitutional mandate. It's a different entity altogether in our country, which employs 1.2 million Indians. I'm not the Minister Publishing. However, I'm meeting these people who have spent years dedicating themselves to printing and publishing of books.
Yeah.
Now, that is the most unnatural thing for me to begin my day with. But there is limitless opportunity to educate oneself. So I think if you keep looking at new avenues of gaining knowledge, you stay razor sharp.
You come from 2 very different workplaces. You were at the top of your career, you gave it all up, actually to get onto the shop floor of politics. And obviously, there is a whole lot of learning that you probably bring from the artistic space to the hustle and bustle of politics and governance.
Well, I must here give a very humble disclosure. Even when I was in the media, I was mostly a union leader. So I've had the privilege of serving in the Writers' Federation. The camera people that you see behind, we are called the Allied Workers Union. So I was a part of their union as well. The Jimmy Jip that you see, I was a part of their union as well. I was a production union person as well. So yes, my union buzzy and activism was also
So you brought
reflected behind the camera as I cried my way to the bank.
As women in leadership, and literally you at the top of that center and owning that space, it's often that eyes and knives are pointed at us. I'm sure we all know how you deal with it in an extraordinary way. What is your advice to youngsters entering the leadership space? And of course, these eyes and knives, I'm sure it bothers you. And I'm sure you have a huge family.
Nothing bothers me.
It doesn't?
You can't be in the public space and hope to be protected. You are to be morally, ethically lynched. If you're a female who has made a considerable political impact, and especially if you're one Amethi, you have to be ready to be stripped of all your dignity, because that is the way they hope you defocus from issues.
Right, right.
And once you understand that strategy, everything else falls in place.
Fantastic.
So I believe that if somebody wants to come into the public space, there are 2 issues you need to consider before you come in. Don't come in because you have no other career option.
Right.
India deserves better.
Yes.
People deserve better.
Absolutely.
Value why you are coming into politics. Second, which part of politics do you want to be a part of? I began with political activism I began with social activism. I was the WHO USAID ambassador to India. And as I worked in the field of health across the country, I was just 24 then, I realized till such time I don't become a policy maker, not much will change. Hence, I switched to electoral politics. So one, you need to decide how, where would you like to contribute. Two, you need to decide how long would you like to contribute.
Prime Minister Modi has emphasized on the need for women-led development. This is a little long question, multiple questions actually. A little elaboration on that if you can, if you may. And any resistance to this idea from the other half of the population?
No. I'm very grateful, one, that the very phrase women-led development is a tectonic shift, not only in narrative, but also perception. Women in our country were always looked upon as beneficiaries, waiting to be rescued. Someone or the other in politics would talk about how हमको औरतों के लिए ये करना है. For the first time in Indian politics, we have now a Prime Minister who says, देश के लिए अगर कुछ करना है, तो औरतों का सहारा ज़रूरी है.
बिल्कुल.
And women-led development quantifies the monetary impact women have in our country. For instance, 110 million toilets built. The government, which was Congress-led in the year 2005-06, if you look at the National Family Health Survey 3, they knew in 2005-06 that women are getting raped when they go out to defecate in the open. They knew that only 38% of households in our country have toilets. They knew in 2010 that the World Bank says that 6% of your GDP is taking a hit because of lack of sanitation. Nobody did anything. And building toilets has never been politically glamorous. No woman in our country has ever walked up to a politician to say, please build me a toilet. Now, 110 million toilets get built. You ensure enhanced, dignified means of starting a day. 230 million bank accounts get opened. 200 million women get mudra loans. Before 2014, many people said women cannot start businesses because they have no access to collateral-free loans. When mudra came, nobody said it's a loan for women. It was actually not gendered. It was for men and women. And it was not just happenstance that 70% of the beneficiaries turned out to be women. Now look at it from a rural point of view, or look at it from an urban slum point of view. Imagine a woman sitting in some village or in a jhuggi jhopri, drawing up a business plan, going to a bank, convincing the bank that they can service the loan, take the loan, service it, grow their business, give the money back. NPA for women who take loans from bank is less than 2% compared to men. We are doing far better. We have proven now financially that we are better investments. So I think when you talk about women-led development, that is exactly where the Prime Minister has taken the governance agenda to. That if you want to financially be strengthened as a society, then it is imperative that women be equal partners.
So it's obviously there's a lot of cushions and fallback already
women
woven into the system.
I would not term it as cushions. That
necessities.
That makes light of our achievement.
Yes.
Nothing is a cushion. We didn't have access. We have now equal access and we are doing better than men. That is how one should position it.
Yes.
No woman is getting a cushion.
So how does, when you're talking of women-led development, when I meant cushion, I mean, what is the fallback that she would need to be supported with, considering that the multiple roles that she will be continued to expected to play, and the policies and practices and social messaging that will be required to facilitate this transition and empathy and support?
I think it's about creating access to opportunity. For instance, I cannot imagine why young girls were not allowed to study in Sainik schools. Now we have young girls studying in Sainik schools. We have women now in the Permanent Commission. We have women now who are launching our space programs to Mars or Chandrayaan. These are not women who just happen to be now contributing. These are women who are waiting for that opportunity at that high table.
So I believe that when you talk about what is the social change, I mean, Tessie and 3 other scientists joined us recently at the G20 summit for women ministers in Gandhinagar. And the G20 partners were aghast. They thought that a prima donna in all scientific gear is going to walk in as the ISRO face. And suddenly, it's very quietly walked in, Tessie, and then Ritu walked in, and everybody else walked in, and they were like, these are the women who went and did this remarkable thing at Mars. We said yes. So I think there is this perception that if it is a female who's launching rockets, then she wouldn't be this 50-something lady in a sari. So I think those perceptions are now slowly changing, yes. And I'm very happy because I've always said this, that modernity is a state of mind. It is not a dress code. It's something that makes me extremely glad. In fact, you would all be happy to know that the incidences of women now enrolling in PhD programs in our country has gone up by 99.5%.
Wow. Fantastic. So coming back to Smriti Irani-ji, what is your core strength? Not core competency, core strength. Your one fallback that has never failed you. Is it
I have no
Ganapati?
fallback.
Is it Ganesha that you and I are
I
wearing?
have no fallback. And that is my strength. Okay. That you have no option but to succeed. Because if I was comfortable, I wouldn't be here today. So anybody who thinks you need this cushion, this fallback, you aren't
is that
going
your core
anywhere.
strength, that you have no fallback?
I guess it's different for me because I come from a poor background. So no matter how much I achieve, no matter how much money I make, I was one of the highest paid actors in this country. Yes. The chip on the shoulder will always be there.
Yes.
So the secret to my success, I have no fallback plan, no fallback person. I just have me.
As India enters a revolutionary phase of women-led development and onward in her march towards a century of independent India, what would be the 3 brief, most important advice you would give the young?
I began again, nobody takes advice, especially young women. I will only have a request.
Okay.
As has been enunciated by the Honorable Prime Minister yesterday. We are at a time in our country's history where we can catapult to new achievements in new areas for a greater good.
Wonderful.
We cannot afford to lose this opportunity. Yes. We cannot afford to be pushed back. We cannot afford to be segregated in silos. We cannot afford to lose focus. It is a national ambition now.
Right.
To be in the top 3 economies of the world. It is a national ambition now to ensure that per capita income increases. It is a national ambition now to ensure that in green hydrogen, in artificial intelligence, in reading, writing, we become one of the most sought after societies in the world. Fantastic. And this is the time to ensure that we as women ensure that that national ambition for a global good is recognized.
So fierce, she is. Feisty, she is Stree. Fiery, Shakti. Fearless, Smriti Irani. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and only Smriti Irani.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Smriti Irani ji and also Ananda Shankar Jain ji. And if I may have the honor of presenting something to both our guests, some role that he can play today, right, on Shri Shakti. Ma'am, this is for you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And this is for you, ma'am. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. Ma'am, can you please come together for a nice picture? And can I just bomb this? Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, lovely. Did you enjoy the conversation? This way. Good. how much I'd like to be the fly on the wall to listen to that conversation there, isn't it? Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for your time. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got something very special to share with you. This is now some stories. You'll see a lot of achievers, a lot of the manifestation of She Shakti on the Rising India She Shakti platform today. But we've also put out certain stories that are equally inspirational. Alpaben Kakad, living in Gujarat's Morbi, is serving the poor by providing them food for free. Her story inspires many to serve humanity. Have a look at this.
Jan Seva, Hi Prabhu Seva. Service of people is the service of God, is the mantra of Alpaben Kakkar's life. A homemaker in Gujarat's Morbi, she doesn't let poor people sleep with empty stomachs and feeds hungry people free of cost. For the last 5 years, Alpaben Kakkar has been feeding the poor in Morbi district. Be it slums or anywhere, Alpaben has taken it upon herself and is distributing food to the needy.
ઘણા સમયથી હું પહેલા તો વિસ્તારમાંથી જૂના કપડા ઉઘરાવતી અને ઝૂંપડપટ્ટી વિસ્તારમાં વિતરણ કરવા જતી. ત્યારે એ લોકોની પરિસ્થિતિ જોઈને જેને એક ટાઈમની ભોજન નથી મળતું.
Alpaben's husband provides her with all the aid needed to carry out her social duty. In her effort to provide a helping hand to the needy, she has also shared her numbers with all. Network 18 salutes Alpaben Kakkar, a hero and champion who is serving the poor. Her humanitarian approach is a reflection of Rising India's She Shakti. She is a true inspiration for the nation.
Ladies and gentlemen, she's so simple, she's so sweet. She came up and we had the surprise that she's sitting in the audience. There is Alpaben Kakkar. Please put your hands together for her. Alpaben, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. वहाँ देखिए गृहा मेरे साथी हैं, उनके हाथ में माइक है. मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगा. Here, take this one.
जी,
लोगों को खाना खिलाती हैं आप.
बहुत शुक्रिया
हाँ.
आपका हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए और इतने सारे लोग आपसे यहाँ पे मुखातिब होने आए हैं. सबसे पहले तो कैसा लग रहा है आपको? इतना बड़ा मंच है राइजिंग इंडिया शी शक्ति का, तो सबसे पहले इसके बारे में बताइए.
मैं अपना सौभाग्य मानती हूँ कि मुझे आने का मौका मिला. पहले मुझे कॉल आया तो मुझे मानने में नहीं आता था.
We need the mic up, please.
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है आप सबसे मिलके. और मैं ये सोचती हूँ कि जो काम मैं मोरबी में गुजरात में करती हूँ वो पूरे देश में चेन चले है. कोई भी जगह पे शादी ब्याह होता है, बर्थडे सेलिब्रेशन होता है, पुण्यतिथि होती है, कहीं से भी खाना में इकट्ठा करके स्लम विस्तार में सबको खाना खिलाने जाती हूँ. ये चेन मैं पूरे देश में चलाना चाहती हूँ क्योंकि मैं सब जगह पे नहीं पहुँच सकती हूँ और मैं ये दौर से गुजर चुकी हूँ. भूख और दुख मेरे गुरु है, इसलिए मुझे पता है भूख लगती है ना तब क्या होता है. पहले मैं सब लोगों को पुराने कपड़े इकट्ठे करके देना चाहती थी. तब सब लोग बच्चे छोटे छोटे मुझे बोलते थे दीदी कुछ अच्छा खाना मिल जाए तो 2 दिन तक मैंने सतत सोचा क्या किया जाए. मैं तो इतनी कैपेबल नहीं हूँ कि सबको मैं खिला सकूँ. तब मैंने ये प्लान किया कि चलो कुछ शादी ब्याह में जब खाना बचता है तो सब मुझे कॉल करते हैं, मैं लेने जाती हूँ और सबको खिलाती हूँ. 6-7 साल से ये काम करती हूँ मैं और मुझे बहुत आनंद आता है. मैं खुद किराए के घर पे रहती हूँ लेकिन कुछ अच्छा काम करने के लिए पैसों की ज़रूरत नहीं रहती है. बिना पैसे भी हम कुछ सब कुछ कर सकते हैं.
अल्पाबेन ये बताइए, जब शुरुआत करते हैं तो सबसे ज़्यादा मुश्किल वक्त होता है. आपके लिए कोई ऐसी वो कहानी जब आपने शुरू किया था कि आप ये करना चाहती हैं लोगों के लिए, सबसे मुश्किल वो दौर कौन सा था और आपने कैसे उसको ओवरकम किया?
अच्छा काम करने के लिए मुश्किल तो रहती है दीदी. सब बोलते थे भिखारी की तरह सब जगह खाना इकट्ठा करती है, खाना देने जाती है. कोई बोलता था कि खाना खा जाती है, खुद खाना नहीं बनाती है. सब ताने सुने, सब सुना है, लेकिन मैं चुप रही हूँ, इसलिए मैं आज यहाँ पे हूँ। मैं कुछ बोली नहीं हूँ, सबने सब कुछ बोला, मैंने बहुत सहन किया है। अगर मैं कुछ बोलती तो आज मैं यहाँ पे नहीं होती।
क्या बात
Ladies
है।
and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Alpa Ben.
अल्पा बेन,
Thank you so much.
आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आप आई और आपकी कहानी सुन करके आई होप देयर आर मेनी हु वांट टू डू वर्क लाइक यू एंड हेल्प यू आल्सो। थैंक यू सो मच अल्पा बेन। बैठिए। थैंक यू। राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर अल्पा बेन काकड़ प्लीज। ऐसी बहुत सारी कहानियां हैं, इतनी सारी कहानियां हैं कि राइजिंग इंडिया शी शक्ति के लिए जब हम मंथन कर रहे थे तो ऐसी ऐसी कहानियां देखी, बोली इन सबको कैसे लेकर आए एक दिन में इतने साल। So what we did is we've tried to put this out across our News 18 network in the run-up to Rising India Shri Shakti, and we'll continue to put out such stories. Another story, ladies and gentlemen. A 25-year-old Asha Malviya, a national-level
mountaineer from Bhopal, on an Indian bicycle tour to raise awareness about women's safety and empowerment.
आज हमारे भारत देश की महिलाएं हैं जो कहीं ना कहीं भारत में होते हुए भी ये सोचती है कि हमें डर लग रहा है, हम सुरक्षित नहीं हैं। तो मुझे उसी डर को खत्म करना था, इसीलिए मैंने प्रोजेक्ट बनाया।
As part of a Sampurna Bharat Yatra, Asha has already covered 25,000 kilometers across 23 states and continues to pedal for women's empowerment.
ऐसे डिफिकल्ट तो कुछ था नहीं, क्योंकि मैं हर प्रॉब्लम को कभी भी प्रॉब्लम के अकॉर्डिंग नहीं, एक चुनौती के अकॉर्डिंग देखती हूँ।
News 18 Network salutes Asha Malviya, a reflection of rising India's She Shakti.
There she is, Asha Malviya. और मैं आपको बताऊं, उनका मोटो है, आशा जी आपको लगता है आज अभी आपने कितने किलोमीटर कर दिए? सबीना हमारे साथ हैं, जरा बताइए। 25,000 किलोमीटर करने का आपका लक्ष्य था, जहां तक मुझे याद है।
Yes, sir. सबसे पहले तो बहुत बहुत बधाई और शुभकामनाएं आपको शी शक्ति की एक शानदार मिसाल बनने के लिए। अपने सफर के बारे में हम चाहेंगे आप आज पूरे देश को बताएं।
सबसे पहले तो धन्यवाद करती हूँ मैं हमारे पूरे भारत देश का और पूरे विश्व का। और मैं इस यात्रा की शुरुआत 1 नवंबर 2022 को भोपाल से करके अभी तक 24,000 किलोमीटर में कर चुकी हूँ। और इस यात्रा का समापन भी मैं 15 अगस्त को दिल्ली में कर रही हूँ।
और इसके पीछे का खास मकसद भी हम चाहेंगे कि आप देश भर की महिलाओं को बताएं।
मेरा इस यात्रा का उद्देश्य है महिला सुरक्षा, महिला सशक्तिकरण। यस सर, मैं अभी तक 24,000 कर चुकी हूँ। यस सर, अकेले ही मैं सोलो साइकिलिस्ट हूँ।
डर नहीं लगा आपको?
सर, मुझे उसी डर को खत्म करना है, क्योंकि हमारे भारत देश में कहीं ना कहीं मैं बहुत सारी गाँव में ऐसे विजिट करती थी, तो हमारे भारत देश की महिलाओं में कहीं ना कहीं छोटी सी एक चीज़ होती थी कि हमें डर लग रहा है। तो मैं इस राइड को रात को और दिन में दोनों टाइम करती हूँ। कभी कभी मैंने 24 घंटे भी कंटिन्यूसली राइड किया है। और मैं यही प्रूव करना चाहती हूँ कि हमारा भारत देश वाकई सुरक्षित है या नहीं। तो मैंने अभी तक भारत देश में ये जाना है इन 28 राज्यों में कि हमारा भारत देश बहुत सुरक्षित देश है। यहाँ महिलाओं की सुरक्षा का प्रॉपर ध्यान रखा जाता है, लेकिन इसकी फर्स्ट जिम्मेदारी हमारी खुद की होना चाहिए, प्रत्येक महिलाओं की, प्रत्येक देशवासियों की होना चाहिए।
क्या बात है, 24 घंटे भी साइकिल राइड किया एंड लुक एट हर, छोटा पैकेट बड़ा धमाका है। आप बहुत बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर आशा मालविया प्लीज। Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a message from the Honorable Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh. The government of Madhya Pradesh has actually helped Asha Malviya, who actually hails from Uttar Pradesh, in her quest to come and cycle across the length and breadth of Bharat. If you see a lot of activity around you, uniformed gentlemen and personnel around, that's the cue that the President of India is at the Taj Palace. She is right next door at the Wazir Hall, and she should be in our midst very soon. But before that, this message from Shivraj Singh Chauhan ji.
प्रिय मित्रों, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का संकल्प है एक वैभवशाली, गौरवशाली, संपन्न, समृद्ध और आत्मनिर्भर भारत का निर्माण। लेकिन आत्मनिर्भर भारत का निर्माण बिना महिला सशक्तिकरण के नहीं हो सकता। इसलिए मध्य प्रदेश में महिला सशक्तिकरण के लिए हमने अनेकों कदम उठाए हैं। 2007 में हमने बिगड़ते हुए लिंगानुपात को ठीक करने के लिए लाडली लक्ष्मी योजना की शुरुआत की। और लाडली लक्ष्मी योजना की अवधारणा है कि बेटी पैदा होगी तो वो लखपति होगी। आज मध्य प्रदेश में 45 लाख से ज्यादा लाडली लक्ष्मी बेटियां हैं, जिनकी पढ़ाई लिखाई और आगे बढ़ने का मार्ग हमने प्रशस्त किया है। इतना ही नहीं, ये मध्य प्रदेश पहला राज्य था देश में जिसने स्थानीय निकाय के चुनाव में 50% रिजर्वेशन अपनी बहनों को दिया था। मुझे बताते हुए खुशी है कि 52% से ज्यादा बहनें स्थानीय निकायों के चुनाव में चुनकर आई हैं और ग्राम और नगर सरकारें चला रही हैं। हमने 50% आरक्षण शिक्षक जैसी नौकरियों में भी दिया और 30% भर्तियां बेटियों की मध्य प्रदेश पुलिस में भी की। अगर कोई बहन बेटी के नाम पर मकान, दुकान, खेत खरीदता है तो स्टाम्प शुल्क केवल 1% लगता है। उसलिए अब संपत्तियां बड़ी मात्रा में बहनों के नाम पर खरीदी जा रही है। संबल जैसी योजना ने मध्य प्रदेश की बहनों को बहुत संबल दिया और मुख्यमंत्री कन्या विवाह योजना ने बेटियों के विवाह को बोझ नहीं रहने दिया। अभी अभी हमने लाडली बहना योजना बनाई। ये मुख्यमंत्री लाडली बहना योजना बहनों की जिंदगी में एक नया बदलाव लेकर आई है, खुशियों की सौगात लेके आई है। इस योजना में लगभग 1.25 करोड़ बहनों के खाते में हर महीना 1000 रुपया डाला जा रहा है। महिला सशक्तिकरण के लिए योजना बहुत महत्वपूर्ण साबित हो रही है। और एक और शुभ समाचार जानकारी मैं आपको देना चाहूंगा कि इन सब का परिणाम है कि मध्य प्रदेश में लिंगानुपात बढ़कर अब 1000 पुरुषों पे 976 महिलाएं हो गया है। बेटियों की संख्या निरंतर बढ़ रही है। बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, धन्यवाद।
Well, that was a message from Shivraj Singh Chauhan ji. Madhya Pradesh, on the one hand, sees a lot of floods. On the other hand, it also sees water scarcity or drought. And amidst this water crisis in Madhya Pradesh's Bundelkhand region, this is the story of a young resident, Babita Rajput, whose effort and innovation led to a solution to this entire problem. Have a look at this.
Women in Madhya Pradesh's Bundelkhand region regularly struggle to travel several kilometers to get water. A young resident, Babita Rajput, devised an idea that solved the problem for her village.
हमारे गांव में पानी की अत्यधिक समस्या थी, जहां पर अगर हेडपंपों पर देखा जाए तो लाइन लगाकर लोग खड़े होते थे और सर पर 3 से 4 घड़े लेकर महिलाएं आती थी। 2 सर पर, एक हाथ में, एक कमर पर, इस प्रकार से पानी भरती थी।
She collaborated with an NGO and led a group of over 100 women to dig through a mountain 107 meters long to connect their dried up pond to a nearby canal. Her efforts were recognized by Prime Minister Narendra Modi during his Mann Ki Baat address. News18 Network salutes Babita's courage, determination and leadership, an inspiration for all.
Well, there is Babita Rajput. Babita ji, namaste. Yes, Griha, quick question with her.
बबीता जी, सबसे पहले तो आपने कैसे ये जाना कि आपको खड़े होना है? ये वाटर क्राइसिस की जब हम बात कर रहे हैं आपके एरिया में, आपको क्यों लगा कि मैं खड़ी होती हूँ, मैं लोगों की मदद करूँगी और आगे बढ़ूँगी?
सबसे शुरुआत में तो बचपन से ही जब देखते आए हैं कि हमारे बुंदेलखंड में पानी की समस्या, और सबसे बड़ी समस्या ये है कि महिलाओं को बाहर जा कर के पानी भरना पड़ता था। 1 से 1.5 किलोमीटर दूर जा कर के पानी भरना पड़ता था और इससे कई बार मम्मी, चाची, भाभी लोगों पर हिंसा भी होती थी। मारपीट भी उनके घर वाले करते थे, सास ससुर करते थे कि अभी तक खाना नहीं बना, जबकि वो बहुत दूर से पानी भरने जाती थी। कई बार हमारे जैसी लड़कियां पढ़ाई नहीं कर पाती थी। मम्मी पापा बोलते थे कि पढ़ाई बाद में करो, पहले पानी भर के लाओ। तो मुझे लगा कि मुझे खड़ा होना चाहिए और जैसी मैंने समस्याओं को सामना किया है उस तरीके से और हमारी बहनें और लड़कियां और महिलाएं समस्या का सामना ना करें, इसलिए।
Thank you so much, Babita ji. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause.
Round of applause.
Thank you.
Now, I quickly want to ask how many men under 40 who are sitting behind there? Men under 40? Yes, please put your hands up and also please raise your seats and vacate them for the ladies who are standing all around you. Let's try and do that, please, on our own. I don't need to point out anybody. Please vacate the seats for the ladies who are standing there. And gentlemen here on this side also, जो चुप रहे बैठ रहे इधर उधर, आपकी कुर्सियां हैं, आसपास महिलाएं खड़ी हैं, please उन्हें बैठने दें. Please, I don't want to point out and request somebody. Please do it on your own. Let's not have women standing around, please. Please make way for the ladies. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that is something which all of us can do. There are a lot of people standing here. I request you, all of you, to please clear this aisle, clear this area. Head back, please. Thank you very much. A superintendent from Yamunanagar's Balkunj, Mona Chauhan, has reunited 700 missing children with their families in the last 10 years. 700 missing children with their families in the last 10 years. Have a look at this story of Mona Chauhan.
In a country with the largest population, it's difficult to reunite separated children with their families. But Mona Chauhan has taken up this task upon herself. Mona Chauhan, currently the superintendent at Chachroli Balkunj in Haryana, has reunited about 700 missing children with their families in the last 10 years. Mona Chauhan shares an emotional connection with missing children. During her tenure up till now, she has solved several cases, some cases where even families lost their hope.
हमने आज तक जो है इन 10 वर्षों में लगभग 700 मिसिंग बच्चों को उनके परिवार तक पहुंचाया है.
Through her grit and passion, she continues to unite the lost ones with their respective families. Network 18 salutes Mona Chauhan's undying spirit and unconditional service. Her inspiring story is a true example of She Shakti, who believes in Main Kar Sakti Hoon.
Mona Chauhan, do we have her in the house here? There she is. Mona ji, big round of applause. Well done, Mona ji. Quick question and answer with you, Mona ji. As we celebrate She Shakti, the Honorable President is with us.
मोना जी, एक बड़ा सफ़र आपने यहाँ पर तय किया है, बहुत परिवारों को खुशियाँ दी हैं और श्री शक्ति की मिसाल आखिरकार आप बनी.
पहले तो मैं श्री शक्ति का बहुत बहुत थैंक्स करना चाहूँगी कि मुझे यहाँ पर बुलाकर एक मौका दिया कि मैं आम लोगों से एक अपील कर सकूँ कि पूरे भारतवर्ष में बहुत सारे बच्चे ऐसे हैं जो गुमशुदा होकर बहुत सारे होम्स में रह रहे हैं. तो मैं सभी से एक रिक्वेस्ट ये करूँगी कि सभी की साझा जिम्मेदारी है कि अगर आपको कोई बच्चा ऐसा मिलता है कि आपको डाउट होता है कि वो बच्चा मिसिंग है, तो आप उसे उसके घर तक सकुशल पहुंचाने का एक प्रयास करें ताकि एक बच्चा अपने परिवार से मिल सके. मैं बताना चाहूँगी कि पिछले 10 सालों में मैंने लगभग 700 गुमशुदा बच्चों को उनके परिवारों तक पहुँचाया है.
और ख़तरनाक चुनौतियाँ भी क्या इस बीच आपको झेलनी पड़ी कभी? इस
बहुत सारी चुनौतियां सामने आई हैं, लेकिन चुनौतियों के बावजूद बहुत लोग हैं जो हमारी हेल्प करते हैं. मीडिया हमारी बहुत हेल्प करता है, पुलिस हमारी बहुत हेल्प करती है, लोकल लोग हमारी बहुत हेल्प करते हैं. तो मैं उन सभी का भी
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका. श्री शक्ति के इस मिसाल बनने के लिए आपका सफ़र यूं ही जारी रहे.
देवी और सज्जनों, महामहिम राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी वजीर रूम का रुख कर चुकी हैं. बस कुछ ही देर में राष्ट्रपति जी हमारे समक्ष होंगी. भारत की नारी सशक्तिकरण की मिसाल बन चुकी महामहिम राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी कुछ ही पलों में हमारे बीच होंगी. महामहिम राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी कुछ ही पलों में हमारे समक्ष. महिला सशक्तिकरण की एक मिसाल. उनका भारत की राष्ट्रपति बनना कई मायनों में खास है। देश की पहली आदिवासी महिला राष्ट्रपति बनने का गौरव उन्हें हासिल है। इसके अलावा वो आज़ाद भारत में जन्म लेने वाली पहली और सबसे कम उम्र की राष्ट्रपति हैं। ओडिशा के मयूरभंज जिले में एक छोटे से गांव से देश के सर्वोच्च संवैधानिक पद तक पहुंचने का उनका सफर आसान नहीं रहा। कई मुश्किलें आईं, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी हार नहीं मानी और उसी जज्बे की बदौलत वो आज इस मुकाम तक पहुंची हैं। कुछ ही क्षणों में महामहिम राष्ट्रपति जी हमारे समक्ष होंगी। नेटवर्क 18 अपने राइजिंग इंडिया शी शक्ति मंच से भारत की महिलाओं के हौसले और जज्बे को सलाम करता है और ऐसे मंच पे राष्ट्रपति का होना हम सभी के लिए गर्व की बात है। उनकी यात्रा हम सभी को प्रोत्साहित करती है। शी शक्ति के जरिए हम महिलाओं की शक्ति, दृढ़ता और असीमित संभावनाओं के समागम को सम्मानित करने का एक छोटा सा प्रयास कर रहे हैं। वजीर रूम में महामहिम ओडिशा से आए कुछ शिक्षकों और छात्रों से मिली हैं। वो खुद एक शिक्षिका रह चुकी हैं। वो जानती हैं कि एक परिवार, समाज और देश के लिए योग्य और होनहार छात्र तैयार करने में एक शिक्षक की कितनी बड़ी और कितनी अहम भूमिका और योगदान है। राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी का खुद का जीवन संघर्ष और असाधारण उपलब्धियों की मिसाल है। एक शिक्षिका, जूनियर क्लर्क, पार्षद, विधायक, राज्यपाल और अब भारत की महामहिम राष्ट्रपति। श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी देश की 15वीं राष्ट्रपति हैं। बस कुछ ही और क्षण और वो हमारे बीच होंगी। नेटवर्क 18 के राइजिंग इंडिया श्री शक्ति मंच से सिर्फ भारत ही नहीं बल्कि पूरे विश्व की महिलाओं के जज्बे और हौसले को सलाम करने की ये एक छोटी सी कोशिश है। महिलाओं को सम्मानित करने का प्रयास, महिलाओं को प्रेरित करने का प्रयास, अलग अलग विषयों और क्षेत्रों में महिलाओं के योगदान को पहचानने और उनकी उपलब्धियों का जश्न मनाने की प्रतिबद्धता का एक प्रतीक है ये राइजिंग इंडिया शी शक्ति इवेंट। आज हम इस मंच से देश की उन महिलाओं से रूबरू हो रहे हैं जो अपने अपने प्रोफेशन में, अपने अपने कार्यक्षेत्र में न सिर्फ कामयाबी के शिखर पर मौजूद हैं, बल्कि देश की आधी आबादी के लिए एक मिसाल बन चुकी हैं। महामहिम राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी के हमारे बीच आने तक हम एक बार फिर से आपको राइजिंग इंडिया शी शक्ति इवेंट के पीछे जो हमारी सोच है, जो हमारा प्रयास है, उसके बारे में बताना चाहते हैं।
आसमान ही नहीं, मैं अंतरिक्ष भी छू सकती हूँ। सरकार हो या कारोबार, हर बागडोर संभाल सकती हूँ। उठाए अगर कोई दुश्मन आंख, तो करारा जवाब दे सकती हूँ।
महामहिम राष्ट्रपति हमारे बीच आ चुकी हैं। सदन में उपस्थित सभी माननीय अतिथियों से निवेदन है कि वो देश की फर्स्ट सिटीजन महामहिम राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी का जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत करें। अब मैं हॉल में मौजूद तमाम माननीय अतिथियों से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो भारत के राष्ट्रगान के सम्मान में खड़े हों। प्रिया सरैया राष्ट्रगान गाएंगी। प्रिया हिंदी फिल्म जगत की जानी मानी प्लेबैक सिंगर और गीतकार हैं और वो भारतीय और पाश्चात्य क्लासिकल संगीत में उस्ताद हैं। आइए स्वागत करते हैं प्रिया सरैया का।
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा। जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय 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 हे।
शुक्रिया प्रिया जी। और अब एक खास पेशकश ओडिशा के मयूरभंज छऊ नृत्य की। देवियों और सज्जनों, महामहिम राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी मयूरभंज से ताल्लुक़ रखती हैं। आज के हमारे कलाकार उन्हीं के गांव से हैं। ओडिशा का मयूरभंज अपने छऊ नृत्य के लिए प्रसिद्ध है। छऊ एक नाट्य नृत्य है और इसमें नृत्य के साथ साथ युद्ध कला का मिश्रण भी होता है। छऊ नृत्य में देवी देवताओं और कभी कभी पशुओं के पात्रों को चित्रित किया जाता है। आज हमारे कलाकारों को ट्रेन किया है देश विदेश में प्रख्यात नृत्य कला में निपुण सुभश्री भौमिक जी ने। आप सभी से आग्रह है कि ओडिशा से आए हमारे कलाकारों का जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत करें। अद्भुत प्रस्तुति। देवी और सज्जनों, जोरदार तालियां मयूरभंज के छऊ नृत्य की इस खूबसूरत पेशकश के लिए। ये कलाकार प्रोजेक्ट छावनी के छात्र हैं और ये उड़ीसा का एक पारंपरिक नृत्य है। जैसा कि मैंने आपको बताया, ये एक नाट्य नृत्य है। इसमें देवी देवताओं और कभी कभी पशुओं के पात्रों को भी चित्रित किया जाता है। इस नृत्य में तमाम कलाकार अपने परंपरागत परिधान पहनते हैं और एक समय में सिर्फ पुरुष इस नृत्य को किया करते थे, पर इसके आधुनिक रूप में महिलाएं भी इस छऊ नाट्य नृत्य में हिस्सा लेती हैं। ये प्रोजेक्ट छावनी के छात्र थे जिन्होंने ओडिशा के मयूरभंज के छऊ नृत्य का प्रदर्शन किया। ये महामहिम राष्ट्रपति जी के गांव से आते हैं। और अब मैं नेटवर्क 18 के ग्रुप एडिटर इन चीफ और एमडी श्री राहुल जोशी जी से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को मंच पर आमंत्रित करें। धन्यवाद। अब मैं श्री राहुल जोशी जी से निवेदन करूंगी कि वे माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी को राइजिंग इंडिया शी शक्ति का मोमेंटो भेंट करें। राहुल जोशी जी से अब निवेदन है कि महामहिम राष्ट्रपति और हमारे समक्ष उपस्थित सभी अतिथियों का सादर अभिनंदन करें।
आदरणीय राष्ट्रपति श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी, अपनी गरिमामय उपस्थिति से शी शक्ति समारोह की शोभा बढ़ाने के लिए नेटवर्क 18 की ओर से आपको हार्दिक धन्यवाद। भारत की नारी शक्ति की उपलब्धियों का उत्सव मनाने वाले इस मंच पर आपका स्वागत करने का मौका हमारे लिए एक बहुत गौरवपूर्ण बात है। राष्ट्रपति के रूप में सर्वोच्च संवैधानिक आसन पर आपकी मौजूदगी यहाँ बैठे सभी लोगों के लिए प्रेरणादायी है। जिन महिलाओं के योगदान का उत्सव हम यहाँ मना रहे हैं, वो भी आपको सामने देखकर गर्व महसूस कर रही हैं। नारी शक्ति का योगदान इस गौरवशाली इतिहास वाले राष्ट्र के विकास में प्राचीन काल से रहा है। आदि गुरु शंकराचार्य ने भी नारी शक्ति को समर्पित अपनी रचना सौंदर्य लहरी में पहले श्लोक में कहा है, शिव शक्तया युक्तो यदि भवति शक्तः प्रभिवन्तु न च देवं देवो न खलु कुशलः स्पंदितुमपि। अर्थात शक्ति के सहयोग से ही शिव संसार का सृजन करने में समर्थ होते हैं। शक्ति के बिना ऐसे समर्थवान शिव भी अपनी जगह से हिल नहीं सकते। आदिकाल से ही हमारे देश का भविष्य कैसा होगा ये तय करने में महिलाओं ने बराबर की हिस्सेदारी निभाई है। चाहे शिक्षा साहित्य का क्षेत्र हो या विज्ञान का, खेल का मैदान हो या राजनीति का मंच, चारों ओर नारी शक्ति अगुवाई ले रही है, और वो भी बिना कोई शोर मचाए, गंभीर मर्यादित ढंग से। हमारे लिए गर्व की बात है कि श्री शक्ति का मजबूत संदेश देने वाली ये तमाम हस्तियां आज हमारे सामने इस हॉल में मौजूद हैं। मुझे ये बताते हुए और भी खुशी हो रही है कि इस पूरे कार्यक्रम का आयोजन मुख्य तौर पर महिलाओं ने ही किया है। इस कार्यक्रम को अपने समर्थन और योगदान से सफल बनाने के लिए आप सबका बहुत धन्यवाद। राष्ट्रपति जी, जनसेवक, शिक्षक, विधायक, मंत्री, राज्यपाल और अब राष्ट्रपति के तौर पर आप इस देश में सभी लोगों के लिए रोल मॉडल हैं। सादा जीवन और उच्च विचार की आप जीती जागती एक मिसाल हैं। स्वयं की जगह राष्ट्र और समाज की सेवा को आपने सर्वोपरि रखा है। आप जीवन में आई तमाम कठिनाइयों के बावजूद मजबूती से उनका सामना कर कर यहाँ पहुँची हैं और राष्ट्रपति के इस पद का मान आपने और भी बढ़ाया है। नेटवर्क 18 के इस श्री शक्ति कार्यक्रम की मुख्य अतिथि के तौर पर मैं आपका फिर एक बार बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद राहुल जी। नारी शक्ति है, प्रेरणा का स्रोत है, ऊर्जावान, निर्भीक और शाश्वत अग्नि है। और आज हम नेटवर्क 18 के राइजिंग इंडिया श्री शक्ति के मंच के जरिए महिलाओं की उपलब्धियों को सम्मानित करने के लिए एकत्रित हुए हैं। ये सम्मान उनकी मेहनत और लगन के लिए है। लिहाजा इस मौके को और ख़ास बनाने के लिए हम आपके समक्ष पेश करने जा रहे हैं राइजिंग इंडिया श्री शक्ति एंथम। इसे प्रिया सुरैया ने शब्दों और सुरों में पिरोया है। मैं उनसे अनुग्रह करती हूँ कि वो राइजिंग इंडिया श्री शक्ति एंथम प्रस्तुत करें।
बेड़ियों को चुप्पियों को तोड़ के चली हूँ मैं, तेज है मेरी लहर तूफानों से लड़ी हूँ मैं। सांस ले रही थी कब से आज जी रही हूँ मैं, जो स्थान है मेरा उस पे हक से अब खड़ी हूँ मैं। हिंदुस्तान की बेटी हूँ जो चाहूँ पाके रहती हूँ, मैं शक्ति हूँ कर सकती हूँ, हाँ मैं शक्ति हूँ। क्रूरता का शूरता से देती हूँ जवाब मैं, जंग हो या झुंड हो मशाल मेरे हाथ में। विश्व के उजालों में हूँ देश का चिराग मैं, हिंदुस्तान की बेटी हूँ मैं गर्व उसका रखती हूँ। मैं शक्ति हूँ कर सकती हूँ, हाँ मैं शक्ति हूँ। मैरी हो या साइना, मिताली हो या कल्पना, इन्हीं से लेके प्रेरणा है इनके जैसा बनना। हिजाब पहनूं या चुनर है कम कहाँ मेरा हुनर, हिंदुस्तान की बेटी हूँ मैं शान से ये कहती हूँ। मैं शक्ति हूँ कर सकती हूँ, हाँ मैं शक्ति हूँ। तीर भी चलाती हूँ उड़ाती हूँ रफेल भी, उड़ा दे सबके होश ऐसे खेलती हूँ खेल भी। परवाज ले चुकी हूँ मैं ना अब है मुड़ के देखना, हिंदुस्तान की बेटी हूँ आज़ाद हो के रहती हूँ। मैं शक्ति हूँ कर सकती हूँ, हाँ हाँ मैं शक्ति हूँ, हाँ मैं शक्ति हूँ।
बहुत शुक्रिया प्रिया सुरैया जी। अब हम मंच पर भारत की एक ऐसी शख्सियत को आमंत्रित करने जा रहे हैं जिनको किसी परिचय की ज़रूरत नहीं है। उनकी आवाज़ ही उनकी पहचान है। ये वो आवाज़ है जिसने भारतीय फिल्म संगीत को ना सिर्फ एक नई ऊंचाई दी बल्कि एक नया आयाम भी दिया है। देवियों और सज्जनों, हमारे बीच सुरों की मल्लिका आशा भोसले जी मौजूद हैं।
From wild and vivacious cabaret numbers to soulful melodies with a career spanning over 6 decades, Asha Bhosle remains the most versatile playback singer in Indian cinema. At a time when singers like Lata Mangeshkar, Geeta Dutt and Shamshad Begum were ruling the charts, it was not easy for Asha Bhosle to make place for herself. But heartfelt, romantic numbers like this one got her noticed. Born into a family of musicians in Maharashtra, a young Asha Mangeshkar, along with her sister Lata, started singing at an early age to support their family after the death of their father. It was music composer O.P. Nayyar who gave Asha the opportunity to sing for the lead heroines. Be it a seductive cabaret number or a madcap comic rendition, Asha Bhosle took the music scene by storm in the late 50s. After a string of peppy songs and cabaret numbers through the 60s and 70s, Asha sang Avali for R.D. Burman in Hum Kisi Se Kam Nahi in 1977. A film which till date remains close to her heart. Asha ruled the music charts through the 80s with the entry of disco and Bollywood and the new conversational style of singing. Asha proved the versatility and agelessness of her voice when she continued to give her voice to a new crop of heroines in the 90s. Even in the new millennium, more than half a century after she began singing, Asha's voice continues to enthrall listeners. On the 8th of September, as Asha Bhosle turns 90, she will be singing live in a concert at Dubai. A career span of over 70 years and thousands of songs later, Asha Bhosle's legacy is one that will remain unmatched for a long time to come. But it's her zest for life that makes her a legend.
आज राइजिंग इंडिया शी शक्ति के मंच पर महामहिम राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी आशा भोसले जी को भारतीय संगीत में उनके योगदान के लिए सम्मानित करेंगी। आशा जी, आपसे निवेदन है कि आप मंच पर आएं।
इस सुंदर अवसर में हम सबके बीच आशा दीदी है, तो आशा दीदी की आवाज़ में हम सबको उनके पसंद के एक गाना गाने के लिए मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूँगी।
आपने अंदर कहा था कि हेलो 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 हेलो। पहले तो यहाँ बैठे हुए सारे बड़े बड़े लोग और आपको नमस्कार, प्रणाम। आपने कहा कि मधुबन में कन्हैया किसी गोपी से मिले, मुझे सुनना है। तो मुझे वो गाना इतना अभी याद नहीं है, मैं मुखड़ा सुना देती हूँ। मधुबन में कन्हैया किसी गोपी से मिले, कभी मुस्काए कभी रास रमे, रास रमे। राधा कैसे न जले, राधा कैसे न जले, आग तन मन में लगे, आग तन मन में लगे। राधा कैसे न जले, राधा कैसे न जले, राधा कैसे, राधा कैसे न जले। अभी
मेरे पसंद के है, आपके पसंद के
चुरा लिया है, चुरा लिया है तुमने जो दिल को, नजर नहीं चुराना सनम। बदल के मेरी तुम जिंदगानी, कहीं बदल ना जाना सनम। चुरा लिया है तुमने जो दिल को, नजर नहीं चुराना सनम। बदल के मेरी तुम जिंदगानी, कहीं बदल ना जाना सनम। आहा आहा आहा।
थैंक यू सो मच, इट वॉज ब्यूटिफुल। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका। राजनीति के दांव पेच हो या फिर खेल का मैदान हो, रॉकेट साइंस हो या देश की हिफाजत करने की जिम्मेदारी, महिलाओं ने पुरुषों के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर हर फर्ज न सिर्फ बखूबी निभाया है, बल्कि पूरी दुनिया में भारत का परचम बुलंदी से लहराया है। और नेटवर्क 18 अपने राइजिंग इंडिया शी शक्ति मंच से भारत की ऐसी ही महिलाओं के हौसले और जज्बे को सलाम करता है। शी शक्ति महिलाओं को सम्मानित करने का एक प्रयास है। मैं अब महामहिम राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी से विनम्र निवेदन करती हूं कि वो नारी शक्ति पर अपने विचार हमसे साझा करें।
भारत की नारी शक्ति पर केंद्रित इस विशेष कार्यक्रम में राइजिंग इंडिया शी शक्ति में उपस्थित केंद्रीय महिला एवं बाल विकास और अल्पसंख्यक कार्य मंत्री श्रीमती स्मृति जुबिन ईरानी जी, नेटवर्क 18 के एडिटर इन चीफ श्री राहुल जोशी जी, हमारी सभी बहनों और बेटियों, गणमान्य अतिथियों, नेटवर्क 18 से जुड़े सभी मीडिया कर्मीगण, सभी को मेरा नमस्कार, जोहार। महिलाओं की उपलब्धियों को मान्यता देने, सम्मानित करने और उसका उत्सव मनाने के इस कार्यक्रम में शामिल होकर मुझे हार्दिक प्रसन्नता हो रही है। मैं इस कार्यक्रम के आयोजन से जुड़े प्रत्येक व्यक्ति के अथक प्रयासों की प्रशंसा करती हूँ। मैं इस आयोजन में भाग लेने वाली वुमेन अचीवर्स की सराहना करती हूँ, जिन्होंने यहाँ अपने जीवन कथा लोगों के साथ साझा किया। मुझे ये जानकर प्रसन्नता हुई है कि इस कार्यक्रम के अंतर्गत विभिन्न विषयों पर अलग अलग सत्र आयोजित हुए हैं। इस समारोह को अपने टेक्नोलॉजी से लेकर डिफेंस, वनवासियों की उपलब्धियों से लेकर एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप तक हर क्षेत्र में महिलाओं के महत्वपूर्ण योगदान की चर्चा का मंच बनाया है। मुझे बताया गया है कि आज के सत्र में अनेक सफल महिलाओं ने अपने अनुभव और विचार साझा किए हैं। यहाँ पर आशा दीदी और भारत के मिसाइल वुमेन डॉक्टर टेसी थॉमस से लेकर कविता सिंह, बधुरी ताती और पुनीता अरोड़ा जैसे हस्तियों को उपस्थित महत्वपूर्ण है। आप सभी ने एक सामान्य सी शुरुआत करके अपने लगन और परिश्रम के बल पर बड़े मुकाम हासिल किए हैं। आप सभी को बहुत बहुत बधाई। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आपके अनुभव से उन लाखों लोगों को प्रेरणा मिलेगी जो विभिन्न चैनलों और डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म के जरिए इस कार्यक्रम से जुड़े हैं और आपके बारे में जानकारी प्राप्त कर रहे हैं। देवियों और स्वजनों, आज जब हमारे देश अमृत काल में प्रवेश कर चुके हैं तो इस कार्यक्रम का आयोजन अत्यंत ही प्रासंगिक है। हमने भारत को निकट भविष्य में ही तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनाने का लक्ष्य रखा है, लेकिन क्या हमारी आधी आबादी के योगदान के बिना ये संभव है? ये प्रामाणिक तथ्य है कि विश्व की प्रमुख अर्थव्यवस्थाओं की विकास यात्रा में वहाँ के सभी वर्गों, सभी क्षेत्रों की भागीदारी रही है। कुछ राज्यों की वर्कफोर्स में महिलाओं का पर्याप्त प्रतिनिधित्व है, लेकिन बहुत से राज्य ऐसे भी हैं जहाँ उनकी संख्या काफ़ी कम है। मैंने पहले भी कहा है कि स्त्री और पुरुष एक ही गाड़ी के दो पहिया है। अगर एक पहिया ठीक से नहीं चलेगा तो गाड़ी भी ठीक से नहीं चल पाएगी। शक्ति के बिना शिव अधूरे है। शिव और शक्ति एक दूसरे के पूरक है। हमारी सभी धर्म ग्रंथों और साहित्यों में नारी की महिमा सदियों से रेखांकित की जा रही है। विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य को शीघ्रता से हासिल करने में हमारी बहनें और बेटियों का योगदान होना अनिवार्य है। पिछली एक वर्ष के दौरान देश भर में अनेक बेटियों और बहनों ने मैंने उनसे मिली हूँ और अपने अनुभव से ये कह सकती हूँ कि उनमें जीवन में आगे बढ़ने और देश तथा समाज के लिए कुछ कर गुजरने की असीम ललक है। ज़रूरत है कि बस उनकी क्षमता और योग्यता पर भरोसा करने की। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि अमृतकाल में नारी शक्ति के योगदान के बल पर भारत विकसित देश के समूहों में अपने अग्रणी स्थान बना सकेगा। देवियों और स्वजनों, महिला शक्ति के बिना एक स्वस्थ, सशक्त और विकसित समाज की परिकल्पना संभव ही नहीं है। हम धरती और भारत भूमि को माता के रूप में संबोधित करते हैं। विद्या, धन, बल के लिए हम माँ सरस्वती, माँ लक्ष्मी और माँ दुर्गा की उपासना करते हैं। प्राचीन काल से आधुनिक भारत तक तो हमारी इतिहास महिलाओं के योगदान की गाथाओं से भरा हुआ है। गर्गी, मैत्री, रोमसा और ओपाला जैसे विभूतियों ने, विदुषी नारी ने से लेकर रानी लक्ष्मीबाई, अहिल्याबाई होकर रानी बेलू नाचियार और रानी चेन्नम्मा जैसी वीरांगनाओं के योगदान के उल्लेख के बिना हमारे इतिहास अधूरा है। विश्व के अनेक विकसित देशों ने महिलाओं को वोटिंग राइट्स देने में बहुत लंबा समय लगाया था, जबकि हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं ने यूनिवर्सल वोटिंग राइट्स को शुरू से ही लागू कर दिया। दुनिया भर के लिए ये आश्चर्य की बात थी, लेकिन महिलाओं को बराबरी का अधिकार और सम्मान देना तो भारतीयता का मूल भाव रहा है। भारत में मुख्यमंत्री, प्रधानमंत्री, राष्ट्रपति, इन सभी महत्वपूर्ण पदों पर महिलाएं विश्व के कई विकसित देशों की तुलना में पहले से ही आसीन रही है। नारी का सम्मान हमारी संस्कृति का आधार रहा है। यब नार्यस्तु पूज्यन्ते रमन्ते तत्र देवता, ये हमारा सूत्र वाक्य रहा है। नारी के गौरव में आस्था रखने वाली हमारी परंपरा में अनेक साक्ष्य मिलते हैं कि जब जब नारी का अपमान हुआ है तब तो पूरा समाज ने एकजुट होकर ऐसे कुकृत्य की भर्त्सना की है और अपराधियों को दंडित किया गया है। आज भी ऐसे दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटनाएं होती है जो नारी समाज के हमारे सनातन मूल्यों के सर्वथा विरुद्ध है। मुझे विश्वास है कि नारी के प्रति आदर भाव से युक्त हमारी व्यवस्था में निहित न्याय की शक्ति के बल पर नारी शक्ति सदैव आगे बढ़ती रहेगी। बेटियों और बहनों को सम्मान तथा उचित अवसर देना हमारी परंपरा है और हमारा दायित्व ही है। समाज को पढ़ो और बढ़ो की सोच के साथ बेटियों का साथ देना चाहिए। सामान्य पृष्ठभूमि से आने वाली हमारी बेटियां अपनी इच्छा शक्ति और कठिन परिश्रम के बल पर ग्लास सीलिंग को तोड़ते हुए खेल, संगीत, कला, विज्ञान और रक्षा जैसे सभी क्षेत्रों में आगे बढ़ रही है। ये समारोह भी इस तथ्य का एक स्पष्ट प्रमाण है कि हम वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट के युग में प्रवेश कर चुके हैं। पूरे समाज का सकारात्मक सहयोग मिलने पर नारी शक्ति के नेतृत्व में ही हो रही है विकास की ये यात्रा और अधिक तेजी से आगे बढ़ेगी। सरकार महिलाओं को और अधिक सशक्त बनाने के लिए निरंतर प्रयत्नशील है, लेकिन एक समाज के रूप में हम सब का भी बेटियों और बहनों को सबल बनाने में अपना योगदान देना चाहिए। हम सबको मिलकर एक ऐसा वातावरण बनाना है जहां सभी महिलाएं सामाजिक, आर्थिक, सांस्कृतिक, राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में पूरी तरह से भाग ले सके और अपना भरपूर योगदान दे सके। मीडिया हमारी समाज व्यवस्था का अहम हिस्सा है और लोकतंत्र का एक प्रमुख स्तंभ है। इस नाते मीडिया की भूमिका बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। मीडिया का काम समाचार प्रसारित करना ही नहीं है, लेकिन लोगों को शिक्षित करना और सकारात्मक दिशा में ले जाना भी है। मुझे खुशी है कि नेटवर्क 18 ने इस दिशा में एक खास पहल की है। अपने अपने क्षेत्र में सफल महिलाओं को ऐसा मंच प्रदान करने और उन्हें सम्मानित करने के लिए आयोजित ये समारोह प्रशंसनीय है। मुझे विश्वास है कि इस समारोह से प्रेरणा प्राप्त करके अन्य संस्थाएं भी आगे आएंगे और महिला सशक्तिकरण के हित में ऐसे आयोजन करेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद महामहिम राष्ट्रपति जी आपके प्रेरणादायक विचारों के लिए। अब मैं हॉल में मौजूद तमाम अतिथियों से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो भारत के राष्ट्रगान के सम्मान में एक बार फिर खड़े हो जाएं। प्रिया सुरैया जी से विनती है कि वो मंच पर आकर राष्ट्रगान गाएं।
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
जय हिंद।
धन्यवाद। देवी और सज्जनों, महामहिम राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी अब हमसे विदा लेंगी। मैं समस्त नेटवर्क 18 ग्रुप की ओर से उनका राइजिंग इंडिया शी शक्ति सम्मेलन में पधारने और इसकी शोभा बढ़ाने के लिए धन्यवाद करती हूँ। आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि आप भारत की फर्स्ट सिटीजन के सम्मान में कुछ देर खड़े रहें। बहुत शुक्रिया। आप सबसे अनुरोध है कि आप अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें और आइए राइजिंग इंडिया शी शक्ति सम्मेलन का कारवां आगे बढ़ाते हैं। और मैं एक बार फिर आशा भोसले जी से गुजारिश करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आए और हमें अपने सुरों और शब्दों से आशीर्वाद दें। इस सिलसिले को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए मैं अपनी सहयोगी और CNBC TV 18 की मैनेजिंग एडिटर शिरीन भान को भी मंच पे निमंत्रित करती हूं। आप सबसे अनुरोध है कि आप अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Thank you. You've been a wonderful audience. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for Asha Bhosle ji and Shireen Bhan. I'm going to request you one more time to please take your seats. Kindly take your seats for us to continue with the event.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request everybody to please take their seats and clear the front alley, please. May I request everybody to please take your seats. Thank you. The sessions continue. Thank you very much. Please clear the front alley. Everybody please settle down. Thank you. I think the dignitaries on the stage and especially Asha Tai deserves our respect. Please, may I please request everybody to settle down. Sit down, please. It's our dharma. Please let us do this. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening to everybody, and thank you so much for settling down. We're in the midst of a legend. Asha ji, मैं ये बता नहीं सकती कि कितनी गर्व की बात है हमारे लिए कि आज आप यहाँ पे हैं हमारे साथ इस मंच पे. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Asha Bhosle. We can do better. A standing ovation is what a legend like her truly deserves. So, Asha ji, जो प्यार झलक रहा है यहाँ पे मैंने आपको पहले भी कहा था कि आज मैं इतने सारे लोगों से मिली हूँ और जितने भी लोगों ने मुझे बताया कि वो यहाँ आ रहे थे, सबने सबसे पहली बात यही की कि हम आ रहे हैं आशा जी को देखने के लिए. तो आपने देखा कि किस प्रकार का प्यार आपके लिए है. पर मैं शुरुआत करना चाहूँगी आपके जो सफ़र रहा है. आप 8 सितंबर को you're going to be 90, ladies and gentlemen. She's going to turn 90. What a fabulous journey it's been. और आपने हमेशा कहा है कि आप गाना नहीं चाहती थी, आप काम करना नहीं चाहती थी, आप फिल्में नहीं करना चाहती थी, लेकिन फिर भी आशा भोसले ने इतना कुछ कर दिया है, इतना करके भी आप अभी भी रिटायर नहीं हो रही हैं.
आप चाहती मैं रिटायर?
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं चाहते कि आप रिटायर हो.
जब छोटी थी तब ये ठीक है.
थोड़ा सा Can we get the sound up on Asha ji's mic, please? हाँ जी बोलिए.
मैं जब छोटी थी गाना तो गाती थी, सीखती भी थी पिताजी से, लेकिन इतना ध्यान नहीं था. ना स्कूल में ध्यान था, ना कुछ किसी चीज़ में. वो खेल 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 चाहिए और खाना चाहिए. मलाई बहुत खाती थी मैं.
मलाई बहुत खाती थी. अभी खाती हैं कि नहीं?
खाती हूँ. मलाई खाती हूँ. दूध बहुत पिया है मैंने. और सब लोग बोलते हैं आजकल दूध नहीं पीना चाहिए, तो मैं तो पी चुकी हूँ. और इसीलिए मैं शायद यहाँ आज हूँ. मुझे लगता है वो मलाई जो है वो काम आई है मेरे. फिर उसके बाद पता नहीं हालात ऐसे हो गए कि मैं गाने लग गई. गाना नहीं चाहती थी, फिर भी गाने लग गई. पता नहीं नसीब क्या चीज़ है, कुछ पता नहीं. अब हमको नहीं पता होता. फिर मैं गाने लग गई, फिर गाती गई.
और आज तक गा रही हैं आप?
जी हाँ, आज तक गा रही हूँ. बीच में बहुत बार सोचा कि अभी छोड़ दूँ, अभी बच्चे हो गए हैं तो छोड़ दूँ. फिर नहीं, तकदीर ही ऐसा झटका मारती थी कि गाना ही पड़ता था. तो इतना नजदीक कैसे लूँ मैं, मुंह में डालूँ क्या? जरा आवाज़ बड़ी करिएगा.
कैन वी थोड़ा सा अगर आप ऐसे पकड़ें तो शायद बेटर रहेगा. अगर थोड़ा सा कैन वी जस्ट इंक्रीज द ऑडियो प्लीज फॉर आशा जीज माइक एज मच एज पॉसिबल. हाँ जी
ठीक है.
हाँ
अभी ठीक.
बढ़िया.
तो फिर से गाने लग गई, और गाती रही हूँ और गाती रहूँगी.
गाती रही हैं और गाती रहेंगी. और आज जब हम बात कर रहे थे, आप अब दुबई जाएंगी, अपना जो 90th बर्थडे है वो आप सेलिब्रेट करेंगी एक शो के ज़रिए. और ये 3 घंटे का शो होगा और आप गाने वाले ना ही सिर्फ अपने गाने, पर आपके जो फेवरेट सॉन्ग्स हैं जो आपने नहीं दर्शाए हैं, आपने नहीं गाए, वो भी आप गाएंगी. सो ट्रिब्यूट टू द स्टार्स, ट्रिब्यूट टू द परफॉर्मर्स ऑफ all of these years that you've been performing. तो ये आपने कैसे सोचा कि मैं अब तक परफॉर्म करूंगी और अपने 90th बर्थडे को इस तरह सेलिब्रेट करूंगी?
हर नामवर आदमी के पीछे कोई ना कोई होता है. जैसे लोग कहते हैं कि मेरी बीवी मेरा क्या बोलते हैं, एक्सपायर जी एक्सप्रेशन देती है जी. हाँ, और वैसे मेरा बेटा है जो मेरा बैकबोन है, वो मुझे खड़ा रखता है. नहीं तो मैं कभी का मतलब वो हो जाती थी, नर्वस हो जाती, कभी कुछ होते, वो होने नहीं देता है. और ये जो शो है वो उसी का बनाया हुआ है कि उसकी माँ, उसको मैं इतनी प्रिय हूँ कि उसने बोला 90th बर्थडे कोई गाता नहीं है इस उम्र में, और तुम गा रही हो अभी तक, तो मैं ज़ोरदार शो करूँगा लाइक ब्रॉडवे.
like Broadway.
Yeah.
And that is the tribute that her son, who's here with us, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to him as well. Thank you so much for giving all of us an opportunity to basically see her in action, in live action once again. आशा जी, आपसे मैं ये पूछना चाहूँगी, मैंने आपका एक पुराना इंटरव्यू देखा था, ये 1991 की बात है, और 1991 में आपसे जब पूछा गया था कि आप कैसे देखती हैं अपने सफ़र को, और आपने कहा था, मैं जैसे बिल्डिंग की 7वीं मंजिल होती है उस पे बैठ के देखती हूँ कि एक डिस्पैशनेट ऑब्जर्वर की तरह देखती हूँ कि मेरा किस प्रकार का सफ़र रहा है। आज 90 इयर्स ऑन आप किस प्रकार से अपने जर्नी और अपने सफ़र को देखती हैं?
असल में देखा जाए तो ये भी हो सकता है कि आदमी कुड़ जाए कि कितना मैंने दुख सहा है, कितना मैंने कुछ किया है, ये वो नहीं करके मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वाह, इतना कुछ पार करके मैं आई हूँ, आज इतना पार करके आई हूँ कि किसी औरत के लिए नारी शक्ति है, शिव है, शक्ति नहीं है तो शिव भी नहीं है, वो शव हो जाता है। तो शक्ति जो है वो हर औरत में है, हर औरत उसको पहचानती नहीं है। अगर वो अपनी शक्ति जान जाए तो वो बहुत काम कर सकती है। मैं आपको बताती हूँ कि मैं पढ़ी लिखी नहीं हूँ, इतने साल मैं सब मेरा कारोबार चला रही हूँ, मतलब बच्चे बड़े होने तक। कितना मुश्किल है कि एक औरत, अकेली औरत 3 बच्चों को बड़ा करना, उनको स्कूल भेजना, उनके लिए खाना पकाना, उनके कपड़े देखना, उनको क्या संस्कार देने हैं, क्या नहीं करना है, ये सब देखते हुए फिर दिन रात काम करना है। रिकॉर्डिंग जाना है 10 बजे, रात के 2 बजे आना है। ऐसे मैंने लाइफ झेली है। फिर उसमें भी लोगों के, आपको जानती हैं, ताने वाने सुनना, उसको भी हंस के मज़ा लेके ताने सुनना करना, और जैसे इग्नोर करना दुनिया को, ऐसे इग्नोर किया मैंने, और मैंने अपना काम करती गई।
आपने जो कहा है कि दुनिया वाले तो बोलते रहेंगे, दुनिया का काम है बोलना, लेकिन आपने इग्नोर किया और आपको जो करना था वो आपने किया। आपने शक्ति की बात की और कहा कि सब नारियों में ये शक्ति होती है, पहचानने की थोड़ी बहुत देरी लग जाती है। आपको कब पता चला? क्योंकि आपने कहा यू वर अ सिंगल मदर, आपने फाइनेंशियली अपना जो थे अपनी इंडिपेंडेंट थी काफ़ी बिगनिंग से, तो आपने ये जो शक्ति थी, आपको कब ये महसूस हुआ कि मैं कुछ भी कर सकती हूँ?
काफ़ी लेट हुआ, मतलब 19-20 साल में ये मुझे लगा कि मैं, जब मुझे मतलब अलग हो गई, कर दिया, फिर उसके बाद मैं अकेली खड़ी थी सड़क पे, और मैं सोच रही थी मैं अब कहाँ जाऊँ, क्या करूँ। तो एक अपना गला ही अपने साथ है, तो फिर आगे काम चलाती रही, और बच्चों को लेके कैसे मैंने क्या ज़मीन, कैसे फ्लैट लिया, क्या किया, काफ़ी लंबा मामला है, तो ये मैं छोड़ देती हूँ। लेकिन मैंने बच्चों को बहुत अच्छी तरीके से बड़ा किया, क्योंकि मैं काम करती थी उनके लिए। मुझे अगर कोई पूछे कि तुम किस लिए काम करती हो, तो मैं बोलती थी मुझे पैसा चाहिए, क्योंकि मुझे बच्चों को बड़ा करना है, सिर्फ गाने से खाना नहीं मिलता है, तो मुझे पैसा चाहिए था, क्योंकि पैसा बिल्कुल नहीं था मेरे पास। तो पैसे के लिए मैंने काम किया, जो काम मिला वो करती गई। इस बेटे के बाप ने मुझसे कहा था कि दाने फेंकते जाओ, कभी ना कभी पेड़ आएगा ही आएगा, कोई ना कोई पेड़ आएगा, ये उन्होंने कहा था। और एक बात कही थी कि अगर खाना नमक के बगैर हो तो नमक के बगैर खा लेना, लेकिन पड़ोस में जाके नमक नहीं मांगना। तो ये 2 चीज़ें मैंने संभाली। उन 2 चीज़ों से मैंने किसी के सामने कभी भी हाथ नहीं फैलाया, काम के लिए भी नहीं हाथ फैलाया, और काम करती गई। बस मैं बोलती थी कि पैसा मिले चाहे नहीं मिले, मैं गाऊंगी ज़रूर, कोई ना कोई पेड़ ज़रूर आएगा। तो ऐसा ही हुआ, कोई ना कोई अचंभे से गाना चल पड़ा, और फिर आशा भोसले सबको पता हो गई।
बिल्कुल। और आशा जी, मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहूँगी कि जब हमने आपकी अभी फिल्म देखी, और इतने सारे जो फिल्म स्टार्स हैं जिनकी आप आवाज़ बनी है, मधुबाला से लेके माधुरी दीक्षित तक, उर्मिला मातोंडकर से लेके जीनत अमान तक, और इतना बड़ा आपने जो सफ़र तय किया है, लेकिन आपकी एक जो डिस्टिंक्ट क्वालिटी रही है, और काफ़ी कंपैरिजन्स भी होते रहे होंगे आपके और लता जी के बीच में, लेकिन आपने एक कॉन्शियस डिसीजन किया था कि वो उनका स्टाइल है, आपका स्टाइल अपना होना चाहिए। तो ये आपने कैसे अपने जहन में ये तय किया था, और उस स्टाइल को फिर कैसे होन करती गई? क्योंकि इतने सारे किरदारों के लिए आपने आवाज़ दी है, इतनी सारी महिलाओं के लिए आपने आवाज़ दी है, तो वो प्रोसेस कैसा होता है कि अब मैं जीनत अमान के लिए कैसे गाऊं, माधुरी दीक्षित के लिए कैसा गाऊं, मधुबाला के लिए कैसे गाऊं?
बचपन से हम बहनों की आवाज़ एक थी, तो मैं अगर उसके जैसा ही गाती तो मुझे कोई नहीं बुलाता। वो अगर बोलते कि जी लता है तो आशा का क्या काम है, आशा तो इतना अच्छा नहीं गाएगी लता जितना गाती है, ऐसे तो लोगों में होता ही है। तो हमारे में कहावत है कि नकटं व्हावं पण धाकटं होऊ नये, मतलब नकटा होना अच्छा है लेकिन छोटा होना, बहन छोटी बहन जो होती है ना उसको हमेशा छोटा गिना जाता है। तो ये हमेशा से हुआ है। तो मैंने अपनी स्टाइल बदल दी, कहा कि दीदी जैसा नहीं गाना है, दीदी जैसा उसको नकल नहीं करनी। आज बहुत नकलें होती हैं उनकी, तब से लेके नकल हो रही हैं। तो नकल होती है, असल होता है। तो मैंने अपना असल बनाना चाहती थी। मैं आशा भोसले अपना नाम कायम करना चाहती थी। तो इसलिए मैंने अलग अलग देशों के गाने सुने, अलग अलग इंग्लिश बोलते इटालियन, स्पेनिश, कोई भी मैंने ये संगीत छोड़ा नहीं। और मैंने सुनती गई और अपने आवाज़ को चेंज करती गई, अपनी भावनाओं को उनको देख के सोचती थी कि ये कैसे गा रही हैं, ये कैसे करना है। ऐसे करते करते फिल्मों में मैं वही करने लग गई और लोगों को कहा ये बहुत अच्छा स्टाइल है, ऐसा कोई गाता ही नहीं है। और ये बहुत अच्छी बात हुई कि मेरे स्टाइल का गाना कोई भी नहीं गा सकता था उस वक्त, तो मुझे अच्छा लगता था।
लोगों ने काफ़ी ट्राई तो किया है लेकिन
ट्राई तो सब करते हैं और उसमें कोई तकलीफ नहीं है। अगर कोई अच्छा कुछ करना चाहता है, अगर वो नकल भी करता है तो अच्छे के लिए करता है। मुझे इसमें कुछ नहीं है, मेरी जलने की आदत नहीं है। हाँ। कि ये ऐसा हुआ तो वो मुझे चाहिए, ऐसा वैसा, वो नहीं है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जिसके नसीब में जो है उसको मिलेगा। मेरे नसीब में था, मुझे मिला कि नहीं, क्योंकि मेरे नसीब में था। मैंने मेहनत की, बहुत मेहनत की, मैंने बहुत दुख काटे हैं, लेकिन मिला मुझे। ऐसे सुंदर बच्चे मिले, ऐसे सुंदर पोता पोती वगैरह मिले हैं, सब अच्छा है। मुझे जलन नहीं किसी से। मैं खुद ही बोल रही हूँ, मैं बड़ी दिल की औरत हूँ कि मैं अगर चाहूँ तो मेरा प्रेशस चीज़ होगी ना, मुझे मालूम है कि इससे मेरा बहुत नाम होने वाला ये है, वो मैं उसको छोड़ के आ जाती हूँ। मैं इतनी बड़ी
ईगो नहीं है।
ईगो नहीं है, इसलिए मैं लोगों को बहुत पसंद हूँ। लोग मुझे गाने से ज़्यादा पर्सन से पसंद करते हैं। आशा भोसले मैं कैसी हूँ वैसे उनको पता है कि ये बहुत साफ बोलने वाली औरत है, ये सबसे मिलनसार है, सब है, वो उनको पसंद है। मैं इसलिए उनके घर की सदस्य बन गई हूँ। गाना सुनते हैं वो, गाने से मेरे को पहले जाना है, लेकिन बाद में घर का सदस्य बना लिया।
बिल्कुल घर का सदस्य है। और आई थिंक यू आर द सबकॉन्शियस ऑफ द नेशन। अगर हमें प्यार हुआ किसी से तो आपका गाना मन में आता है, दुखी हुए तो आपका गाना मन में आता है। जो भी एक इमोशनल जो जर्नी होती है हमारे जहन में, आपके गाने तो ज़रूर याद आ जाते हैं। लेकिन आशा जी, मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहूँगी, आज आपकी ग्रैंड डॉटर यहाँ पे है, शी इज़ ऑल्सो attempting to get into the music business and आप उनसे क्या कहती हैं जब आपकी कॉन्वर्सेशन होती है? वो कहती हैं कि उन्हें भी आपके जैसे बनना है और आपकी जैसे सफ़र करना है, तो आप उन्हें क्या कहती हैं?
वो मेरे से बहुत ज़्यादा टैलेंटेड है।
आपसे ज़्यादा टैलेंटेड है?
क्योंकि वो कथक डांस 5 साल से सीखी है, उम्र की 5 साल से। वो कथक में एकदम ठीक है, मॉडर्न डांस में भी अच्छी है, एक्टिंग भी करती है, गाना भी गाती है, तो मुझसे ज़्यादा उसमें है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सुनेंगे, बिल्कुल सुनेंगे। I heard you. I'm walking up to her because this is your grandmother has said that you're as talented as her. So
आज तुझा आवाज चांगला नाही, गाणं गाऊ नकोस.
she's already giving you instructions on stage, is it? A tribute to your grandmother.
नमस्कार। तो ये गाना एक्चुअली मेरे ग्रैंड आंट लता जी का है और ये भी मेरे दिल के बहुत करीब है क्योंकि इन दोनों से कोई कनेक्शन मिल जाता है फिर। अजीब दास्तां है, कहाँ शुरू कहाँ ख़त्म, ये मंजिलें हैं कौन सी, ना वो समझ सके ना हम, ना वो समझ सके ना हम। Thank you.
Thank you so much for being such a sport. आशा जी, पास हो गई?
अभी उसको तराशना है।
आप अभी भी रियाज करती हैं, रोज रियाज करती हैं?
जी बिल्कुल।
कितने घंटे करती हैं आप रियाज?
मैं जब मन में आए, जब जैसे वक्त होता है ऐसे बैठ जाती हूँ। रात को 12 बजे भी बैठती हूँ और सुबह 7 बजे उठती हूँ, कभी 5 बजे उठती हूँ। मेरा ऐसा बंधन नहीं है कि मैं अभी सुबह ही करूँ या रात, कभी भी बैठती हूँ।
हाँ।
मेरे नौकर बहुत तंग आ गए मेरे से। जब देखो गाती रहती है,
जब
ताने
देखो गाती
मारती
रहती है। पर ये मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, आप एक थोड़ी रेबेलियस भी रही हैं, आप बहुत रही हैं, बहुत रेबेलियस रही हैं कि आपकी मम्मी ने कहा था कि बाल नहीं काटने चाहिए, लेकिन आप जब बचपन में आप खुद ही गई और बाल कटवा के वापस आ गई।
13 साल की थी।
13 साल की थी।
और नाना चौक में कोई उस वक्त, तो आज से कितने साल पहले, मतलब 44-45 की बात है, तब तो औरतों के लिए कोई दुकान होता ही नहीं था बाल काटने का, कुछ नहीं था ना, अभी जैसा है सैलून वालून। तो उस वक्त मैं बाजू में एक क्रिश्चियन आदमी का दुकान था, डेबेलो करके, उसके दुकान में सब आदमी लोग बैठे दाढ़ी वाड़ी कर रहे थे, तो मैं जाके अपने बाल कटवा के आ गई। माँ ने इतना मारा है मेरे को, बहुत मारा। मैंने कहा आ जाएंगे बाल, तू क्यों मारती है मेरे को?
और उस टाइम सभी लोग वाइट साड़ीज पहनती थी, लेकिन आपने डिसाइड किया था कि आप कलर पहनेंगी।
मुझे अच्छे लगते हैं कलर, लाइट पिंक, बेबी ब्लू, जैसे स्काई होता है, ऐसे कलर बहुत अच्छे लगते हैं और मैं पहनती थी। लेकिन हमारे घर में सब दीदी वगैरह सब सफ़ेद पहनते थे, बॉर्डर वाली साड़ी।
तो आशा भोसले इज़ अ कलरफुल पर्सनैलिटी।
जी।
और आपसे ये मैं पूछना चाहूँगी कि आपका जो आपके साथ जिन्होंने गाया है, 900 गाने गाए मोहम्मद रफ़ी साहब ने आपके साथ, और आपके फेवरेट सिंगर रहे हैं। एक अगर कोई गाना हो जो आपके सफ़र को कैप्चर करता है, वो बताइए। जो आपका कोई फेवरेट गाना हो, या जिससे आप अभी भी इंस्पायर होती हैं, जिसको आप सुन के मूव होती हैं। कोई भी गाना।
वैसे मेरे किशोर से ज़्यादा।
आप किशोर जी का गाना?
इतने गाने एकदम से कोई याद नहीं आता है, तय करना चाहिए, पहले लिखना चाहिए। जिंदगी के सफर में गुजर जाते हैं जो मकाम, वो फिर नहीं आते, वो फिर नहीं आते। जिंदगी के सफर, गला जरा, जिंदगी के सफर में गुजर जाते हैं जो मकाम, वो फिर नहीं आते, वो फिर नहीं आते।
Asha ji, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to do this. We have to do this for Asha Bhosle. She turns 90 on the 8th of September. Can we all sing a very happy birthday to her in advance? Ladies and gentlemen, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Asha ji. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, thank you,
Thank you, ji. Thank you so much, Asha ji. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the legendary Asha Bhosle.
तो थैंक यू आप लोगों ने मुझे यहाँ बुलाया और आप आई यहाँ पर। प्रेसिडेंट साहब के हाथ से मुझे अवार्ड मिला है, इसलिए मैं बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ और बहुत आपकी आभारी हूँ और आई लव यू।
आशा जी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर आशा ताइया।
श्री शक्ति के मंच पर आशा ताई आप आई, आपने अपना कीमती वक्त हमें दिया, हमारे दर्शकों को दिया। सुरीली शक्ति के लिए एक बार फिर से हम चाहेंगे सभी जोरदार तालियों से एक बार ये साबित कर दे कि आखिर किस तरह से श्री शक्ति का ये मंच खूबसूरत पलों से सराबोर हुआ।
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a huge round of applause for Asha Bhosle. I'd request you all to kindly settle down as we begin our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
देवियों और सज्जनों, अब वक्त है हमारे अगले सेशन अगम शक्ति का। इतिहास गवाह है, श्री शक्ति की दृढ़ शक्ति के आगे पूरी दुनिया नतमस्तक हुई। मैं कर सकती हूँ कि अपार साहस ने न सिर्फ उनके किरदार को पुरुष प्रधान समाज में सबसे अलग पहचान दिलाई, बल्कि बाधाओं की जंजीरों में जकड़ी हजारों लाखों महिलाओं को ये विश्वास भी दिलाया कि उनकी जिंदगी का विष भी अब अमृत बन सकता है।
These trailblazers have ventured into domains traditionally considered male-dominated, showcasing exceptional resilience and determination. Before I invite them over, let me please invite my colleague Shivani Gupta to join us on stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for a panel of achievers who have risen to the challenge. Sanobar Pardiwala, a Bollywood stunt woman. Yogita Raghuvanshi, India's first female truck driver. Chandraprabha Ramkite, a fearless woman, earth mover and miner from Nagpur. And the remarkable C.A. Bhavani Devi, India's fencing trailblazer.
Thank you, Greya and Sabina. I do request all of our audiences to please start taking their seats one more time. I know there's been a bit of an upheaval, and I request our panelists also to take their seats. So it is an absolute pleasure for me to be speaking to these four women, because I've been lucky in my field. There have been a lot of women who've done what I do, and they've paved the way for women like me. But I have a unique set of panelists and speakers and guests who've done first as women in their fields or are achieving things in their fields that even men have not done. So right next to me is Sanobar Pardiwala. She's a stunt woman who's plying her trade in the Indian film industry. And obviously as stunts go or action goes, we associate it as much as we do with men and not so much with women. So she's one of those women who's leading the charge and paving the way for more women to do things that are often considered to be male-dominated. Next to her is Yogita Raghuvanshi, who's also India's first truck driver. Another act or a profession that is considered about men, isn't it? Right? Is truck driving for men? Yes or no? Not anymore, exactly. The answer is not anymore because of women like Yogita. On the very far corner is C.A. Bhavani, who's India's fencer. Fencing is a lesser known sport in India. So for a women athlete to come in a sport like that, which is also a fighting sport, right, with a sword, or fence, I should say, and that too, she's reached a level that even male fencers in India have not. She's just coming of the World Championships, and before that you won India's first fencing medal at the Asian Championships. So a big round of applause for C.A. Bhavani as well, because she's winning medals where no Indian has won before. And also, last but not the least, Chandraprabha Ram Teke. She's joining us. She's an earth mover. She moves heavy, she works on heavy machinery, heavy vehicles, and she is one of the first and the very few women who do this. So, as I make that introduction, I do want our audiences to please encourage our speakers with a big round of applause. It is because of women like you that more and more women are visible and visible in fields that were not associated with them. Sanobar, let me begin with you. Was it always a dream for you to do stunts? Is this something you grew up wanting, or is this just something that happened to you, and why?
Well, it's very important how you grow in life and how you are raised. It is very important, and it plays an utmost major chunk in your life. It takes away and it gives you a lot. So when I was 12, I auditioned for my first shoot, and that was the moment, that was that epiphany when I realized that this is something that I'm very good at doing and I want to continue doing it. Because I realized the whole purpose of education is in the end doing something and enhancing your talent and what you're good at. And I realized that at the age of 12 when I performed my first stunt. And since
But how did you get into doing stunts?
I was a black belt in karate. I was also a gymnast and a very good swimmer, and even better underwater swimmer. I could hold my breath for 2 minutes at that time. So a lot of these skills build up your reflexes. I'm also an advanced deep sea diver and a skydiver. I hold a lot of records for the same too. And yes, so that is how it enhances your reflexes. And because your reflexes are enhanced in a particular manner, the way you react, and in the split second the way you react when you're supposed to whilst performing stunts is something that is built over a period of time. And I realized it.
You realized it when you were 12?
I realized it when I was 12.
Wow, wonderful. Well, that is one thing that really helps, knowing exactly what you want. But before I go to our other guests, Sanobar, I do want to ask you, it is very difficult for women to be taken seriously, even in fields that are not so male-dominated. But your field was not associated with women at all. There were no roles where women would perform stunts. So forget about having a woman, stunt master. So I want to understand from you, how difficult was it for you, or was it difficult for you to be taken seriously in the industry?
Well, to be taken seriously, you had to outperform what a guy could not do. In fact, you had to perform better than them, and at the same time, it's not easy. It is difficult because, let's say, even if you, at the end of the day, I'll give you one small vague example. I was called for a bike riding shoot. And it was this very simple shot. I didn't have to do any tricks, nothing, just ride the bike, point A, point B. And just before the take, the director asks me in front of everyone in the loud mic saying, "Can you ride a bike? Are you sure you can ride the bike? Wait, stop." And I'm like, "Didn't you see me ride a bike to the shoot? Isn't that what I'm hired for?"
Yeah. So even though you were hired for that job, the director was uncertain you could do that job?
Just before the take, he was absolutely uncertain that I could do it or not. And that is where you have to take criticism, and you have to take things with a pinch of salt and a pound of positivity.
Absolutely. Well, other than that, you wouldn't be able to do it. But Yogita, I want to come to you. You're India's first truck driver. If I have it correct, आपने एक पर्सनल ट्रेजेडी के बाद ट्रक ड्राइविंग शुरू करी. आपने लॉ पढ़ी थी, लेकिन आप लॉयर का काम नहीं करना चाहती थी क्योंकि आपको लगता था कि उसमें आपको सेटल होने में और पैसे बनाने में बहुत टाइम लगेगा. लेकिन ट्रक इजी मनी था या क्विक मनी था. एम आई राइट? या बट ट्रक ड्राइविंग एक ऐसा काम है जो महिलाएं करती ही नहीं थी. नो वुमन वाज डूइंग दिस बिफोर यू. सो व्हाई वुड यू इवन थिंक ऑफ डूइंग दिस? एंड वाज देयर नॉट अ डाउट दैट आई कैन डू दिस?
मेरी सोच ये थी कि कोई भी ऐसा काम नहीं है जिसे महिलाएं नहीं कर सकती. ये जो सोच थी कि महिलाएं ये काम नहीं करती है, ये उन लोगों की सोच है. मेरी सोच तो नहीं थी ना, तो मेरी सोच नहीं थी तो मैं कर सकती हूँ.
जी बिल्कुल. बट आपको लोगों ने कुछ डराया, कुछ ये भी कहा होगा कि आप मत करिए, बड़ा रिस्की काम है. ट्रक ड्राइविंग आप करोगे तो पूरे देश में आपको जाना होगा, अकेले जाना होगा, बाकी ट्रक ड्राइवर्स के साथ रुकना होगा, क्योंकि आपके फील्ड में तो मर्द ही मर्द है. तो वो कैसे टैकल किया आपने?
बाकी लोग तो बाद में कहेंगे, सबसे पहले तो घर से शुरुआत होती है. तो घर में ही सबसे पहले पापा ने मना किया, भाई ने मना किया, मैंने नहीं सुना उनका कुछ, मतलब जो भी उन्होंने कहा, और मैंने तो वही किया जो मुझे करना था, और उसी में आगे बढ़ी और आज भी कर रही हूँ.
लेकिन करते करते क्या चैलेंजेस आपने देखे, जो सिर्फ वो चैलेंजेस थे जो आपकी कैपेबिलिटी से रिलेटेड नहीं थे, सिर्फ उस चीज़ से रिलेटेड थे कि आप एक महिला हैं?
हाँ, एक बहुत बड़ा मतलब चैलेंज ये था कि पब्लिक, मतलब आम जो लोगों के बीच मेरी गाड़ी जाती है और आती या रुकती, या फिर मैं जैसे टायर वाले के यहाँ पे रुकी है गाड़ी और मैं कह रही हूँ कि भैया टायर बनाएंगे, तो वो स्कूटर लेके गाड़ी के मतलब दुकान के पास आ जाता है, बोलता बनाता है. फिर मैं कहती हूँ भैया मेरा गाड़ी का टायर बनाएंगे, तो बोले ये स्कूटर आपकी नहीं है. मैंने कहा नहीं, मेरी वो ट्रक है, उसका टायर बनाएंगे.
तो आपकी गाड़ी नहीं पहचान पाते थे वो?
हाँ, मतलब कभी सोचा ही नहीं उन लोगों ने
कि ट्रक आपका हो सकता है.
और ऐसे ही हाथ से सभी दूर ज़्यादातर हुए. मतलब
बाकी ट्रक ड्राइवर्स ने आपको देख के कैसे रिएक्ट किया? उन्होंने आपको इनकरेज किया, आपको कंफर्टेबल फील कराने की कोशिश करी, लेकिन या बाकी मर्द को लगता था कि ये औरत कहाँ से आ गई हमारे बीच में?
ढाबे के ऊपर जब आधी रात में ड्राइवर्स लोग चाय पीते थे, मैं भी पीने के लिए ब्रेक मारी और गई, तो सारे इस नज़र से देख रहे थे कि कहाँ से आ गई है और क्या है, और ये चाय पी रही है. मतलब मेन तो महिला रात में, आधी रात में ड्राइवर्स लोगों के बीच में जाके चाय तो पिएगी नहीं डिमांड करके.
तो आप जाती थी उनके बीच में?
हाँ, क्योंकि मुझे रात भर, जैसे मेरे पास टमाटर लोड है तो मुझे रात भर ड्राइव करना है.
हाँ.
तो मुझे चाय की जरूरत तो पड़ती थी नींद को भगाने के लिए.
आपको कभी अपनी सेफ्टी के लिए कुछ दिक्कत हुई, कुछ मुश्किलें आई?
एज ए वुमेन, मतलब महिला होने के नाते मुझे सेफ्टी की कभी ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ी, क्योंकि किसी भी ड्राइवर या फिर मतलब जेंट्स लोगों के बीच जब मैं गई तो मुझे उनसे असुरक्षा महसूस नहीं हुई, क्योंकि मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस उनके नज़रिए से कई गुना ज़्यादा पावरफुल था.
जी.
तो मतलब मुझे अपने ऊपर इतना कॉन्फिडेंस था कि मैं ये लोग कुछ भी सोचे, मुझे कोई फ़र्क नहीं पड़ रहा है. मैं बाकायदा 2 बिस्किट लेती हूँ, चाय लेती हूँ, चाय पीती हूँ, और जब सारे लोग मेरे पे नज़र रखते हैं कि ये कहाँ जाती है देखते हैं, और जब ट्रक में बैठ के ट्रक चलाती हूँ तो मुझे सैल्यूट मारते हैं.
अच्छा. You know, this is a very important lesson as women. I think all of us understand this, कि आप एक कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ बिहेव करें, कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ चलें, तो लोगों को वो दिखता है, और आपके सामने अगर कोई गलत नज़रिए का मर्द है भी तो वो भी आपसे ज़रा 2 कदम दूर ही रहेगा, अगर आप वो कॉन्फिडेंस एग्ज्यूट करते हैं तो. लेकिन एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ जो योगिता ने बोली, एज विमेन, एज यंग गर्ल्स, स्पेशली इन सिटीज़ और इवन इन स्मॉलर सिटीज़ और टाउन्स, हम लोग घर से 10-11 बजे के बाद निकलते भी नहीं हैं, और यहाँ पे योगिता अकेले ट्रक ड्राइविंग कर रही है अराउंड द वर्ल्ड ऑन हाईवेज विच आर barely lit and stopping at dhabas and all. So I think she deserves a big round of applause for just having that heart to do so. To just think कि मैं कर सकती हूँ, इसमें क्या बड़ी बात है?
जी योगिता जी?
हाँ बिल्कुल।
कभी डाउट नहीं हुआ?
नहीं, कभी भी नहीं हुआ, बिल्कुल 1% या -0.1% भी नहीं हुआ, मतलब बिल्कुल
जी।
क्योंकि मैं कर सकती हूँ, जो भी प्रॉब्लम्स आएगी उसे मैं हैंडल करूँगी। और मैंने महसूस किया कि एक-एक प्रॉब्लम्स को सॉर्ट आउट करते हुए जब आगे बढ़ रहे हैं तो पता नहीं कैसे अपने आप ही ऊपर वाला सारे रास्ते खोलते हुए चलता है।
जी, बिल्कुल।
उस पे भरोसा करना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल। चंद्रप्रभा जी भी एक ऐसी ही महिला है जिन्होंने वो काम किया है जो महिलाएं नहीं करती थी। आप एक अर्थ मूवर हैं, आप बड़ी-बड़ी मशीनरी और व्हीकल्स चलाती हैं। तो हम मुझे अपने सफ़र के बारे में थोड़ा सा बताइए, ये काम आपने क्यों शुरू किया? आपके हस्बैंड करते थे उसी कंपनी में? नहीं, उसी कंपनी में काम करते थे लेकिन?
कंपनी में काम करते थे।
लेकिन जो हेवी व्हीकल्स हैं वो आपने चलाना शुरू किया।
हाँ।
ऐसा क्यों?
क्योंकि
मैम थोड़ा सा माइक ऊपर करिए।
पियून भी सब बनते हैं, पियून चपरासी भी बनते हैं, यानी सब काम करने वाले बनते हैं, लेकिन ऐसा हेवी मशीन चलाने वाले कोई नहीं बनते। तो हमने सोचा कि हम नया कुछ करके दिखाएंगे। और फिर मेरे को बहुत लोगों ने डरा है कि खदान है, वहाँ मर जाते हैं, घुटने टूटते हैं, कमर टूटती है, और वो जेंट्स का काम है, लेडीज का काम नहीं है। फिर भी मैंने बोली कि नहीं, मैं करके दिखाऊंगी और कर सकती हूँ
जी।
और आगे बढ़ गई मैं। मेरे को सपोर्ट सब लोगों ने किया है, मेरे ऑफिसर लोगों ने, सबने सपोर्ट किया
जी।
और कोई कोई डराते थे कि नहीं करना करके, लेकिन घर का भी सपोर्ट अच्छा था कि आप कर सकती हो
जी।
मैं करके दिखाई।
चलिए चंद्रप्रभा जी, एक सवाल मैं आपसे पूछूं। ये ऐसे फील्ड्स हैं, आप नोटिस करेंगे हमारे जो पैनलिस्ट हैं बहुत ही फिजिकल फील्ड्स में हैं, तो उनका जो फील्ड है वो ऐसे फील्ड्स हैं जो महिलाओं और मर्दों के बीच में जो एक बहुत फंडामेंटल डिफरेंस है वो स्ट्रेंथ का डिफरेंस है, साइज का डिफरेंस है। आई थिंक वी कैन एक्सेप्ट दैट men are bigger, often stronger than us. That's just how it is. That's how our biology, physiology is. लेकिन आपके वो फील्ड्स हैं जिसमें स्ट्रेंथ लगती है और डेंजरस फील्ड्स हैं। तो चंद्रप्रभा जी, आपको कभी लगा कि आपकी बॉडी में वो उतनी ताकत नहीं है जो ज़रूरी है आपके फील्ड के लिए?
हाँ, लगा ना मैडम।
लगा।
हाँ।
तो कैसे आपने ओवरकम किया?
जब स्टार्टिंग में जब मशीन पे चले गई ना मैं, तो वो मशीन देख के मुझे भी डर लग गया। तो ऐसा धीरे धीरे पैर वगैरह डालना था मेरे को, और वो मशीन के ऊपर चढ़ना था, फिर बटन दबाना था, क्या करना था ये मेरे को नहीं समझ में आता था। लेकिन कोई कोई जेंट्स ऐसे रहते हैं कि चलो मैडम आपको इच्छा है तो चलो आपको शिकायत देते हैं जी। तो मैं पहले तो वो क्या बोलते पीसी सीख गई मैं, फिर बाद में शावेल बोले तो पूरे खदान की एक मात्र ऐसी बड़ी मशीन है कि चार बकेट उसमें डाले तो एक डंपर फुल हो जाता है। तो फिर मेरे को सब लोग डराते थे कि ये शक्तिशाली मैडम का काम है, आपका काम नहीं है, आप मत करो ये काम, आप छोटा मोटा काम कर लो, कुछ भी मांग लो। नहीं, मेरे को वही करना है, मेरे को आगे बढ़ना है। ऐसा
बिल्कुल। सो बेसिकली इवन इफ देयर आर इश्यूज ऑफ फिजिकल स्ट्रेंथ यू कैन ओवरकम इट। अगर आपके पास बिलीफ है और कॉन्फिडेंस है कि आप कर सकते हो, यू कैन ओवरकम।
बिल्कुल कर सकते मैम,
बिल्कुल
कर सकते
सारा। तो आप मुझे बताइए, आपके फैमिली में बच्चे हैं आपके? लड़की है?
एक लड़का एक लड़की।
अच्छा, तो आप अपनी लड़की के लिए क्या चाह रही हैं? अब क्या करें वो?
लड़की के लिए
जी,
लड़की के लिए वो भी मेरे जैसी स्ट्रांग बनना चाहिए, आगे बढ़ना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल। ऑल राइट, let me go across to Bhavani Devi as well, who's the sports star and athlete on the panel. Bhavani, you are playing a sport which is not very well known in India. On top of that, it is a sport which is physical. It's not, I mean, you obviously do touch your opponent, but not quite in contact sport. But was there ever a time that you were discouraged from playing this sport? Ki, why don't you as a woman maybe play something else that would be better for you?
Hi, first of all, thank you for having me. I'm really honored to be here. So yes, in the beginning of my career, I always faced these questions, but from outside, not from my family. So always people or my friends, mothers or father, they always tell me like, Bhavani, I think fencing is not for India. Why you waste your time and energy? Better focus on your education, get a job, do something else. You can't build a career in fencing. But for me, I understand from their concern, but they don't know what sports life is. Not all people who do sports achieve in the sports, whether it is popular sports or not popular sport. But for me, fencing, the first ever competition in fencing was the school games. I lost my match, but all my schoolmates, my teammates got medal. So from that day, I thought like I want to do something in this sport, not in the district level, but I want to win something for India. So that's what kept me motivated. But for me, the most important thing which I had with me was I want to do my 100% effort, whether I have money or not, whether I have support or not. From my side, after I leave the sport, I don't want to feel regret. Oh, I should have tried. Maybe I could have tried. Maybe I could have taken loan, or I could have go for this competition. But I know that I will work hard. I know I'm ready to work hard. I know I can do something, but I don't know what. But I want to try for it for 100%. And for that, my family has stood by me all the tough times. I think it's because of their support and strength which kept me going forward whenever I face so much of problem. Yes.
Your mother is actually here. So I'm guessing your mother has played a big part in your life, as always, as is the case for all of us.
Yes, I think she's the Shakti which I have in my life, which kept me going to this level in this sport, and to whatever level I go in this sport in my life, it's only because of her. Because we had so much financial problem in the initial stage. We had to take loans for like 20 lakhs or 25 lakhs. I can say one thing as an example. I was going for a competition, and she was trying to get funds, and it was delayed. So I took the flight because we pay for the flight tickets later. So I took the flight, I arrived to the airport, but I don't have money to go to the hotel. So I stayed that night in the airport, and then the next morning she sent me the money, and then I went to the hotel. So in the beginning it was so hard, but for me, I want to do, I want to try, I want to feel happiness by trying. So whether I get the result or not, it's the secondary thing. So that's what my mom always says. When even I thought like, Mom, maybe I think I should stop. It's too much for our family. I can see what they are struggling. So she said, no, you started it. And go till the end.
Absolutely. Amazing. A big round of applause for mothers like that who encourage their daughters. Bhavani, very quickly, I want to understand from you. I interact with a lot of athletes and female athletes as well. What is that one issue that female athletes face when they play sports? Is there still an issue, which is what men may not face, but women face? Is there something?
I think the most common thing which I feel still happening is, because in sports, sometimes you get the result early or later. But if women doesn't get results in the earlier stage, it's difficult for the parents or the society
to let them
continue. They think, oh, it's finished, you cannot do. But for men, it's not the same. They will try. It's okay. It's not. It's okay for men. For women, it's a little bit
very
hard.
important point you made, that if a woman is not successful early in her career, then the pressure builds to get married and maybe build a family. For men, that pressure is not there. So very important point there. I have final minutes left. Sanobar, I want to come back to you. Do you want to share a stunt that was one of the toughest ones you have done and you did better than any man around?
Well, this was for the movie Ravan that I had performed, and this was a sequence where we jumped off a cliff which was around 300 feet high. The ideal shot was to jump from the cliff next to the waterfall. She doesn't die, so the person doesn't die, Aishwarya doesn't die in that shot, and she falls through the trees, rivers, rocks, branches, trees, rivers, rocks, branches, and then finally into the river. She survives that fall, 300 feet. And we did that in Ethirapalli rainforest in Kerala, and it was one of the most mesmerizing stunts ever. We won, I got nominated for the Taurus World Stunt Awards in 2006 for the same.
Okay, excellent, well done. I do thank all of the lovely ladies for being here. योगिता जी, चंद्रप्रभा जी, भवानी, सनोबार, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर बीइंग हियर. हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. और आपकी स्टोरी से हम उम्मीद रखते हैं कि बहुत सी महिलाओं को बहुत उम्मीद मिलेगी और वो भी अपने किसी नए फील्ड में कुछ नई शुरुआत करेंगी. थैंक यू सो मच.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the very, very inspiring tales that these ladies have shared before you. And Shivani and I now request you to felicitate all the ladies. Can we have the mementos, please?
अगम शक्ति में श्री शक्तियों को सम्मानित किया जा रहा है। जोरदार तालियों के साथ आप सभी ने अपना वक्त दिया, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Ladies and gentlemen, our Agam Shaktis, a huge round of applause for them, please. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is special and really, really special. Our next session is called Vanvasi Shakti. Now, there are the true manifestations of Shri Shakti in the hinterland. They have traveled many miles to come here and honor us with their presence. They and their work are not often talked about, and it gives us immense pride that Shri Shakti becomes the platform where their work takes the spotlight. I first would request my colleague Palki Sharma to please come up on stage to moderate this session, and before we introduce our panelists, Palki, please.
वनवासी शक्ति, जिसका जिक्र किए बगैर श्री शक्ति का सफर पूरा नहीं हो सकता। भारत में लाखों आदिवासी महिलाओं की जिंदगी को सशक्त बनाने के लिए, संपूर्ण बनाने के लिए कई ऐसी श्री शक्तियां पुरजोर कोशिश कर रही हैं। सबसे पहले हम मंच पर बुलाना चाहेंगे, स्वागत करेंगे छत्तीसगढ़ के नक्सल प्रभावित जिले दंतेवाड़ा में जाना पहचाना और परिचित नाम बुधरी ताती जी को। जोरदार तालियों के साथ ताती जी का सभी स्वागत करें। आपने समाज सेवा में 40 दशकों से ज्यादा का वक्त दिया है, जिसके लिए हर कोई इस वक्त धन्यवाद कह रहा है। इसके अलावा श्री शक्ति की अदम्य मिसाल पद्म पुरस्कार विजेता भूरी बाई जी का भी आप सभी जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करें। श्री शक्ति की एक और मिसाल वनवासी शक्ति में अपनी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रही सुरेंद्र देवी राणा जी का भी हम मंच पर तहे दिल से स्वागत करते हैं। आपने महिला कल्याण स्वयं सहायता समूह से आप जुड़ी हैं, अपना विशेष योगदान दे रही हैं। वहीं राष्ट्रीय ग्रामीण आजीविका मिशन को भी आप तेजी से आगे बढ़ा रही हैं। साथ ही स्वागत करें सुरों से वनवासी संस्कृति को संरक्षित और सुरक्षित रखने में सबसे आगे रहने वाली आंध्र प्रदेश की अचम्मा जी का भी। जोरदार तालियां अचम्मा जी आपके लिए। आप लोकगीतों के जरिए संस्कृति और रीति रिवाजों के बारे में स्थानीय लोगों को लगातार शिक्षित करती रही हैं।
शुक्रिया। ये एक बहुत ही स्पेशल सेशन है, थोड़ा चैलेंजिंग भी है, क्योंकि जिन विषयों में इन्होंने काम किया है उनकी अक्सर चर्चा नहीं होती। बुधरी ताती जी, आप नक्सल प्रभावित क्षेत्रों में महिलाओं के उत्थान के लिए काम करती हैं। आपने 500 से ज़्यादा महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाया। क्या प्रेरणा रही आपकी? क्यों आपने सोचा कि यही आपको करना है?
नमस्कार। मैं क्योंकि जो वहाँ का परिस्थिति पहले से जो देख रही थी कि मैं 1984 में 15 साल की थी, तभी समाज के काम करने के लिए मुझे अपने मन में जो प्रेरणा आया कि ऐसी जो छत्तीसगढ़ में दक्षिण बस्तर दंतेवाड़ा जिला में हजारों बहनें हैं, कभी विद्यालय नहीं गए, न कुछ भी नहीं किए। ऐसे बहनों के बीच में मुझे क्या करना होगा, ऐसा सोच के मैं इस काम को शुरू की। और मैं सबसे पहले तो नागपुर में गई, महिलाओं का जो काम देखी 1.5 महीना में, उससे मुझे बहुत कुछ प्रेरणा मिला। और जब जो है मैं वहाँ जा कर के मैं काम करने का प्रयास किए। और सबसे पहले आप सब जानते होंगे अबुनमर क्षेत्र है, उस क्षेत्र में कभी हम सभी लोगों से कभी उनका उठना बैठना मिलना नहीं होता है। ऐसा जो परिवार है, जो 12 गाँव को हमने चयनित किए और उस गांव के बीच में हमने गए हैं, तो वहाँ जाने के बाद हम सबको देख कर के सब छोटे छोटे बच्चों को छोड़ कर के भागना चालू किए। तो भागना चालू किए, हम उनके पीछे हम लोग भी भागने लगे। जब तक उनके पीछे हम नहीं जाएंगे तो उनके सामने लाएंगे कौन लाएगा, ऐसा सोच के हम लोग उनके पीछे गए। वहाँ देखे तो पूरे ऐसा समाज है, कुछ समाज ऐसा है कि वो कभी आगे का जो उनका जो विकास का बातें कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं। सबसे पहले मैं उनको चिन्हित किए, वहाँ गए, उनको जो है हमें ऐसा प्रेरित किए और उनको एक तो पूरे 500 गांव को पहले संपर्क किए। संपर्क करने के बाद मुझे ऐसा समझ में आया कि इस जगह में काम करना है तो कैसा करना होगा। तो हम जैसे बड़े बहनों को संपर्क किए, हमारे पास लाने के बाद जो है उनको हमने सबसे पहले शिक्षित बनाने का कोशिश की है। कोई भी काम करते हैं तो सबसे पहले व्यक्ति स्वयं को शिक्षित होना पड़ता है, उसके बाद जो है काम करना होगा। ऐसा बहने को सबको लाने के बाद जो है हम लोग उनको शिक्षित किए। कभी विद्यालय नहीं गए ऐसी बहनों को हमने उनको साक्षरता बनाए। 5वीं 8वीं 10वीं 12वीं जितना पढ़ाना ऐसा पढ़ा करके उन्हीं बहनों के माध्यम से हमने 400-500 महिलाओं को काम करने का प्रयास किए।
बहुत ही सराहनीय है और मुझे यकीन है आसान नहीं रहा होगा, क्योंकि परिस्थितियां विपरीत हैं और समाज का जो रुख है वो भी अपनाता नहीं है इतनी जल्दी ऐसे चेंज को। हम आपके पास आएंगे, अभी फ़िलहाल भूरी बाई जी के पास जाते हैं। आप भील आर्टिस्ट हैं और आपने पिथौरा म्यूरल पेंटिंग में काम किया है। ट्रेडिशनली महिलाओं को इस क्षेत्र में अपनाया नहीं जाता, तो आपने क्यों चुना ये और आपको शुरू में किस तरह की रेजिस्टेंस, किस तरह की सामाजिक प्रेशर से आपको आगे बढ़ना पड़ा?
देखिए, ये हमारा भील आदिवासी पिथौरा है
जी।
वो पिथौरा की पहचान है
जी।
लेकिन जो हमारे जो जनजाति में जो महिलाएं हैं वो पिथौरा नहीं बनाती है, लेकिन ये हमारी पहचान है। मैं पिथौरा को नहीं बनाऊंगी, लेकिन उसमें जो पूजा में पिथौरा बाबा का जो घोड़ा है और उसमें जो पूजा में लेते हैं वो चीज़ में नहीं बनाऊंगी। मैं बनाऊंगी जो मुझे बचपन से ही शौक़ था। जब मैं 7-8 साल की थी तो मुझे बहुत शौक़ था। मेरे को ऐसा मैंने तो कभी सोचा ही नहीं था, लेकिन मेरी माँ कहती थी त्यौहार आ रहे हैं तो वो गोबर मिट्टी से अपने घर की दीवारों को लिपा पोती करते हैं। शादी होती है तो जैसे शादी वाला घर लगना चाहिए, जब पूजा होती है तो पूजा वाला घर लगना चाहिए। तो मैं अपने हाथ से ही कलर लेके और बैठ जाती थी। मैं खुद ही हाथ से कलर बना लिया करती थी। जैसे वो केकड़ा मिट्टी निकालता है, वो मिट्टी ले आती थी। काला कलर जो मिट्टी का तवा पे हम रोटी बनाते हैं उसको खुरूस के काला कलर बना लिया करती थी। जब मेरे को ऐसा लगता कि मैं अब ग्रीन कलर कैसे बनाऊं, तो जैसे वो सेम कलर की जो पत्ती हैं उनको इकट्ठी कर ली बहुत सारी, उसको सुखा दिया। सुखाने के बाद उसको पत्थर पे पीस लेती थी। पीसने के बाद फिर उसको एक बार गला दिया। मैं ग्रीन कलर बना लिया करती थी, मुझे शौक़ था बचपन से ही। ऐसे धीरे धीरे जब त्यौहार आया, शादी आई, ऐसे कर लेती थी। फिर जैसे धीरे धीरे हम भाई छोटे थे, दोनों बहनें थी, कमाने वाले थे नहीं। माँ बाप बहुत गरीब थे क्योंकि हमको खाने के लिए धान मिलता नहीं था। वो किसी के यहाँ एक लोटा लेके जाते थे तो उधार लेके आते थे। वो दूसरी बार फिर नहीं मिलता तो दूसरी बार जाते थे तो बोलते हैं नहीं पहले की तुमने उधारी नहीं चुकाई, हम नहीं देते हैं। तो मैं अपने बचपन में बहुत ही गरीब रहे और लोगों के खेतों में कमाने के लिए, काम करने के लिए जाती थी, जो कटाई करने के लिए, निदाई करने के लिए, तो 1 रुपये मिलते थे। दोनों बहनें 2 रुपये कमा के लाती। ऐसा करते करते फिर हमारी दोनों बहनों की शादी हो गई। मेरा पति कहने लगे, बोले गांव में तो 1 रुपये मिलते हैं, 1.5 रुपये मिलते हैं, उसमें कहाँ पूरा होता है, अपन शहर से लें, शहर में ज़्यादा पैसे मिलेंगे। मेरा पति मेरे को भोपाल में लेके आया। जब भोपाल में आए हम, तो एक म्यूज़ियम है भारत भवन करके, वो म्यूज़ियम बन रहा था। तो मैं आते से म्यूज़ियम में वहाँ पर मैं मजदूरी करने लगी। मुझे नहीं पता कि वो कौन थे, क्या थे। वो बहुत बड़े आर्टिस्ट भी थे और भारत भवन के डायरेक्टर भी थे, जे स्वामीनाथन जी जगदीश करके। उनका आज भी मेरे सर पे उनका आशीर्वाद है। तो उन्होंने बोला, बोले आप कहाँ के हो, क्या समाज हो, कैसे आपके गांव में शादी होती है, कैसे मतलब पूजा पाठ करते हैं, किस देवी देवता को मानते हैं। तो मैंने कहा हम हिंदी समझते नहीं हैं, आपको हम कैसे समझाएं, कि पहली बार हम निकल के आए, हिंदी नहीं बोलते थे, हिंदी बोलना ही नहीं आता था। तो सामने वाला बोल रहे हैं तो हम कहते हैं अरे ये बड़े आदमी हैं, ये इसको क्यों बात कर रहे हो। हम लड़की डरती थी, बात करने के लिए डरती थी, उससे बात मत करो, ये पकड़ के ले जाएंगे। तो गाँव के रहने वाले, और पहली बार ऐसे बात करने में बहुत डर लगता था। वो रोज़ रोज़ आते हैं, हम काम कर रहे हैं, वहाँ माल देना, पत्थर फेंकना, मिट्टी डालना, ऐसा। कहते हैं नहीं हमें आप बताओ, बोले हमें थोड़ा सा बना के दिखाओ। सबने मना कर दिया, 100-150 लेबर थी, उनने सबने मना कर दिया। मेरी बहन कहने लगी, बोले भूरी आपको तो आता है, अब अपने घर की दीवारों पे बनाती हो, आप उनको बना के दिखाओ। मैंने कहा मैं अपने घर की दीवारों पे बनाती हूँ, और मिट्टी का कलर लेके, और ख़राब हो जाता है तो फिर लिपापोती कर लेते हैं, और इनको मैं कैसे ख़राब हो जाएंगे तो क्या करके दूँगी, कैसे सुधार के दूँ। बोले नहीं आप ख़राब हो जाए कैसा भी बने, आप तो बना के दिखा। तो मैंने कहा मेरे को तुम्हें बना के दूँ तो मेरे को मजदूरी कौन देंगे, मैं तो मजदूरी करने आई। तो मेरे को 6 रुपये मिल रहे थे। तो कहने लगे, बोले आपको 6 रुपये मिल रहे हैं, हम 10 रुपये देंगे। मैंने कहा मेरे को 10 रुपये नहीं चाहिए, मेरे को 6 रुपये चाहिए। मैंने उनको मना कर दिया, मेरे को 6 रुपये चाहिए। कहने लगे अच्छा ठीक है। मैंने पहला ही मतलब रंग कलर ब्रश से भारत भवन थे बनाने के लिए मैंने स्टार्ट किया, और वहाँ से उनके स्वामी जी के कहने पर रंग कलर ब्रश से मैंने शुरुआत की। तो उन्होंने 5 दिन बनवाया मेरे को 5 दिन के 50 रुपये दिए।
अरे वाह।
और मैंने कहा ये इतने सारे पैसे क्यों दे दिए उनने, मैं मजदूरी कर रही तो मेरे को हफ्ते भर का 30 रुपये मिल रहे। मैंने कहा मेरा पति मेरे को डांटेंगे, मेरे को गाली बकेंगे कि काय के 50 रुपये मिले, डर भी लग रहा है। और फिर ऐसे करते करते फिर आया वो 1-2-2.5 साल के बाद फिर आया, कहने लगे भूरी भाई आपसे और बनवाना है। तो मैंने कहा हाँ बना देंगे। 10 दिन और बनवाया, 10 दिन के मेरे को 1500 रुपये दिए। मेरे को बहुत ढेर सारे पैसे लगे। फिर वो पैसे देख के ना मेरे परिवार वाले, मेरे ससुराल वाले सब मेरे पति से कहने लगे, बोले तेरी बीवी को इतने सारे पैसे क्यों दे दिए, कौन ने दिए, ये किस काम के दिए। मेरे पति को भड़का दिया उन्होंने, ससुराल वालों ने भड़का दिया। मेरा पति कहने लगे, बोले आप मजदूरी करने जाओगे, ये ऐसा कलाकारी का काम करने नहीं जाओगे
जी।
अब फिर क्या करें, वो कहने लगे, बोले आपका घर दिखा दो, हम आपको ज़रूरत पड़ेंगे तो फिर हम बुलाएंगे आपको। मैंने कहा मेरा घर तो है ही नहीं, हम ऐसा घास का मतलब जैसे ओडा टाइप का वो झुग्गी बना के रह रहे थे भोपाल में। मजदूरी जहाँ मजदूरी मिली वहाँ मजदूरी कर ली। कहने लगे अच्छा ठीक है, जैसा भी घर है आपका घर दिखा दो। घर पे आए वो, बोले आप खाने में क्या लेते हो। तो मैंने कहा हम मक्के की रोटी खाते हैं। बोले हम भी खाएंगे, हमारे लिए बनाओ। तो मैंने मक्के की रोटी और चटनी, लहसुन वाली लाल मिर्ची की चटनी बनाई। उन 2-4 लोगों और साथ में आए, उन्होंने सबने खाया
जी,
उनको बहुत अच्छा लगा। ऐसा करते करते फिर कुछ सालों के बाद मेरे पति ने मेरे
और
को
अब
ये
आप यहाँ आ गए, आप बोलने से डर रहे थे और आप इस मंच पे अपनी पूरी कहानी सुना रहे हैं। बहुत ही इंस्पायरिंग और प्रेरणादायक आपकी कहानी है। मैं फिर आती हूँ आपके पास, पर इस वक्त मैं चाहती हूँ कि हमारे जो बाकी गेस्ट हैं वो भी जुड़े हमारे साथ। भूरी बाई, श्रीमती सुरेंद्री देवी राणा से हम बात करते हैं। आपने हैंडीक्राफ्ट्स के क्षेत्र में काम किया है और 35 विमेन वेलफेयर ग्रुप्स के साथ आप जुड़ी हुई हैं। आपने क्यों इसको चुना और किस तरह का संघर्ष आपने देखा और किस तरह का बदलाव आपको लगता है आप लेके आई हैं अपने परिवार में और अपने समाज में अपने काम के थ्रू?
जी मैम, मैं बहुत गरीब परिवार से थी और एक हमारी जो दीदी आई थी हमारे गांव में, उन्होंने कहा कि बहन एक समूह बनाओ आप। तो मैंने कहा समूह क्या चीज़ होती है, मैं समूह को तो पहचानती नहीं, समूह होती क्या है। तो उन्होंने कहा कि एक बार जुड़ो, आप 10 महिलाओं को इकट्ठा करो और उसको एक ग्रुप बना के और बैंक में जाके खाता खुलवाएंगे और आप हर महीने में 20 रुपये जमा करना। तो मैंने 10 महिलाओं को बुला के और हमने मीटिंग करके मैंने समूह बनवाया। समूह बनवाने के बाद जैसे कि हमने 20 रुपये महीना जमा करते थे, उस टाइम ऐसी हालत थी मेरी कि महीना आ जाता था लेकिन मेरे पास 20 रुपये भी नहीं होते थे। फिर ऐसे ही हमें 50,000 का हमें लोन मिला, उससे मैंने एक भैंस ली और क्या कहते हैं हमारी जो 7 जो महिलाएं थी उन्होंने भी एक भैंस ली। उस टाइम में 5 से 6 हज़ार तक की भैंस थी। तब हमने और अपने जो समूह था, समूह का नाम रखा था महिला कल्याण स्वयं सहायता समूह, ताकि महिलाओं का कल्याण हो। उसके बाद हमने जैसे हमने भैंस ली, उसका दूध बेचा और थोड़े थोड़े पैसे हमारे आते गए। और जैसे कि हमारे और भी गांव की महिलाएं वो भी कहने लगी कि जैसे ही आप अपना समूह चला रही वैसे ही हमारा भी समूह बनवाओ। तो ऐसे करते करते मैंने 35 समूह बनाए और उनकी मैं अध्यक्ष हूँ मैं। और आज मैं हर महीने में 110 रुपये महीना जमा करती हूँ। और 2010 में एक टेलर मास्टर आए, उन्होंने ट्रेनिंग दी मेरे को। जो घास की जो डलियाँ, छोटी छोटी डलियाँ कलरफुल वो बनाते हैं, उसकी मुझे ट्रेनिंग दी 3 महीने की। मैंने उस ट्रेनिंग में 3 महीने की ट्रेनिंग ली। उसके बाद में मास्टर टेलर खुद ही बन गई मैं और गाँव में वो ट्रेनिंग देती गई। जिनको मैंने सिखाया उनमें से 1000 महिलाएं जो मेरे साथ अभी काम कर रही हैं और वो उनको सिखाया वो खुद ही मास्टर टेलर बन गई हैं। और आज के दिन जो मेरी साथ जो काम कर रही हैं वो इतना खुश हैं कि बहुत ज़्यादा खुश हैं। वो अपने आप को आत्मनिर्भर कर रही हैं। और मैं क्या कहते हैं उनसे बार बार यही कहती हूँ कि आप पे काम कर रही हैं, आपकी जो बेटी हैं, बहुआएँ, उनको भी यही काम सिखाना और ये काम छोड़ना ही नहीं है। और मैं ये चाहती हूँ, जैसे ही मैंने इतना संघर्ष किया, जैसे मैं गांव से बाहर जाती थी लोग कुछ भी बोलते थे लेकिन उस चीज़ों को मैं ध्यान नहीं देती थी, क्योंकि मेरी फैमिली, मेरे हस्बैंड, मेरे पति, मेरे सास ससुर जितने भी थे मेरा काफ़ी सपोर्ट दिया और अभी तक सपोर्ट ही किया और आज तक सपोर्ट देते ही हैं। और आज भी मेरे एक बेटा आया छोटा और मेरे हस्बैंड मेरे साथ में आए हुए हैं। किसी भी टाइम कहीं से भी अगर लेटर आया, हर विभाग से मुझे काफ़ी सपोर्ट मिलता है। हर विभाग में मुझे हैंडीक्राफ्ट का जो जैसे कि स्टॉल मेला जगह जगह लगते हैं, वहाँ पर मुझे बुलाते हैं, वहाँ पर मैं जाती हूँ। तो वहाँ पर काफ़ी अच्छा लगता है। सब लोगों से, देश विदेशों से भी लोग आते हैं, उनसे मिलके और बातचीत करके काफ़ी अच्छा लगता है, मिलके अच्छा लगता है। जब मैं यहाँ से जाती हूँ तो गांव में काफ़ी लोग बहुत खुश होते हैं मुझे देख के।
बहुत ही बेहतरीन और बहुत ही इंस्पायरिंग आपकी स्टोरी है, बहुत ही प्रेरणादायक है। आपने अपने साथ साथ बहुत सारी महिलाओं को और सशक्त किया है। हम अचम्मा जी से भी बात करना चाहते हैं। हिंदी नहीं बोलती हैं आप, मैंने सुना, पर आप गाती हैं बहुत अच्छा, आप ट्रेडिशनल फोक सिंगर हैं। तो आप और म्यूज़िक की कोई भाषा नहीं होती, वो आप किसी भी भाषा में गाएं, उसका जो भाव है वो लोगों तक पहुँच जाता है। तो व्हाई डोंट यू सिंग समथिंग फॉर अस?
तेलुगु
जी जी बिल्कुल।
आंध्र प्रदेश में 300 భజన కేంద్ర रहने हैं। గ్రామాల్లో గ్రామానికి వెళ్ళి సత్సంగ కేంద్రాలు, అలాగే గ్రామ సమితి ద్వారా మహిళా కార్యక్రమం, మహిళల్లో ఏకత్రితం అవ్వడం, సంఘటితం, ఏదైనా సమస్య ఉంటే గ్రామ సమితి ద్వారా ఆ సమస్య తీర్చడం, ఇలాగా వనవాసి కళ్యాణాశ్రమం ద్వారా ఇది జరుగుతుంది. అలాగే మొన్న కరోనా సమయంలో చాలా సుదూర గ్రామాలకు వెళ్ళి వాళ్ళకి మెడికల్ కిట్టు, నిత్యావసర వస్తువులు వాళ్ళకి ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. వనవాసి కళ్యాణాశ్రమం కార్యం కోసం 70 కిలోమీటర్లు దూరం నడిచి వెళ్ళి
ఆ గ్రామంలో వనవాసి కళ్యాణాశ్రమం కార్యక్రమాలు చేపట్టడం జరిగింది. అలాగే ఇప్పుడు వనవాసి కళ్యాణాశ్రమం ద్వారా ప్రతి ఒక్క గ్రామంలో మహిళల్లో చైతన్యం వచ్చింది. ఆ గ్రామంలో ఎటువంటి సమస్య వచ్చినప్పటికీ ఆ సమస్య మహిళలే తీర్చుకునే పరిస్థితి కళ్యాణాశ్రమం ద్వారా జరుగుతుంది. అలాగే మరి ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో చాలా ఎక్కువగా మత మార్పిడి కార్యక్రమాలు కూడా జరుగుతుంది. వనవాసి కళ్యాణాశ్రమం భజన కేంద్రాలు ఉన్న చోట అటువంటి వాళ్ళు వచ్చినప్పుడు వాళ్ళని ఎదిరించి వాళ్ళని పంపించే ధైర్యం మహిళలకి అక్కడ రావడం జరిగిందనమాట.
I wish I could speak and understand Telugu. I'm sure you have a very inspiring, आपका मैसेज बहुत inspiring है. आप कुछ गाना चाहती हैं हमारे लिए? Do you want to sing?
తెలుగు గానా హిందీ గానా?
जी तेलुगु गाना, हिंदी गाना, जो आप गाना चाहती हैं.
శ్రీరామచంద్ర నిన్ను పిలచితిరా, ఓ సీతమ్మ నాథ నిన్ను పిలచితిరా, మెరుపల్లె మెరిసావు ఆ మిథిలలో, మెల్లంగా విరిచావు శివవిల్లును, శివవిల్లును విరిచి సీతమ్మను వలసి అయోధ్యకయ్యావు మహారాజువు. రామ్ రామ్ సీతారాం సీతారాం సీతారాం, రామ్ రామ్ సీతారాం సీతారాం సీతారాం, సీతారాం 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 సీతారాం, రామ లక్ష్మణ జానకి జై బోలో హనుమాన్ की, రామ లక్ష్మణ జానకి జై బోలో हनुमान की. ये दसरा नवरात्रि उत्सव में
ये गाते हैं.
बड़ा गांवों का महिला सम्मेलन होगा, करने हैं. गांव गांव का महिला सम्मेलन 2000-3000 लोगों को महिलाओं का सम्मेलन करेंगे.
बहुत ही खूबसूरत. बहुत कम समय हमारे पास. इट डज़ नॉट डू जस्टिस टू योर स्टोरीज. आपकी कहानियाँ बहुत प्रेरित कर सकती हैं बहुत लोगों को. पर इस मंच का जो ध्येय है वो ये है कि हम एक आइडिया दें लोगों को, एक बात शुरू करने का पॉइंट दें और फिर उससे लोग सीखें. तो थैंक यू वेरी मच. आपने अपनी कहानी, अपनी जर्नी हमारे साथ शेयर की, हमें बताया किस तरह का संघर्ष आपने देखा है और क्या आपने अचीव किया है. प्लीज़ put your hands together for our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much, Palki. May I now request you to please present the ladies with a memento.
जोरदार तालियों के साथ श्री शक्तियों के इस जज्बे को सलाम कीजिए, क्योंकि शी जब शक्ति बन जाती है तो वो लाखों करोड़ों महिलाओं के लिए सबसे बड़ी मिसाल कायम कर जाती हैं.
The Vanvasi Shaktis, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for these ladies. Thank you so much. Esteemed guests, we are now moving on to the next session, Raksha Shakti. This is to celebrate the indomitable spirit of our warrior women, the true epitome of Raksha Shakti. These women have transformed challenges into triumphs, shattered barriers, and risen through the ranks in the armed forces, proving that they are forces to be reckoned with. Their mental fortitude and unwavering dedication have paved the way for gender equality in the military.
खाकी वर्दी से लेकर मिलिट्री ग्रीन तक की वर्दी तक, एयरफोर्स पायलट से लेकर नेवी कमांडर तक, शी शक्ति की बाहुबली कमान ने हर मोर्चे पर न सिर्फ दस्तक दी बल्कि जीत का परचम भी बखूबी लहराया और दुनिया भर में भारत का सिर गर्व से इस कदर ऊंचा किया जिन्हें कुछ शब्दों में बयां करना यकीनन मुमकिन नहीं। मैं सबसे पहले मंच पर बुलाना चाहूंगी हमारी सहयोगी शिरीन भान को। दृढ़ता की मिसाल बन चुकी शी शक्तियों के खास पैनल से भी हम आपको रूबरू करवाना चाहते हैं। हम स्वागत करना चाहेंगे पुनीता अरोड़ा, जो कि इंडियन आर्मी में पहली महिला लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल भी रह चुकी हैं और इंडियन नेवी में वाइस एडमिरल भी। बहुत बहुत स्वागत है मैम आपका। इसके अलावा मंच पर स्वागत करेंगे दृढ़ता की एक और मिसाल सोनल वी मिश्रा का भी, जो कि IG CRPF हैं। आपका भी जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत है। और साथ ही स्वागत कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी का भी, जिन्होंने देश का सीना रक्षा शक्ति के क्षेत्र में गर्व से चौड़ा किया है। स्क्वाड्रन लीडर सिंधु रेड्डी का भी हम मंच पर जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करेंगे। हर मोर्चे पर आपने हिंदुस्तान का नाम रोशन किया, सिर ऊंचा किया। और साथ ही जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करेंगे डॉक्टर सीमा राव का भी, जो कि आर्मी में एक कॉम्बैट ट्रेनर हैं। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है रक्षा शक्ति के क्षेत्र में अपनी महत्वपूर्ण योगदान देने के लिए।
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to be back specifically on this panel because here's a personal story. I am the daughter of a fighter pilot in the Indian Air Force, and so it gives me a lot of pride and it is my privilege here to speak with these ladies here, these officers here who've really been the torch bearers for gender equity and gender balance and gender parity as far as our forces are concerned. And let me just set the context here for where things currently stand now. We have women officers across the three forces. In fact, if you take a look at the Army, in the officers category, excluding the medical corps and the dental corps, the percentage of women officers in the Indian Army today stands at just under 4%. If you look at the medical corps and the dental corps, it's about a much significantly higher number. If you look at the Navy, the number of women in the Navy currently at about 6%. If you look at the Air Force, excluding the medical and the dental corps, it's almost 14%. So we've seen a significant move up as far as the women's representation in the forces are concerned. If I were to take you through the many achievements and the many medals that each one of these women have won, it's going to be the end of this program. So I'm not going to go down that road. But let me start by asking you, Vice Admiral Punita Arora, I don't know how many of you realize this. She has served in each of the three forces. So that is truly remarkable. And she is one of the originals because she was commissioned in 1968. So what a pleasure and an honor it is to have you here. I want to understand from you, what have you seen as the big change and the big evolution from the time that you joined the forces and as you look at where the forces are today?
Hello.
Yes, it's working. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Now, I joined Armed Forces in 1968, as she has already mentioned. And we were the first one to be commissioned as a permanent commission. Earlier, they were only short service, means the woman joined, stayed there for 2 years, 3 years, and then of course they left and they went. So the forces, the organization was not used to having a lady officer as a permanent commission in them. So they never realized they are going to be there permanent with us only. So the challenges, my whole life was full of challenge only. And the main challenges came from three quarters. The first one was my colleagues, my own age group and the junior ones. The second challenge came from my seniors in my own unit. And the third challenge was from the organization itself. The challenges were because these people in armed forces was mainly a male-centric organization. They had seen ladies in their house as a housewife, their mother, but they never saw ladies who are going to sit next to them in the office and were there. So that was the main challenge. The juniors officers or my colleagues thought, my God, The lady officer, she's not going to work. Probably she will say, I want to take a leave, I have children at home, and she's going to give all kind of an excuses so that she can take leave. My seniors also probably were not used to it because they never seen a lady officer coming and working with them. And my organization, because there were no rules and regulation meant for the lady officer. Everything was for gentlemen officers. So as a result, at every level, whenever I got posted, first of all, I had to convince everyone, look, I'm also going to work. I'll work, with you people, and literally I'm telling you, I had to work double to convince them that a lady officers can also perform and perform well. So it used to take me 1 to 2 years. By the time I finished 3 years, well, I was posted out. And I was at the square one again trying to convince my whole unit that yes, we can also work. Now came from the organization. See, I will not say it was unfortunate. Well, the circumstances were such that there were no rules and regulations. Now I'll give you a very small example. See, like I asked for my posting to Srinagar where my husband was there. Now everybody was confused. My God, Srinagar, going to be posted with your husband. The ladies just accompany them. They don't get posted there. Secondly, asking for a maternity leave. So when I asked for a maternity leave, when my son was to be born, so the whole organization went through all the rules and regulations. There is an annual leave, there is a casual leave, there is a sick leave.
There's no maternity leave.
But nothing known as because gentlemen officers don't have children. So that was the challenge which we faced, and let me tell you very honestly, these challenges throughout I faced. But one thing was there, I will fully agree that they were scared. Not scared, they didn't know how to react to the lady officers in there. But at the end of the tenure, when I used to leave, they used to say, no, please send us more lady officers. We are very happy with this. So these were the challenges which we faced when I was there, when I joined over there. In fact, all these young ladies who are sitting over here, they were not even born when I joined them.
So in many ways, absolutely, you paved the way for each one of them to live their dreams.
And I only say one thing, when people ask me, for the young ladies, what? I said, see, when you are going to be the first one in that field, everything depends on you, how you perform. If you perform well, you will open the floodgates for other young ladies to join that organization.
Absolutely.
But if you fail, and then you have got nothing to, give way to these others. I don't take pride or I don't say anything, but let me tell you that at my level, and all my other lady officers who were there, I give credit to all of them. They have paved the doors open for the other officers, lady officers, to come into the
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. As I said, the original paving the way and opening the doors for so many of these officers that we see here today. Sonal Mishra, let me come to you. And very quickly, I want to tell you a little bit about Sonal. She's a 2000 batch Tamil Nadu cadre officer. She's the first woman IPS officer from Chhattisgarh to receive the much coveted Indian Police Medal Award in 2016. What an absolute pleasure it is to have you here, Sonal, with us. But, just to take off from what we heard there from Ms. Arora, what has the journey been like for you? Is it better today? Is it more accepting? Is the force more accepting? Are your colleagues more accepting seeing a woman in charge in uniform?
I must say yes. I must say yes. The atmosphere, I don't know what ma'am would have faced, but definitely we have faced better times. And times are improving very fast. Because it's the critical number, Once the numbers start increasing for the women, I think everybody sees a role model, more so among women, among girls. We look at our role models. And the same happens with us in service when we look at our seniors and see that, yes, if she has done this assignment, why not I? So that role model thing helps us a lot. And the second thing is, the right attitude. I think that is the most important thing. If we have the right and the firm attitude, everybody down falls in line.
But what has been the hardest part for you so far, and what has been the big change that you've noticed in the way that people approach you, and what is it that you would like to tell women who are watching you? Because as you said, today your representation of what the forces can do and what the forces offer for women, what would you say to them?
I would say don't hold yourself back. You know, if we are holding ourselves back, that is our problem. The force is there, the force or our organization is there, it's accepting us with open arms, I must say. And women at the right decision-making level can be the catalyst for you. And they are there now almost in all organizations at the right decision-making level. So don't hold yourself back. That's my message to the young generation. Whoever is entering at whatever level, you know, I see in CRPF, I have served in the northeastern sector. It's a difficult area. One must not hold. We have had a lot of women who are serving right now in Srinagar, right now in the LWE-infested Chhattisgarh, from where I come from. And I must say that they are doing a wonderful job. And the women who are holding themselves back, please don't do that. It's on you.
Don't hold yourself back. And let me take that point across to Colonel Safiya Qureshi as well. And like we just heard there from Sonal Mishra, Colonel Qureshi has also served in the Northeast. She served in Punjab. She's also been part of the UN mission, the UN peacekeeping force as well, and played a crucial role there. Colonel Qureshi, as you look at your journey, at your own journey, what have been the big lessons and the learnings for you? And what is it, like we heard here from Sonal, that you would like to leave to the women who are watching, to parents who are watching, to brothers and fathers who are watching, because that's an important message to send out?
Jai Hind, everyone. Firstly, I would like to convey sincere thanks to everyone for giving this opportunity to speak at Nari Shakti. If you ask me, I belong to a warrior family, so it was in my genes, and I wanted to don the uniform. And believe me, Indian Army is the best organization one can have. It gives you an opportunity to surmount any kind of difficulties, and I'm lucky and privileged to serve the nation with honor and pride. Today, when I joined the army as a lieutenant, I remember I was a part of the division during the Oprakram. So my company commander told me, Sophia, if you want to earn the salute, then you have to work sincerely. Believe me, I have earned the salute and also earned the commendation card during the Oprakram. It was all because of the good mentoring I had that time. And if you ask the challenges, I would like to highlight one incident when I was in Congo. And since you all know, the Indian Army is the largest troop contributing country in the United Nations. And I was the second batch of women officer, and I had a privilege to be part of one of the operation, which we conducted during the historical presidential elections. So I was a part of the one cordon and search team. It was a melange of force from the Swedish Army, from Tunisia, from Uruguay, and we led that cordon and search operation. We did it whole night. It took 72 hours, but it was successful. We could save the life of local populations. And next day, the force commander asked me who was that lady from the Indian Army. I think that gives me the pleasure. The people talk about the Indian Army, not Colonel Sophia Qureshi. So such incidents happened in my life, and I had a privilege to command the contingent at ASEAN nations. I was the only woman officer among 22 nations. So I'm also thankful to my organization for giving me this opportunity. I was lucky that I was with the Sonal ma'am in Northeast, where I was again privileged to mentor the first batch of women military police soldiers. And there we worked together in many of the operations and work. And lastly, you all know that I'm a full colonel today, and I'm commanding the unit.
Yeah.
I'm from the first batch of women officer. So salute to my organization that I've got a chance to command.
Well, a salute to
Thank you
each
so much.
one of you. A salute to each one of you. As you said, it's your pleasure and your privilege to work for the organization, and it is our pride to have you here this evening and share your stories with us. Squadron Leader Sindhu Reddy. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you were watching the Bastille Day parade on your TV screens. Many people were, but if you were, then you watched Squadron Leader Sindhu Reddy leading the Indian contingent, taking center stage there, leading a team of 60 plus officers. What was that feeling like for you? And also, Squad Leader Reddy, you know, you've now been part of the Indian Air Force for over a decade now, little over a decade now. What's this journey been like for you?
So, giving the salute to the Prime Minister on the Champs-Élysées and on the French National Day especially tops my list of achievements as of now, definitely. You know, carrying the might of the entire force that was behind me and being there, leading my contingent, it gave me all that power, it gave me all that strength that I can do it. If somebody else can do it, then definitely I can do it as well. I have everything in me.
So what was going on in your head the previous night, just before you actually had to lead the contingent? You know, was there an internal dialogue in trying to deal with the pressure and the nerves? I'm sure that's part of it.
Oh yes, definitely. I almost had a nervous breakdown thinking that, you know, I actually didn't realize I was going to be the first woman marching on the foreign land. Until, you know, that moment when I realized, I almost had a nervous breakdown. I'm like, oh wow, this is news to me. But yes, of course, my training and the way we've been preparing for that parade for almost about a month or so, it put me in a place where, you know, come what may, I have done this before, so I can do it. So that is a confidence I could carry with myself, and I always, always, I had the support of my contingent. So when you have the support and when you have the might and you have your own strength, nothing is unbeatable. So that is the message that we wanted to deliver, and it was delivered in the right sense,
it was delivered across the country and across the world, people who were watching. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Squad Leader Reddy for leading the Indian contingent. But you know, that was on the ground.
Yeah.
What about up in the air when you're actually flying? What has that internal dialogue been, and what's the external dialogue also been? When you actually started to fly, what was the reaction and the response?
So my dream has always been to fly, and when I was going to join the Air Force, I realized what better way to do it than to don the uniform, the pride, the respect, and you know, fly for the nation. So that's how I entered the forces, and I chose to be a helicopter pilot because I wanted to be in close connect with all my troops and all humans on ground, because that is what helicopters finally do. You provide aid to the forward forces, you also provide aid to, you know, our civil countrymen whenever they need rescue. So that has been the highlight moment of my career. Every time, you know, I was able to help our troops with logistic support or any kind of support, and they send you back definitely with a, you know, a box of fruits, if nothing, from the forward post as well.
Yeah.
You know, coming back, landing in the base and looking at those boxes, it used to give me, it used to make me teary-eyed. You know, when they had no resources, they had to thank you somehow because you provided something to them. So those moments are definitely something that I have lived for. And also when I could, you know, in my own capacity, provide some rescue mission, some assistance to the rescue missions during the flood reliefs and all that. So people used to come literally thank you. I mean, that feels like a really important moment and the most, you know, the highlight of my career, I would say.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
And fruits as a way of expressing gratitude. What can be better than that? But Dr. Seema Rao, let me come to you. Again, for those of you who may not be familiar with Dr. Rao's work, she's often called the Wonder Woman. She has many firsts to her credit. She is India's first female Special Forces trainer, having trained the Special Forces for over 2 decades, and she's an expert in close quarter combat. Dr. Rao, I want to understand from you, what made you want to do this, and what has the learning and the lesson been for you over the past 2 decades of doing this?
Well, let me start by saying that destiny had something really different for me. I started as a doctor, but eventually destiny took me to training commandos of the Indian forces. It's been a 25-year-long journey, and a journey, I should say, of glory and strife. I've had to work hard on my physical prowess because, after all, standing in front of highly trained and skilled commandos is no joke. And but when I had to, you know, teach them certain techniques, it was obviously a challenge to me. But I took it in my stride. Every day was a challenge, but I would hone up my skills and I would see that I would give my best. And at the end of the day, when I would get the respect of those male trainees, I train men,
So, so when I would get the respect of the male trainees, I think the male commandos, it was very satisfying to me because for me this was a selfless service to the country.
Yeah.
And I was doing it because of probably the patriotic blood that ran through my veins. My dad was a freedom fighter. Nevertheless, I think it was a wonderful journey,
Yeah.
and I will never forget, the respect that I earned, the satisfaction that I gained out of training them in close quarter battle.
We're going to see Dr. Rao show us what she's actually been doing over the past 25 years. So you'll see that in action in just a second. But Vice Admiral Arora, I want to get wrap-up comments from each one of you. What is it that you would like to say to young women who are watching, as I said, to parents who are watching as well, and to the armed forces to ensure that we do have a much more gender-balanced organization going forward, and people don't have to go through the challenges that you went through?
Well, I would like to say one thing to all the young, women of our country and to the parents. Armed Forces is a wonderful organization. It gives so much of respect to the women, and I think if you ask me, I always say, even if I have to repeat my life, I would still go and join the Armed Forces. But I've got only one advice, I will say advice or whatever it may take. It gives you so much of respect and opportunities. At the same time, we should also remember, as a woman, that it's not only our privileges what we should be looking for, we should also remember our responsibilities.
Yeah.
So responsibilities towards the organization. We have to change, not change, get used to that life. It's very difficult for the organization to change according to your vision.
Absolutely.
So we should all get married into the organization, enjoy this thing. They are there to look after you. So you don't have to regret at all.
And
so
you would
I
do
wish everybody all the best, all the young girls who want to join Armed Forces. I will say they'll take you with an open arms, look after you, but you have to remember your responsibility.
Absolutely. Sonal, very, very quickly, the one thing that you would like to say to people, once you already said don't hold yourself back, what else? You'll have to use the mic.
I'll say within the organization, we must have more women at the right levels to give the right perspective of a woman's need. And as an organization, maybe at every level, there has to be a little more understanding of the requirements. As ma'am said, there can be different requirements at different times for a woman, but she has to put in her best. And she has to put in her double. And in police, when we were young, we got that lesson saying that you don't have any opportunity to fail,
Yeah.
We don't have that chance. You have to succeed every time.
Yes.
So I think it's both ways for an organization as well as for us.
Absolutely.
Organization to be a little more accommodative and understanding as to what she needs at what time, and she may need certain things in certain times.
Right.
Maybe maternity leave, as ma'am said. But then when she comes back, yes, you are full on and you have to give in your best.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Colonel Qureshi.
Would you like to give me a message to the kids?
Yes.
I would like to give you a few rules for the kids, especially new generation baby boomers. Remember, whatever you do, nation should be first and selfless service. Secondly, be bold, brave, and dynamic. Be disciplined. Be courageous. Have your own legacy. Create your own destiny. Manage time. Every one of us has 24 hours. It only makes a difference of 3 to 4 hours when you play mobile or do something else. So manage your time, which is very important. And lastly, remember, you have to think about the country first. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Squadron Leader Reddy, your message.
So yeah, I'm very thankful for my organization in a way that Indian Air Force has opened its door for all streams for women. So that way, if any young woman, any young girl wants to join the forces, I will say the opportunities are plenty. Like, don't think that there's no opportunity. Even if it is not there, it will be made. If you have the determination, if you have the grit, it will be made. So if you want it, just go for it. Don't hold yourself back.
Well, don't hold yourself back. Dr. Rao, I'm not going to let you speak. I'm going to get you to do something for us. But ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause and a big salute to each one of them for joining us here this evening. Thank you so very much for showing us what a life in the forces is and what the opportunities are for women who are looking at a career in the forces. Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Dr. Rao, I would request you to stay on because we're now going to see her in action.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. Shireen, I'd also request you to felicitate all the ladies here on the stage. A huge round of applause for these super achievers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here with us. And as Shireen has already teased for all of you, Dr. Rao has a special something that's planned for everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts because what you are about to see now is going to be very exciting stuff. Dr. Rao is coming out. She's just getting out of her panel clothes and getting into her combat gear. So she's going to be giving us a very brief demonstration of what close combat is really about. So you don't want to miss this. Please do take your seats while we get Dr. Rao back out and we clear the stage so that she can do what she does and what she's been doing for over 25 years, ladies and gentlemen. As we pointed out, she is the first woman who has trained the Special Forces, and she's going to be showing us what she does. Dr. Rao, if you're ready, we're ready for you.
Yeah, sure. Come on. First and foremost, a very good evening to everybody. I read long back a quote which influenced my mind. The me I think is the me I'll be. I read one more quote which influenced my life. Life is tough, darling, and so are you. My journey in commando training was a very long journey, 25 years past. Then I realized that I wanted to empower women. So I devised a program called DARE, Defense to Assault, Rape and Eve Teasing. So I'm going to be talking about that. To start with, I'm going to read a few statistics which are very astonishing. The crimes against women, 50 per hour, 5 lakh per year. The rapes, 3 per hour, 30,000 per year. And kidnappings, 2 per hour, 1 lakh per year. Now this is extremely astonishing statistics, and that's why I came up with this program. Let me first try to make it very clear that there is a distinct difference between eve teasing, molesting, assault, and rape. Eve teasing and molesting requires a minimum response. The response should be a slap, maybe a threat. Assault and rape requires an aggressive response. And when I say aggressive, I mean that you need to hit the vital targets in a man's body. You need to be using anything and everything around you which you can take and whack him, hit him on his head, hit him on his joints. So there has to be a very aggressive response for rape as well as for assault, and a minimum response for eve teasing as well as molesting. I'm going to not take too much time talking. I'm going to go straight to a demonstration. Anand, can you come here? This is going to be an eve teasing response first. So here we go. I'm walking on the street. What you need to do here is, do not take your eyes away, do not stare too long, just give him a firm look and move away. The second thing, we go on to, what's the next one? Lewd gestures is the second thing. So I pass from here again.
Oh, baby doll! Aha, Miss India figure hai.
No!
Wonderful.
No, stop. And move past. The third response is grabbing the wrist.
Baby, आती क्या खंडाला? चल आना.
No! पुलिस को बुलाऊंगी. बस. And you move away. Now we go on to the next response, that is to, can you tell me, Anand, what it is? To an assault. It's going to be a demonstration on vital strikes, the vital areas in the body. So the first is the eyes. Flick the eyes, hit hard. The second one being the nose. Hit the nose with the palm heel. Third one being the ears. Here. It can cause the eardrum to break. The next one is the throat. So I squeeze here the throat. In this case, one finger in the notch, the other one on the Adam's apple, and I squeeze hard. The next would be the groin. So for the groin, it could be a groin kick or simply a flick hard. I'm showing it on the thigh, it's actually done on the groin. And after that, you have the shin kick. So a front kick done to the shin. The shin is a bone here, very superficial. So I kick hard. And that's it. We go on next. Okay, so now these are techniques of, yeah. So go on. So the first one being a hair grab.
बहुत शाना बन रही है तू. बहुत शाना बन रही है. चल दिखाता हूँ मैं तुझे.
What's the next one? The next one is a choke done to your throat.
गर्दन दबाऊंगा तेरा मैं. गर्दन दबाऊंगा.
Stand up. The next one. This is a slap.
चले. शाना बन रही है.
So you keep slapping him to submission. Next one. Okay. The next thing that we're covering up is molestation. Here in this case, first thing, groping the breast, very common. 1 minute. Start.
Beautiful, sexy. अभी मजा आएगा मुझे. मजा आएगा.
You have to push the hand away and attack. Next one. Circular swoop. So I'm standing here.
Oh, sexy. Baby doll. चल ना मेरे साथ.
Okay. This is when you're being bear hugged from behind.
चलो डार्लिंग, चलो मेरे साथ.
The hands are trapped. Stand. Okay. This way. I'm walking. Come on.
डार्लिंग चल ना, पिक्चर देखेंगे साथ में. चलो डार्लिंग.
Stand. I'm also going to be talking about how to respond to rape, but that will be after some time. We go on to a weapon. Now first, let me just give you a short talk on how to deal with a weapon. You have a weapon which is a blunt weapon or a sharp weapon. A blunt weapon can be a bait and stick. A sharp weapon can be a knife. The first thing that you need to understand is defensive or offensive. Defensive is you take anything that's close to you, a newspaper, maybe an empty bottle, or maybe a bag that you have, and the attacking hand has to be hit.
ये चाकू देख, घुसा दूंगा अंदर. देख इसको.
So I've used the newspaper on his wrist. Next one. You have a bottle? Get fast. Now I'm going to be using an empty bottle. This is a stick. Okay.
सर फोड़ दूंगा तेरा मैं. सर फोड़ दूंगा.
So you have to hit the wrist so that he drops the weapon. Go on next. Now it is what to do when somebody is going to attack you with a knife.
चाकू देख, अभी घुसाऊंगा. देख.
Next. Straight forward.
सर फोड़ दूंगा तेरा मैं. सर फोड़ दूंगा.
Stand. Now let me talk about acid attacks. It's a very common situation these days. How do you deal with an acid attack? It's the rule of A, B, C, D, E. First, A stands for clearing of the airways. That is to see that the acid doesn't enter you through your nose or through your mouth into your respiratory tract. Second, B. Remember, acids could be liquid, they could also be powders. So B stands for brush off the powder from your body. Third is C. C stands for whichever areas of your clothes have been drenched in the acid, take your clothes off. Next, D. D stands for dilution. The acid needs to be diluted with lots and lots and lots of water. And lastly, E stands for emergency, in the sense that you have to call for an ambulance and take the person to the hospital. So first, do it. So here he comes, I'm standing innocently.
चेहरा बिगाड़ देगा तेरा मैं.
So first and foremost, the nose, mouth, do not scrub. Okay, after that get water. I have nobody else but Anand to get the water for me right now. Okay. I brushed off, okay, take the clothes off. Finally, you have water, pour it, keep pouring, more water, more water, more water. Just keep pouring it on the area. And finally, the last thing would be to go to the hospital. Okay, next. Now I will be going on to the rape sequence. So I need to get this off me.
चल चल मेरे साथ चल अभी दिखलाता हूँ चल 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 नीचे चल आवाज बंद कर तेरा आवाज
Don't spare him. When you hit him really hard. You should never think of getting back at him. The last one is where again you're down and he's going to try to get in between your legs.
चलो अभी दिखा रहा हूँ मैं हाँ चाला मर रही है
Unconscious. Please, carry it down, please. With my thighs. That causes a person to go unconscious. I'm going to squeeze the carotid arteries here and then more. Next. Okay. Now we're just going to, I think self-defense is very important for women. My daughter went to Germany for a fight in a cage against a female competitor. Unfortunately, a competitor did not come. What my daughter did, I told her simply, just select any male contestant over there and fight him. She did exactly that. And she's one of the very few women who's beaten up a man in a cage in Germany. So like I mentioned, fighting self-defense is important. I'm going to show a small snippet of how to do it. Does it does? This one is good if you have protective gear, because otherwise you will end up injuring yourself a lot. That's an elbow break. That is it, yeah. So lastly, let me just say one thing. It's important to know in terms of the fight, you can take care of yourself. Also remember, to all the men here, never underestimate the power of a woman. To all the women here, together we stand strong. So be strong, do not feel victimized, and fight your best. Make the best of your life. You have one life. Do not get deterred by your gender. One last statement. Maya Angelou, an American civil activist, said once, I like to see a girl go out and hold the world by its lapels. Life is tough. You gotta kick ass.
Dr. Rao, thank you so very much for demonstrating the power and the strength of a woman. I have to say I had mixed feelings watching you do that, because at many levels I was angry. I was feeling frustrated, angry about the fact that we still have to deal with this, that women cannot walk on the streets without having to feel like they have somebody trying to stalk them, or just a sense of insecurity and a lack of safety and feeling vulnerable constantly. I hope we create a world, I hope we create spaces, public spaces specifically, where women feel safe, where women can reclaim public spaces. I think that is also equally important. While self-defense is important, but all of us, civil society, the government, all stakeholders need to ensure that we create public spaces that are safer for women.
We need to make spaces where men feel safe.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Rao, thank you very, very much for joining us here this evening. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rao and Shireen Bhan. Thank you so much.
और अब बारी है हमारे अगले सेशन की, जो कि है नीति शक्ति। शारीरिक शक्ति बाहरी तौर पर मजबूती दे सकती है, लेकिन आत्मशक्ति भी उतनी ही ज़रूरी है। आत्मशक्ति समाज और देश को न सिर्फ बाहरी बल्कि आंतरिक तौर पर भी ताकतवर बनाती है। ये बात उन बेमिसाल शी शक्तियों से बेहतर आखिर कौन जान सकता है, जो देश को बुलंदियों तक पहुंचाने में अपनी बेशकीमती भूमिका निभा रही हैं। करीब 15 लाख महिलाएं ज़मीनी स्तर से लेकर संसद तक राजनीति में सक्रिय हैं। ये वो सम्माननीय शी शक्ति हैं जिनकी आत्मशक्ति ने ज्ञान शक्ति की ऐसी ज्योत जलाई जिसे बुझाया नहीं जा सकता।
And today we shine a spotlight on women who are shaping policy and governance. Women who have assumed pivotal roles in shaping India's future from the grassroots to the parliament. With immense pride, we present to you the brilliant minds behind the nation's economic, bureaucratic, and academic landscape. But let me first request our colleague Chandra Shikrant to please come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shamika Ravi, a distinguished member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister. Ms. Pranjal Patil, the first visually impaired IAS officer in the country. Remember, she is also the district magistrate in Shahadra, New Delhi. Babita, a Sarpanch from Jammu and Kashmir's Laddu. And the accomplished Sanyogita Singh Chauhan, who is also a Sarpanch from the Atari Gram Panchayat, and she is also an MBA, ladies and gentlemen. These remarkable stories we are hoping will be inspiring and illuminating the path forward. Over to you, Chandra.
Thank you for that. What a day it's been. And, I hope the previous session, it gave me a lot to think about, and hopefully lessons in self-defense that I never have to use. But thank you all very much for joining us on this session on Niti Shakti, because it's vital that there are more women in policy-making roles at the grassroots level, at the upper echelons. Each of them has a very remarkable story as the anchors introduce them. I'm going to start with Pranjal Patil ji here, right here. She's an IAS officer, and what's remarkable is she's the country's first visually impaired IAS officer. She's currently the district magistrate for the Shadara region in New Delhi. A huge round of applause for her. She's here, by sheer grit and perseverance. She gave the UPSC exams twice, cleared it with a very good rank, and cleared it without any coaching at all. Pranjal, share your experience with us. What motivated you to take up civil services? And, how do you go about being a district magistrate? How did you go about being a sub-collector in your previous role at Thiruvananthapuram?
Yeah, hi. Thank you so much for having me here. And I think all of us have some ideas in our childhood that, what our interest areas are. And we may not know it very clearly. So I was always inclined towards something social, and history was also my favorite subject. So I always wanted to do something, and I really didn't know how to go about it. So only when I went to college, I got to know that there are something called civil services, and I felt that, oh, it's something little closer to what I want to do. And obviously, it's not like when I got to know, right away I started doing it, because some basic academic has to be pursued. So I did my college. Then for higher studies, I came to Delhi, to JNU to study. And only after my master's and MPhil, I could get that courage and conviction and time and enough understanding of the exam and the preparation. So I started preparing for it, and though it was not very easy journey, I think no journey is easy, no matter what background we come from. No journey is easy, but with enough with inner determination and external support, we all can do what we want. And I think, all credit goes to my own determination and the support I received from family, friends, and teachers and everyone. Thank you.
That's a very inspiring story. We also have two sarpanches or pradhans in our midst. Babita ji, who is a sarpanch, a Kashmiri Pandit, a sarpanch in Jammu and Kashmir, and Sanyogita Singh Chauhan ji, who is a sarpanch at Atari village in Lucknow. Babita ji, आप बताइए सरपंच कैसे बने आप और क्या अनुभव रहा है आपका?
सबसे पहले मेरा सबको नमस्कार।
माइक इधर थोड़ा, हाँ।
मैं सरपंच पुलवामा से हूँ। तो कैसे बनी, ये तो बहुत चुनौतियों का सामना करना पड़ा, क्योंकि हम विस्थापित लोग हैं। रामचंद्र जी का 14 साल का वनवास ख़त्म हो गया, बट हमारा वनवास अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुआ। तो उस चुनौती का सामना शुरुआत हमने की, कश्मीरी पंडितों ने की। हम दोबारा से कश्मीर गए और इलेक्शन में उतरे, क्योंकि उस टाइम क्या था कि सभी पार्टियों ने चुनाव लड़ने से इनकार कर दिया था। तो सबसे पहले सामना हमारा ही हुआ, क्योंकि ख़तरे में आगे हमने ही होना था। तो हमने सोचा कि हम लड़ेंगे इलेक्शन, तो हमने लड़ा, हम जीते। तो आज बहुत अच्छे से चल रही है हमारी सरपंची।
आपको धमकी मिलती है पुलवामा में?
देखिए, धमकियाँ कश्मीर है तो धमकियाँ ना मिले तो वो तो हो ही नहीं सकता। घाटी है। अभी आपने सुना होगा, हमारे आर्मी ऑफिस कह रहे थे कि जब कश्मीर का आता है कि कश्मीर पोस्टिंग, ओ गॉड हो जाता है ना। तो चुनौतियों का सामना तो करना ही पड़ता है, और जब नारी शक्ति है तो फिर हमारे सामने चुनौती तो कोई नहीं है।
सही बात है। हाँ। Sayogita ji, you're an MBA by training, and then you decided to become a sarpanch at Atari village. आपके एक्सपीरियंस के बारे में बताइए, आपको इंटरेस्ट कैसे हुई पब्लिक पॉलिसी में, पॉलिटिक्स में?
जी, नमस्कार सभी को। हम यूपी से हैं और लखनऊ डिस्ट्रिक्ट, मलिहाबाद तहसील लगती है, माल ब्लॉक, अटारी ग्राम पंचायत। मलिहाबाद मैंगो बेल्ट, ग्रीन बेल्ट घोषित है, और MBA करने के बाद एक 6 महीने ही जॉब कर पाए थे कि शादी हो गई, एक ब्रेक आ गया। और बचपन से ही मन था कुछ करने के लिए, और ग्रामीण विकास में शुरू से ही रुचि थी। रूरल इंडिया में, या हम लोगों का ननिहाल, ददिहाल सब गांव से जुड़ा था, तो गांव में काम करने की इच्छा बहुत थी। तो ससुराल में भी गांव से जुड़ाव था, शादी बिजनेस क्लास फैमिली में हुई, ज़मींदारों में हुई। हमारा गांव था तो हमें इच्छा हुई कि हमें सरपंच बनना है और सरपंच बन के गाँव की सेवा और आसपास के गांव में भी शिक्षा का भी एक जोत जलाना है, क्योंकि यूपी में लिटरेसी रेट बहुत कम है और पढ़े लिखे लोग ज़्यादातर शहर की ओर भागते हैं। तो ऐसा लगा कि गाँव की तरफ हम अगर काम करेंगे तो कुछ दे पाएंगे, कुछ कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि ये एक अनटैप्ड एरिया है। और यूपी में काम करना जहाँ महिला प्रधान तो होती है पर काम प्रधान पति करते हैं। तो ये जो प्रधान पति का कल्चर है ये चेंज करना था। एक रिवोल्यूशन मन में था कि एक जुनून था कि कुछ करना है। तो ये चुनाव लड़े और चुनाव भारी संख्या में जीते। लोगों का समर्थन था और बहुत सारे वादे भी किए थे कि जो गांव में या आसपास के गांव में जो नहीं हुआ है वो करके दिखाएंगे। तो जब चुनाव जीतने के बाद एक बहुत बड़ी गांव में खुली बैठक का आयोजन किया, क्योंकि इससे पहले खुली बैठकें या महिला बैठक, वृद्ध बैठक या बाल बैठक ऐसे कुछ कॉन्सेप्ट था ही नहीं कि कैसे कार्य योजना बनती है, कैसी बैठकें होती हैं। तो ऐसा, वो भी महिला एक बैठक का आयोजन करे, क्योंकि पुरुष बैठक करते हैं और पुरुष ही पार्टिसिपेट करते हैं। क्योंकि गांव में ऐसा कल्चर होता है, पर्दा होता है, तो महिलाएं जल्दी आगे नहीं आती हैं। और क्योंकि ठाकुरों के परिवार से हैं तो ठाकुरों में तो ज़्यादातर वो महिला का पीछे ही रहती हैं, घर के अंदर ही रहती हैं। तो ये कॉन्सेप्ट बदलना था। तो खुली बैठक करी, महिलाओं को ज़्यादातर करके बुलाया कि आप सब आइए, कि आपकी महिला प्रधान है और आपका प्रतिनिधित्व हम कर रहे हैं और आपसे पूछ के हम कार्य योजना बनाएंगे, जीपीडीपी बनाएंगे कि आप गांव में क्या चाहती हैं, कैसा माहौल चाहती हैं। तो महिलाओं से उनसे उनकी राय ली और उनके हिसाब से जो भी उन्होंने कहा कि पानी से संबंधित उनको जो चुनौतियां थीं उनके विषय में या उनको उनकी सुरक्षा को लेके, सब चीज़ों को लेके हमने अपनी कार्य योजना साल भर की बनाई और धीरे धीरे करके वो सब चीज़ें इम्प्लीमेंट करी। जो उन्होंने कहा वो हमने 2 साल में ही करके दिखाया। हमारे गाँव में पिछली प्रधानी में ऐसा सब कुछ नष्ट सा हो गया था, कुछ सब जर्जर भवन थे सारे सरकारी। तो हमने एनएम सेंटर, हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस सेंटर, अपने ग्राम पंचायत में 8 कमरों का पंचायत भवन, जो कि सपना था, 2 कमरों के पंचायत भवन होते थे। पानी की टंकी, जल जीवन मिशन का वो चल रहा था, तो हम उसको अपने गांव में लेके आए। अपनी एजुकेशन का फ़ायदा गांव तक पहुंचाना था, तो हर घर को नल से जोड़ा। जो हैंडपम्प के लिए या कुएं तक महिलाएं जाती थीं तो वो सुविधा उनको दी। और अपने यहाँ जलाशय, क्योंकि उनको ऐसा था कि जल संरक्षण पे भी हमें काम करना था, तो आंगनवाड़ी केंद्रों में, पंचायत भवन में, स्कूलों में वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग कॉन्सेप्ट और जलाशयों का निर्माण किया। एक नहीं, 3 जलाशयों का उस पर काम किया और जल संरक्षण का काम अपने यहाँ किया। और महिलाओं को आत्मबल और साहस हमसे मिला। और आसपास के गांवों में भी ऐसा एक जज्बा जगा, क्योंकि हमारे आसपास के जो अटारी के आसपास 200-300 गांवों में ऐसी कोई महिला नहीं थी कि जो अपनी प्रधानी खुद कर रही थी। और उन प्रधानों के यूनियन के भी अध्यक्ष हम बने। और सब मेल, जब हम कोई भी बैठक करते थे प्रधानों की, तो सारे मेल प्रधान आते थे। 33% रिजर्वेशन था पर महिला नहीं आती थी। तो उस बैठक को भी हम ही सब मेल के बीच में एक महिला प्रधान, और उन्होंने हमें अध्यक्ष के रूप में स्वीकार किया, तो ये बड़ी बात थी। उसके बाद सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स, जो स्वयं सहायता समूह, अपने गांव में 19 स्वयं सहायता समूह बनाए। उनको पशुपालन से, कृषि के कामों से, जो दुकान करना चाहते थे उनको उस चीज़ों से जोड़ा और उनको स्वावलंबी बनाया।
Right. Huge round of applause for all the measures she's implemented as, Sarpanch. And I think she sort of saw it from a women's lens, right? The difficulties they have in terms of even fetching water. And she decided to do something about that. Shamika, you've had a very different arc compared to some of the women we've been speaking to. Has it been easier to break the glass ceiling in the world of economics and high finance? Because you have role models abroad, you have role models in India, from Janet Yellen to Christine Lagarde to Geeta Gopinath. And in India, you've had deputy governors of the RBI, leading bankers. How was your arc to becoming a member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council?
Well, first of all, I just want to introduce you to, the two ladies you just heard. There is a term we use in research. These are political entrepreneurs. You need these kind of people on the ground to bring about the change which you are envisioning. So, Amrit Kal ka jo aap baar sunte hain, I want to be a little forward-looking, Chandra. This is not going to happen on its own. It's not going to happen from Delhi. If this country has to emerge as a developed country, you need political entrepreneurs on the ground. Now, let me tell you a little bit tying into my own story. I'm a professor of economics. I do research and I teach. And now I don't get much time to teach, but I do research. When I came back to India in 2004-05, I was doing work in development finance and other kinds of issues. But the more research I did in India, using Indian data, working with Indian institutions, I realized that any aspect of research, eventually gender does emerge. It was not like I went out looking for women's issues. But gender just emerges as a very important part of research and policy making in India. So let me tell you, entire development finance, this whole microfinance revolution that we've had in the last 30 years, or even PMJDY now that the government is part, it's overwhelmingly concentrated on women. Right? That's from the finance side of things. Because when you empower financially women, the household does well. The children's height and weight does better. Girls typically study more. And so there are many societal impacts. So there is a gender component. Jab health dekhna shuru kiya, then you realize that, in some of our best hospitals, most patients, female patients are missing. Meaning women are not coming to hospitals. Now, these are very summary, simple things to look at, but these are very disturbing findings. It's not the cost of healthcare, because we're talking about AIMS, jahan pe 2 million patients come every year. So you have massive amount of data. The minute you start looking at it, you realize, women kahan hai? So you see the concept of missing women, even in terms of seeking healthcare, these begin to emerge. Then we did a research almost 15 years back, which we called a silent revolution. Without a policy push, you are seeing assembly to parliament, constituency after constituency across the country. Women voters are coming out and voting more and more. This silent revolution, you should understand it now. It has transformed the political space of India. And because it has, no political party can ignore women anymore. And I can tell you 10 years back, we would not be saying this. So, this is a silent revolution, because when there is a surge of women voters, policies therefore begin to respond to women.
I think we saw this play out in UP, right? There was a lot of analysis on...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
In fact, not just UP, right? It is happening in your most developed, richest states. It is happening in the poorest states. It is happening in the remote states. So you are seeing the resurgence of women, and women voters drive a lot of the development agenda in the country, and political parties are responding to that.
Right.
So I think it was mostly the research, Chandra, and the commitment. When you see something happen, and it is empirically true of the nation, it's a very exciting time to be in India and to be involved in the policy making space.
Right.
Because next 25 years is transformational for this country. So you want to be part of it. So I made this small leap from full-time academic to now full-time policy.
We're glad you did. Political entrepreneurs बताया आपको, क्या आप अपने आप को उस जरिए से देखते हैं कि आप political entrepreneurs हैं?
जी बिल्कुल, अपने आप को हम देखते हैं, क्योंकि अपने देश का विकास, राष्ट्र का विकास गांव से ही संभव है. और प्रधानमंत्री जी का भी विजन है कि हर चीज़ गाँव से, क्योंकि अपना एग्रीकल्चर बेस्ड हम लोग कंट्री हैं, तो गाँव से बहुत कुछ संभव है. हम लोग गाँव को, हमने उनको शौचालय से पहले शौचालय तक नहीं इस्तेमाल करना वहाँ गाँव में होता था, तो वो आवास, शौचालय, धीरे धीरे प्रोग्रेसिव गाँव, हमें गाँव को शहर नहीं बनाना, गाँव को एक विकसित गाँव बनाना है, समृद्ध गाँव बनाना है. तो उस दिशा में काम करने के लिए एक विजन चाहिए होता है, एक जुनून चाहिए होता है, और कुछ काम करने की उस रूरल इंडिया में ऐसे लोगों की भी ज़रूरत है जो ज़मीन से जुड़ के काम करें. क्योंकि पॉलिसी मेकिंग अगर हम किसी एसी कमरे में बैठ के करें और वहीं ग्रास रूट लेवल पे जब हम पॉलिसी बनाते हैं और उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं तो उससे उसमें ज़मीन आसमान का अंतर आता है कि योजनाएं बहुत होती हैं, योजनाओं को गांव तक पहुंचाना, उनको अवेयर करना गांव के लोगों को और उनको फिर इम्प्लीमेंट करना, उन तक उनकी सुविधा वो ले सकें जी। तो ये काम हम लोग कर सकते हैं ग्राउंड पे।
बबीता जी,
देखिए अपने कार्यों से साथ साथ हमें पॉलिटिकल का भी चलाना है। पहले औरतें सियासत में नहीं होती थी, मगर सियासत ज़रूरी है क्योंकि हमसे ज़्यादा सियासत तो आदमी लोग खेल जाते हैं। तो इसलिए सियासत में उतरना तो यही एक मिशन था कि उससे पहले ग्राउंड लेवल वर्कर बन जाऊं। मैं पहले ग्राउंड लेवल वर्कर थी। 2008 में मेरी जर्नी शुरू हुई थी, मैं बीजेपी में थी, तो तब मैं नॉर्मल वर्कर थी। तो 2018 में मैंने इलेक्शन लड़ा, उसके बाद में मैं सरपंच बनी, सरपंच से ही मैं ज़िला अध्यक्ष बनी बीजेपी की महिला मोर्चा की, और आज मैं उपाध्यक्ष हूँ स्टेट की जेके यूटी की महिला मोर्चा की। तो मेरा बस यही है, मतलब मेरा मिशन यही है कि औरतों को जितना हो सके, इन बहनों को, कि सक्षम बन जाएं, सक्षम बन जाएं। क्योंकि हमारी जो विडोज़ हैं, हमारी जो डाइवर्सी औरतें हैं, कुछ गरीब हैं, कुछ लाचार हैं, कुछ हैंडीकैप्स हैं, उनके लिए जो स्कीमें हैं हमारी सेंटर में, तो बहुत सारी स्कीमें हमारी लॉन्च हो रही हैं, मगर क्या है कि घर घर गांव गांव तक अभी पहुंच नहीं पा रही हैं। इन चीज़ों से काफ़ी चीज़ें अभी दूर हैं। जैसे हैंडीकैप्स हैं, किसी घर में 4-4 बच्चे भी हैंडीकैप्स हैं, जो मैंने खुद देखे हैं। एक बच्चे 2 बच्चे को स्कीम का फ़ायदा देंगे, तीसरे को नहीं देंगे। तो उसके लिए हम भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं, मतलब मिशन के में उतरे हुए हैं कि ये स्कीमों का फ़ायदा जो है कि ऑलमोस्ट सबको मिले जी। अभी ओल्ड एज पेंशन जो चल रहे थे वो चल रहा था, अभी बंद हो गया है। उसके लिए दोबारा से रजिस्ट्रेशन हो रही है, मगर अभी तक उनको 4-4, 5-5 महीने का ऑर्नामेंट नहीं मिला है। ऐसे कई स्कीमें हैं जो कि बंद हो चुकी हैं, हो रही हैं आस्ते आस्ते से बंद। मगर चलिए, हमारा नारा, मोदी जी का नारा, मोदी है तो मुमकिन है, सब कुछ सही हो जाएगा। ऐसे ही मेरी जर्नी जो शुरू हुई है मेरे हस्बैंड से हुई है। मेरे हस्बैंड बीएसएफ में जॉब करते थे, इन्होंने छत्तीसगढ़ में ड्यूटी की, उसके बाद में ये कश्मीर में आए, कश्मीर में 4 साल ड्यूटी की इन्होंने। तो उसी दौरान मैं सरपंच बन गई, तो इन्होंने वॉलंटरी रिटायरमेंट लेके मेरा साथ दिया, मुझे आगे बढ़ाया। ये गलत है, मतलब होता है, गलत भी नहीं है, होता है।
नहीं, सुनने में बहुत
हर
अच्छा है।
औरत के पीछे आदमी का हाथ रहे तो औरत काफ़ी आगे बढ़ेगी। इसलिए मैं कहती हूँ, मोदी है तो मुमकिन है, हाँ, संजय है तो मुमकिन है, क्योंकि बबीता तभी आगे बढ़ी।
संजय कहाँ है वो?
जी,
उनके लिए भी तालियां बजनी चाहिए। बिहाइंड एवरी सक्सेसफुल। Pranjal ji, I want to understand from you, how did this affect the way you look at policies within your district? Being a woman, how did it influence you, first in Thiruvananthapuram and as district magistrate, now in terms of your priority areas and focus areas?
Yeah, I think getting to work at the district level, like the most local level in terms of administrative from administrative perspective, it's a very great opportunity. It's in fact a learning opportunity, and it's very great because the efforts you put, you directly get to see the result. Sometimes we make policy and it takes time to get implemented, and then it takes even further time to see how it has impacted the intended section of the society. So at the district level, it has been my very special focus that, how, like, of course now literacy level of our country has really gone high, and it's a very good development. But at the same time, we know that vocational competency, like young girls don't get as much as opportunities, to develop themselves vocationally, as their brothers or their classmates, male classmates must be getting. So in my district there are a few institutes, they are vocational institutes. So I just focused on like how they will get more confidence to give interview, to learn English, to learn basic computers, and how to talk in front of many people. And I'm very happy to share with all of you that their own teachers told me that their girls have done really wonderful in interviews, and they have got more placement than ever before.
Huge round of applause for that. Yeah.
So, and even in other sections, so I have observed one thing that though now children are going to school, and that's a wonderful thing, but co-curricular activities and like an opportunity to learn like various forms of art is not available to all. Like it's still confined, learning dance, learning music, learning craft is still confined to a particular section of our society, which has, money and other resources. So we started in my district something called Kala Shakti, my art, my empowerment. And through that, we are teaching dance to girls, and they are learning Odissi dance. And 2 months back, in the month of May, girls of my district, they performed on the stage along with national awardee winner dancers.
Wow.
And yes, and these accomplished dancers actually remark that these girls are not at all like first time, beginners. They are like already so smart, and their presence of mind is so good. So, and then also we are working on drugs. We are trying to have we are promoting sports so that our children develop, team spirit, and they develop some purpose, some physical stamina, and they stay away from drugs. And in this way, there are many such initiatives we are able to take, and we can see direct results. So that's immense satisfaction to me and my team. Thank you.
Right. Huge round of applause for that. In fact, I wish this is a discussion that we can stretch for some more time, because we're hearing so many brilliant examples of how governance, women at the helm of governance policy making, can play a huge role. Thank you very much, all of you, Shamika Ravi ma'am, Sangyogita ji, Babita ji, and Pranjal ji, for sharing your experiences with us. And I hope this will spur more women in the area of governance and policy making. That's certainly the need of the hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. And Chandra, I'd request you to please hand over the mementos to the ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause to these inspiring ladies, the Niti Shaktis.
आप सभी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। नीति शक्ति श्री शक्ति का एक बेहद अहम हिस्सा आने वाली पीढ़ियों को प्रेरित करने के लिए नेटवर्क 18 उन चुनिंदा श्री शक्तियों को सम्मानित कर रहा है, उनकी कहानियों को पूरे देश के साथ साझा कर रहा है, जिनके चलते हमारी लाखों करोड़ों महिलाओं को प्रेरणा मिल रही है। नया भारत सिनेमा में श्री शक्ति को पहचानता है और उस पहचान का सम्मान भी करता है। हालांकि इस सम्मान के हकदार वो उस पल से ही हैं जब से छोटे और बड़े पर्दे की शुरुआत हुई। ये भी सबसे बड़ा सच रहा कि कोई भी कहानी बिना श्री शक्ति के कभी पूरी नहीं हुई। लेकिन बदलते वक्त के साथ श्री शक्ति ने उस नजरिए को भी बदलने में कामयाबी हासिल की जिसमें उन्हें महज कहानी का हिस्सा माना जाता था, उसकी नींव नहीं।
Absolutely, and you guessed it right. This is the cinema Shakti that we have for you. The arm candy at that time and the damsel in distress has made way for the women-oriented films. While that move was a welcome step, branding cinema steered by a woman as niche didn't do as much justice to the talented drivers of the venture. But today, there's a whole lot of creative acumen of women in cinema and content who have reshaped the industry, led the charge, and driven narrative changes. They are the sheroes or the heroes, I must say, that India has begun to dote on. But before I invite a very special guest on the stage today, let me please invite our colleague Shireen Bhan back on the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming the talented Shraddha Kapoor, who has proven time and again that she is an intrinsic part of cinema's evolving landscape.
Look at that. Look at the welcome that you just got, Shraddha Kapoor. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Shraddha Kapoor. Okay, are all the flying kisses done? And we're not even in Parliament. Please take a seat. Well, I can see that we've got a couple of tables full of your fans right here, Shraddha. But for those of you who haven't followed her career as closely as her fans have, let me very quickly take you through her journey so far. You've been in the industry for a little over 10 years now?
I think so.
You think so?
I think so.
Does it feel much longer?
Because, you know, sometimes it feels like, literally on every film, it feels like, okay, I've not done this aspect of being an actor, I've not done that aspect of being an actor. So every film feels like a debut in some way or the other. So my makeup artist and dear friend, Shraddha Nayak, who's also here, because she's been with me for the few years that I've been around, we keep fighting about who knows how many years it's actually been. So yes.
So what's the average that the two of you have arrived at between the both of you?
I think it's been about 12 years.
Yeah. So I was right. I said a little over 10 years. So you've spent a little over 10 years in the movie business. But you've grown up around the movie business. Your father is an actor. We just heard from your illustrious aunts, and of course your cousin is here within the hall as well, watching you. So you've grown up around the movies. Did you ever consider wanting to do or be anything else, or this was it?
This was it, because this is what I grew up seeing in my household. I've grown up with the maternal side of my family predominantly, where I have my maushis, I have my grand aunt, I had my nana, who's was a very well-renowned classical musician. So I've grown up in a family of basically family members being in the creative arts. So for me, it's all that I knew. And it was a natural fit to get into the same field. But I have to say that, you know, when you're in school and a lot of people tell you ki, you know.
Oh my God, you really have a fan club right here in the room.
I mean, they're the best. You know, there's so much love that I get from my well-wishers and my fans. It just overwhelms me all the time. So I have to say that, for me, you guys threw me off track now.
You were narrating an incident from school.
And fully threw me off track. But I have to say that, see, I don't remember where I was at.
Should I switch the question? Okay, let's do a retake.
I mean, the only thing that should throw anybody off is love and adulation. So that's great.
Well, you know, I hope you continue to get as much love and adulation as you are getting this evening. But let me ask you this. Now you remember.
I remembered, okay? I'm not going to look there right now. but you know, जब हम school में जाते हैं and people tell you in school that अरे, if your family member is a doctor or any other field or an actor, you naturally have this rebellious side to you where you say, no, I'm not going to go into the same field. So I naturally had the same side to me where when people would tell me, you're going to be an actress, of course you're going to be an actress. And I'd be like, no, I'm not. But deep down, I always wanted to be. And it just organically happened that I developed a passion for it as well.
And you know, you've spent the last 12 years now doing what you love doing. But what I want to understand from you, Shraddha, is, and you know, as a young person, as a young woman specifically, getting into the movie business, even though you're familiar with it, you're comfortable with your environment, did you always feel the need that you needed to conform to what an actress is supposed to look like, how an actress is supposed to be? You know, was that always, did that constrain you, at least in the first few years, where it was hard for you to maybe express who you really were? Did you bring your authentic self to the set, or were you trying to play a part even in real life?
That's a very interesting question, and I have to say that the way that you think starts in your household. And your perspective to life and the way that you look at life starts at a very young age. So I feel so proud to say that I come from a household where my brother and we were treated equally. For us, I was never told कि अरे, you know, आपकी मासी एक औरत है और देखो उन्होंने क्या कामयाबी पाई है लाइफ में, औरत बन के उन्होंने कामयाबी पाई है. So that was never a thought in my household. It was, okay, my father has achieved great things for himself. My Masi has achieved great things for herself. You should also strive to be like that. So having been brought up in that manner, I have to share that when my first films didn't do well, there were a lot of people who were telling me that, oh, you know, as an actress, if your first two films don't do well, then you know, you will never get any films and you will... There were a lot of people around me who said that, but I did not have that in my household. And I feel like that was such a strong foundation for me. And a lot of my thinking came from the conversations that I've had at home. Be it, to answer your question, I would say that it wouldn't strike me that an actress has to be a certain way or has to behave a certain way, because I'm very happy that my foundation made me think very normally, very differently, that it applies to both genders.
Yeah, and how much of that has impacted the choices that you've made when we talk about the roles that you've done and the movies that you've decided to take on? And I'll ask you this in the context of Stree, and I don't know how many of you remember, but I believe that there's a Stree 2 coming as well. But for you to play a ghost, and a ghost that preys on men, I mean, not too many women would have, would have wanted to play that part. So how much of the choices that you make in terms of the parts that you accept in the movies that you take on is conscious and deliberate, and how much of it is just organic?
You know, I don't think I've spoken about this when we were promoting Stree, but there was a very, I'm actually very grateful to my director Amar Kaushik and my producer Dinesh Vijan. I'll tell you why. Because when Stree was offered to me, they offered it to me as a cameo. They offered it to me as a special appearance. And I just was so amazed and so entertained with the premise of the film being about having a larger social message in an entertaining manner, that I requested them that, you know, can I be a part of the cast, and actually, can this not be a special appearance? I don't want to feel that this is a special appearance. And they completely agreed to that.
Well, it changed the whole movie then.
And I feel like for me to be a part of that, to be the front runner, to be right there, proudly being on the poster of that film and being right in the front, I felt that I'm proud of this film because for filmmakers to touch upon, as I said, social causes, social conversations in an entertaining manner, I don't know how many of them do it very successfully.
You know, you said something interesting here. You said that you had a conversation with the director and the producer and said that it shouldn't be a cameo, that it should be a much larger role. And that resulted in a completely different movie. But how much say do you have as an actor, or for the lack of a better term in this context, as an actress, to dictate what the story should be or how the part should be played out, what layers the character should have? How much say and space do you find that you get?
You know, Shireen, actually when you start meeting people for a film, or you start hearing a film, you start interacting with producers, you start interacting with the makers, very early on in the meetings, and I've started figuring this out, I can gauge how they are seeing a character. I can gauge, okay, they're seeing this character to be a significant character in the film. I can see that they're going to treat the character equally to the male character or other characters in the film. You can gauge that, or rather I've started to be able to gauge that now.
Have you ever walked away if you felt that it wasn't going to be a fair balance between what they were telling you and what the part would eventually look like?
Absolutely. I absolutely have. And I feel like that it's my responsibility to do that, because I feel that the audience that I have built for myself now, they would not want to see me in parts where there isn't a strong layer to that part. So I feel like I'm responsible towards them as well. So there are a lot of no's that I've been saying. And I think that also happens after you, for me personally, after I've also become clear and I had a clear gauge of, okay, the kind of work that I want to do. So as I was saying that early on you can gauge how collaborative a team is going to be. And I actually want to share this, or rather share this with my colleagues or my contemporaries as well, is that you can gauge an energy in a meeting. You can gauge an energy with the producer. You can gauge an energy with the director. If you feel that your character is not going to get the same kind of respect or is not going to be treated in a way or portrayed in the right way, then be aware of that. And take your time to ask the questions. You know if your questions are going to be answered. You know that if you get an energy, okay, this will be collaborative. Then watch out for a collaborative effort.
Watch out for the red flags, and don't be afraid to ask the questions, and don't be afraid to walk away if it's not aligned with what you're looking for.
Absolutely. Watch out for the red flags in a meeting. Gauge. Don't be in a rush to say yes to a film. Ask your questions, know if it's collaborative or not, and then go ahead.
So, you know, you talked about wanting to play parts that have layers. What is the part that you would like to play? What do you aspire to play? Is there a movie, is there a role, you know, domestic or global, that you aspire to do?
You know, I feel that we're at a great time for women in cinema right now, with films like Gangubai, with Razi, with Neerja. There's Manikarnika. Some of them are blockbusters, some of them not. There would be Hasina, which is my film. There would be Thalaivi. There are so many films. So I feel that people are making these films. And people are on the lookout of strong female characters, strong stories that can be told. So frankly, I feel that because we are at a good space right now, I would be open to any interesting story, because I think that there are so many interesting stories of women out there.
You know, you talked about the fact that we're seeing this change where women are now getting the leading role. So in a sense, they're playing the heroes of a film. And not being relegated to sort of the, you know, the song and dance aspect of it. How much of this change is because, you know, you've got the OTT platforms now, so there is a different kind of content that the audience is getting used to? How much of it is the fact that, you know, this is an aspirational country with a young population, and so choices for that audience, you know, is different, and they're willing to experiment with the kinds of content that they consume? What do you believe has led to this change that we're seeing, where women are being portrayed so differently than what we're used to?
You know, there is this conversation about whether film is a representation of society or vice versa. And frankly, I feel it's a conversation. I don't think that we can land up at a conclusion about it. I can comment on what I've observed. I do feel that even before the entire OTT wave came on, we've had films like Neerja, we've had films released before where they have been about, women being the central character. So I also feel like, a lot of the times I hear that people say that, on OTT you can experiment, but I don't entirely agree with that. I feel like we have seen some massive theatrical releases.
That's right.
So I don't agree with that particularly. I feel that it's also about the market in some way, if I may say so.
Yeah.
I also feel that that has a role. It also has to do with times. There are different topics, there are different social topics which are of relevance. Back in the day, we didn't have touch-screen phones. We didn't have people watching content on their phones.
Yes.
The allure of going to a theater was very different. I don't remember when exactly touch-screen phones came, but I didn't have a touch-screen phone. I remember that.
Well,
so
they've been around for a while now. So.
And they've been around for a while, but I remember that I had the button phone as one of my first phones.
Yeah.
And so I feel that cinema also changes with the times.
And with technology, and with the fact that we now have single screens and multiplexes coexisting, and that has changed the way that people consume their movies. You know, speaking of phones and speaking of technology, what has also changed is the fact that you now have social media. I don't know how many of you know this. She has 85 million followers on Instagram. Is that the last count?
I don't remember exactly, but it's 80 plus.
It's 80 plus, so 80 million followers on Instagram. Who is the real Shraddha Kapoor? Is what we see on Instagram the real Shraddha Kapoor?
100%. Absolutely, that's me. I love sharing when I'm having my poha. I love sharing when I'm enjoying my cup of chai in my little cup, which I'm so attached to, that every day I'm like, is my cup okay? Is my cup okay? The polish of my cup is coming off, but I still want to share. And people know that, I love sharing that. What else? What did I have for dinner? I love sharing.
Is there such a thing as oversharing, or you don't believe that there's any concept of oversharing?
I feel very, very fortunate for the kind of relationship that I've developed with my well-wishers and fans. I'll be very honest with you. I think it's extra special, if I may say so. We have like-minded thoughts. Even when I go out somewhere and someone tells me, I have the same handbag that I saw in your post. And we discuss, someone will say that, I have the same trousers that you have, or the same kurta that you have. And it's so nice. It's so nice to feel like one big happy family.
Yeah.
And
but what about the mystery and the mystique and the aura? I mean, before Instagram and before social media, you knew very little about the personal lives or behind the scenes or what an actor or an actress were like. And that perhaps that mystique and that mystery perhaps elongated their careers as well. Do you believe that is the case, and perhaps this need to constantly put things out about yourself and share as much as you do takes away from that?
I feel like we hear this conversation happen very often, but I really wonder, say in the 1950s, if they had Instagram, would they not use it? I'm wondering, right? Would they not use Instagram if they had touchscreen phones and the OTT platforms? Would they be like, no, I'm not going to watch something on my phone? I wonder. So I feel, again, we go back to that conversation about changing times and technology, and basically, the only constant is change, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty much that. I do feel that from my personal experience, my relationship with my fans has been enhanced to a whole other level being on social media.
Because of the immediacy of the contact as well as the access that you've been able to give them. So you do control the narrative and you control your own story as well.
And I have to tell you that the kind of joy that I feel when I'm reading their DMs or when I get to go on.
Do you read them or do you have a social media manager?
I read them, and I have to say that I have to tell myself, okay, how much has my screen time been today? I have to look at that as well, but it's all me, and I have to tell you that the joy that I get when I read DMs and when I read comments and I get to interact on comments, and you really know what someone is thinking. You know, I don't know how much of that existed because I would imagine that stardom was also a lot more sheltered, perhaps.
Yeah.
To a certain degree, is my imagination of it. So I have no qualms in the era that I'm in, and I'm embracing it wholly and solely.
Yeah, clearly, with 85 million followers, it clearly shows that you're embracing it. But you know, there's the good and the bad side of this. So the good is that you're getting all of this adulation and love immediately from your fans, and they're responding to you pretty much in real time. But you can also have a situation where you have people not say very nice things to you because anonymity provides that safety to say whatever you want to say without any consequences. How do you deal with that?
I apply the same kind of thinking that I've been brought up with, which is perspective, which is what you pay attention to grows. If you believe, if I focus on the love and adulation, and if I focus on also trying to hope that when I share candid aspects of my life, maybe someone is going to get inspired in some way also. So I focus on that very, very frankly. And I feel that that is something that I use also as my strength.
Well, you know, speaking of strengths and things that you're looking forward to and people that you worked with, who do you look up to as the iconic sort of star that inspires you? And from your peer group, you know, is there a peer that you feel more connected with or connected to in terms of the kind of work that they do? So icon and peer.
I have so many people I look up to. So many icons that I look up to. I have them in my own household. I admire them for the way that they've brought me up to begin with. And of course, the kind of work that they've done has been phenomenal. In my peer group, there's so many people doing such good work. I recently watched Rocky or Rani Ki Prem Kahani, and I absolutely loved Alia in it. I thought that she was extremely effortless, so natural, an absolute delight to watch, and I thoroughly enjoyed watching her.
Well, okay, so that's one big point there for Alia Bhatt in her latest movie. But, you know, I can't let you go. And again, she's a woman with many talents. One is, of course, that she's a beautiful singer. And I've been told by everybody in my producing team that we have to get you to end with a song. Wherever you like. It could be your favorite song. It could be a song that embodies your journey in the movie business so far, or what you hope to do in the movie business in the future.
Are we already at the end of our chat, though?
We are, unfortunately, good things don't last too long, unfortunately. So we are at the end of our chat, unfortunately.
Okay. So this is when I'm supposed to sing?
This is where you're supposed to sing. Do you want me to say action?
Should I? Okay, I'm seeing we're playing dumb charades. You guys only tell me, what should I sing?
On
Will
popular
you sing
demand.
with me? Pakka. Promise. Pakka wala promise.
You look at them, they're dying, they're waiting for you to start.
Okay. तू मेरी नींदों में सोता है, तू मेरे अश्कों में होता है, सरगोशी सी है ख्यालों में, तू ना हो फिर भी तू होता है. Okay, I went थोड़ा आगे, so we'll sing the chorus together. तेरी गलियां मुझको भावे गलियां तेरी गलियां यूं ही तड़पावे गलियां तेरी गलियां. Thank you so much.
Shraddha Kapoor, thank you for being such a wonderful sport, and thank you so much for sharing your life story, your life's journey, but more importantly, your dreams and aspirations with us here on this platform. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause
Thank you.
for
Thank you,
Shraddha
everyone.
Kapoor.
Thank you so much, Shraddha. And Shireen, I'd also request you, Shraddha, please stay on stage. There's a memento that is waiting for you.
श्री शक्ति का हिस्सा बनने के लिए और अपना कीमती वक्त देने के लिए श्रद्धा, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका. और आगे भी आप सब हमारे साथ बने रहिएगा, क्योंकि एक बेहद खास सेशन आगे आपका इंतजार कर रहा है, जो हम सभी की जिंदगी का एक अटूट हिस्सा बन चुका है.
Ladies and gentlemen, Shraddha Kapoor. Thank you so much. Esteemed guests, we'd request you to kindly be seated. We are now headed for our last and final session of the evening, so we'd request you to be seated. It is as interesting as this session that is just about concluded. Request you all to kindly be seated. Once you take your seats, we will begin the proceedings for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is called Social Media Shakti. They command the digi space, and as micro celebrities, they are probably as popular as the movie stars. Finding opportunity in the way they express themselves, they have successfully carved out lucrative careers as influencers. As social media sensations, these icons dominate India's thriving creator economy and ensure media isn't considered a frivolous tool. Beyond the reels, the song and dance, the jokes, these influencers are body positivity champions, LGBTQI representatives, career consultants, doctors, financial advisors, you name it, and you'll find a role model in each one of them.
जी हाँ, अभिव्यक्ति और अवसर का मंच यानी सोशल मीडिया, लेकिन जहाँ सोशल मीडिया सनसनी बनना और उसे बरकरार रखना कम मुश्किलों भरा नहीं. परिवार से लेकर समाज के सवालों का सामना करना, अनजान दुनिया को अपनाते हुए खुद को समेट कर रखना, हर दिन एक नए ज्ञान के साथ प्रभावशाली बनना पहाड़ सी चुनौतियां लेकर आता है, जिसका मजबूती से सामना करते हुए इन शीर्ष शक्तियों ने अपनी ऑनलाइन प्रेजेंस को सफल करियर में बदला. इस सेशन की कमान के लिए मैं मंच पर बुलाना चाहूंगी मेरी सहयोगी पलकी शर्मा को. जोरदार तालियों के साथ हमारे पैनल का भी स्वागत करिए. कविता's किचन की कविता सिंह का हम चाहेंगे आप मंच पर आएं. इसके अलावा हंसना हो सकता है आसान हो, लेकिन हंसाना बहुत मुश्किल होता है. मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी श्रुति अर्जुन आनंद को भी, यूट्यूब कॉमेडियन जो कि हंसाती हैं. इसके अलावा स्वागत करिएगा अपर्णा टंडले जी का भी, जिन्हें आप काम वाली बाई के तौर पर बखूबी जानते हैं. और साथ ही फिटनेस एक्सपर्ट रश्मि राय का भी जोरदार तालियों के साथ आप सभी स्वागत जरूर करें. आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है श्री शक्ति के सबसे बड़े मंच पर.
Thank you, and what a wonderful panel to have. Let's first have a big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you. And I will ask you questions individually, but I want to ask one question to all of you. In a country and a world where everyone thinks of themselves as content creators, what do you see as your competition and how do you deal with it? Kavita Singh, let's start with you. You started Kavita's Kitchen. Of all things, you're teaching a country with so many varieties of cuisine to cook, and you're doing it fabulously. What made you take this up and how has the journey been?
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल थैंक यू सो मच फॉर हैविंग मी हियर और मैं आपकी बहुत बड़ी फ़ैन हूँ. मैं काफ़ी देर से सोच रही थी कि आपसे मिलूँ तो मैं आपको बताऊँ. मैंने आपको बहुत देखा है और जैसे मेरी जर्नी 2014 में शुरू हुई थी और जब मेरा बेटा स्कूल जाने लगा था और खाली टाइम रहता था घर पे, तो मैंने सोचा कि उस खाली टाइम को यूज़ करके कुछ किया जाए, क्योंकि बच्चे को छोड़ के ऑफिस नहीं जाना था. तब मैंने ये यूट्यूब का जो कुकिंग का आइडिया था, क्योंकि कुकिंग का पैशन मुझे पहले से ही था, और देन आई स्टार्टेड माय यूट्यूब चैनल इन 2014. और जब मैंने रेसिपी पोस्ट करनी शुरू की तो लोगों ने कहा कि आप जो बेसिक चीज़ें बताते हो कि गैस कब बंद करना है, कितना टाइम पकाना है, तो हम बैचलर्स बिगनर्स को बहुत हेल्प होता है. तो मेरे को समझ में आया कि अच्छा लोगों को ये चाहिए. तो मैंने उसको जो लोगों ने डिमांड किया उस चीज़ को अपना स्ट्रेंथ बनाया और उस पर काम करके मैंने वीडियो बनाना शुरू किया और लोगों ने काफ़ी अप्रिशिएट किया.
और घर में कैसा रिस्पांस था कि हाँ खाना बना रही हो, अब वीडियो के साथ बना रही हो?
हाँ, तो उनको मिल जाता था ना, मतलब वीडियो बनाती थी तो खाना भी ज़्यादा स्टाइलिश बनता था. तो वो बहुत खुश होते थे कि आज तो नया कुछ मिलेगा, आज तो नया कुछ मिलेगा.
अच्छा, एक चीज़ मैं हमेशा पूछना चाहती हूँ, जो लोग खाने की रेसिपीज डालते हैं, क्या हमेशा परफेक्ट बनता है या कभी जलता भी है?
ऐसा नहीं है, बहुत बार ख़राब भी होता है. तो मैं तो बहुत बार कोशिश करती हूँ, मतलब अगर मैं दूसरी कुजीन ट्राई कर रही हूँ जो मेरे एरिया का नहीं है या जो मेरे कल्चर का नहीं है, तो मैं उसको पहले 3-4 बार घर पे बनाती हूँ, लोगों से राय लेती हूँ कि सही बना है कि नहीं, देन उसकी रेसिपी पोस्ट करती हूँ. तो मैं कोशिश करती हूँ कि अगर एक बार मैंने वीडियो पोस्ट किया तो वो ख़राब ना हो किसी का, क्योंकि अगर आपने मेरी रेसिपी देख के बनाई और आपका खाना अच्छा नहीं बना तो आप मेरे ऊपर ट्रस्ट नहीं करोगे, आप मेरे को अनफॉलो कर दोगे. तो वो चीज़ दिमाग में रखनी पड़ती है.
Awesome. Shruti Arjun Anand, you're making people laugh and you have 10 million subscribers. How do you do it?
तो सबसे पहले तो मैं बता दूं, मेरी सिर्फ 10 मिलियन नहीं है. मेरी खुद की सोशल मीडिया कंपनी है जिसके अंडर 6 यूट्यूब चैनल्स आते हैं एंड वी हैव मोर देन 40 मिलियन सब्सक्राइबर्स इन टोटल 6 यूट्यूब चैनल्स. तो डिफ़िकल्ट तो हर चीज़ होती है, बट मेरे मम्मी पापा ने हमेशा मुझे यही सिखाया है कि जब तक ट्राई नहीं करोगे तब तक कैसे आप किसी भी चीज़ को नो कर सकते हो. अपना 100 नहीं 200% दो और फिर देखो, अगर आपको नहीं रिस्पांस मिल रहा है इसका मतलब आप कुछ तो गड़बड़ कर रहे हो. लेकिन अगर रिस्पांस मिल रहा है तो आपको सब खुद ही पता चल जाएगा कि आप सही ट्रैक पे हो कि नहीं हो.
पर हम अभी भी एक बहुत नए आयाम खुले हैं, पर फिर भी एक ऐसे समाज में हैं जहाँ करियर ऑप्शंस सभी के लिए लिमिटेड हैं. जब आप पेरेंट्स से बात करते हैं, डॉक्टर, इंजीनियर, MBA, आजकल बहुत स्टार्टअप में भी जा रहे हैं, महिलाओं के लिए और भी लिमिटेड है. सो व्हेन यू इंट्रोड्यूस, और यू स्टार्टेड इन द बिगिनिंग इंट्रोड्यूसिंग योरसेल्फ एज अ कॉमेडियन, व्हाट वाज द रिस्पांस?
तो मैं खुद एक इंजीनियर हूँ.
अच्छा.
तो जब मैंने फुल टाइम यूट्यूबर बनी मैं, तो स्टार्टिंग में लोगों को उस टाइम पे सोशल मीडिया इतना ज़्यादा पता ही नहीं था कि होता क्या है. 2013 की बात कर रही हूँ मैं. तो लोग मजाक भी उड़ाते थे. कई लोग बोलते थे कि इंजीनियर होने के बावजूद आप ये क्यों कर रहे हो, कुछ और करो, आपके हस्बैंड IITian है तो आपको कुछ अच्छा ही करना चाहिए और लुक अप टू करना चाहिए उनको. बट हमेशा मुझे मेरी फैमिली ने, हस्बैंड ने प्रोत्साहित किया कि नहीं, तुम्हारा पैशन है, इसको फॉलो करो. जब मैं अपनी जॉब करता हूँ तो हस्बैंड ने बोला कि तो मैं पैशनेटली करता हूँ तो मैं अच्छा कर रहा हूँ, तो आप भी कोई भी चीज़ कर रही हो तो उसको पैशनेटली करो. स्टार्टिंग में तो रिस्पांस थोड़ा सा डिफ़िकल्टी होता है, स्पेसिफिकली जब एक मुझे बोलना चाहिए मैरिड लड़की अपने सोशल मीडिया पे वीडियोस डालती है, स्पेसिफिकली कॉमेडी और एक डिफरेंट जॉनर के, तो रिलेटिव्स बोलते ही हैं, काफ़ी लोग नीचा दिखाने की कोशिश करते हैं. बट मुझे लगता है कि परिवार वाले जो हैं वो आपके पिलर होते हैं. अगर वो हस्बैंड सब साथ दे रहे होते हैं तो आपकी जो पावर है वो 10 गुना ज़्यादा बढ़ जाती है और आप और भी ज़्यादा अच्छा परफॉर्म करते हो और लोगों को भी मज़ा आता है आपको देख के.
बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने. अपर्णा टंडेल, or should I say Sheila Didi, I read somewhere recently that you may find a soulmate, but finding a soulmate is going to be that much more difficult. That's a huge gap in society to find the perfect person to work. Why did you think of all things of Kamwali Bai as a...
Sorry?
Why did you pick the idea of, playing a Kamwali Bai?
Okay. So, एक टाइम पे बहुत प्रेशर था कि कुछ चल नहीं रहा, बहुत ट्राई किया, बहुत वीडियोस ट्राई किए, बहुत कुछ किया, पर व्यूज़ नहीं आ रहे थे, मतलब चल नहीं रहा था कुछ. तब एक ऐसा पॉइंट आया था कि कुछ ऐसा करना है कि जिसके बहुत सारे पार्ट्स हो, ठीक है. तो जब हमें ऐसा कुछ करना होता है ना, तब उस बारे में ना हमें ज़्यादा नॉलेज चाहिए कि हम बहुत ज़्यादा कर सके, इसलिए. तो इसकी शुरुआत एक्चुअली मेरी मम्मी काम वाली बाई है, वो थी, अभी तक कर रही थी, लेकिन अभी मैंने उसे रोक दिया. तो मुझे इस फील्ड का बहुत ज़्यादा नॉलेज था. मैं जब छोटी थी तब से मेरी मम्मी काम वाली बाई मतलब है, काम करती थी दूसरों के घरों में, तो उस चीज़ के बारे में मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा पता था. तो मैंने सोचा कि क्यों नहीं कि मैं ये कर लूँ. तो अभी मुझे मम्मी को मेरे मतलब काम वाली बाई की मम्मी कहलाते. तो तो मैंने सोचा कि काम वाली बाई के इसमें मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा नॉलेज है, या फिर मुझे ज़्यादा करने मिल सकता है, ज़्यादा फ़नी कर सकती हूँ. तो मैंने चूज़ किया कि व्हाई नॉट.
पर आपको लगा कि यस, वंडरफुल, आपको लगा कंटेंट क्रिएशन ही करना है आपको?
जी.
आपने क्यों सोचा कि आपको वीडियोस ही बनाने हैं?
मैं जब छोटी थी तब से मेरी मम्मी की बहुत ज़्यादा इच्छा थी कि मैं एक्टिंग करूँ. जब वो छोटी थी तब उसकी इच्छा थी, तो तब से वो मुझे ना मतलब नॉर्मली पेरेंट्स स्टडी में बहुत पुश करते हैं. मेरे घर वालों ने मुझे एक्टिंग में बहुत पुश किया है कि जाओ बेटा, करो करो करो, ऑडिशन को जाओ. मेरी बहनें हैं, हम 4 बहनें हैं, मैं सबसे छोटी हूँ, तो मेरी बहनें मुझे ऑडिशंस को लेके जाती थी. तो जब मैं 14-15 साल की थी तब से थिएटर कर रही हूँ, शॉर्ट फिल्म्स कर रही हूँ. उसके बाद एक पॉइंट ऐसा है कि फाइनेंशियली स्टेबल होना था, तो इस करियर में मतलब यूट्यूब लाइन, ये सब यूट्यूब कंटेंट क्रिएट करना ज़रूरी समझा. तो उस टाइम भी बहुत कुछ नहीं चला. फिर जब काम वाली बाई का जब हमने डिसाइड किया, तो पहला वीडियो हमारा बहुत वायरल गया. तो जो नहीं सोचा था, पहला ही पार्ट बहुत वायरल चला गया, और उसके बाद बहुत सारे पार्ट्स बनाए. अभी लिटरली हमारे 82-85 पार्ट्स हैं, और हर एक वीडियो को 10+ मिलियन व्यूज़, 100+ मिलियन व्यूज़ है. और हमारा अभी शॉर्ट्स ब्रेक यूट्यूब चैनल नंबर 1 इंडिया का यूट्यूब चैनल है. और उसमें एक्चुअली मैं अकेली दिखती हूँ बहुत बार. यहाँ पे मैं बहुत चाहती थी कि मेरी पूरी टीम आए, क्योंकि दिखती मैं अकेली हूँ, पर उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा लोगों के एफर्ट्स होते हैं. जैसे कि मेरे सर है, मेरे साथ जो को एक्टर्स रहते हैं, साइली, प्रशांत, वो भी ज़्यादा बहुत फेमस है. तो मैं चाहती थी कि वो भी आए, पर वो नहीं आ सके.
आपसे बात करके बिल्कुल नहीं लग रहा कि मैं 23 साल की एक लड़की से बात कर रही हूँ जिसके 30 मिलियन से ज़्यादा सब्सक्राइबर्स हैं, और इतनी बड़ी
इस बारे में मुझे कहना है
कि मेरी पूरी टीम को मेरे साथ होना चाहिए था. प्लीज़ पुट योर हैंड्स टुगेदर.
इस बारे में मुझे एक कहना है कि अभी थोड़ी देर पहले भी मुझे किसी ने कहा कि आपकी एज क्या है, तो मैंने कहा कि आई एम 23. तो उन्होंने कहा कि बहुत कम एज में आपने बहुत कुछ कमा लिया. तो आई वॉज लाइक कि बहुत कुछ स्ट्रगल भी किया है मैंने, इतनी कम उम्र में बहुत दिन भी देखे हैं मैंने, बहुत स्ट्रगल किया है, बहुत कुछ किया है यहाँ पे पहुँचने के लिए, बहुत सारे इवेंट्स किए हैं, मतलब मैं क्या ही बताऊँ. तो इतनी इजीली नहीं पहुँचूँ मैं यहाँ पे, बहुत मेहनत की है, और मैं कर सकती हूँ क्योंकि मैं शक्ति हूँ.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. And I think that's a story that everyone shares. सभी का जो जर्नी होती है, किसी का ज़्यादा स्ट्रगल, किसी का कम, पर जब तक आप स्ट्रगल नहीं करते हैं तब तक आप उस तरह की सक्सेस नहीं देखते हैं. Let's come to Rashmi Rai, who's a fitness expert. We see a lot of fitness experts on social media. A lot of them are also trash for giving advice that is not proper. But you stand out. How do you do it, and how responsible do you think your role is? जब आपको इतने सैकड़ों लोग, हज़ारों लोग आपको देखते हैं, आपकी बात मानते हैं, तो do you feel that sense of responsibility?
I know this is out of context, but I'm just so thankful to be sitting on this stage, जहाँ पे President जी आई थी. I know it is not related to the question, but just coming back to the question that लोग बहुत सारे reels बनाते हैं, comedy, funny, cooking, and absolutely amazing. शायद मैं सबसे ज़्यादा स्क्रॉल करके इन सबकी वीडियोस देखती हूँ, and I know them all. But fitness is a genre जो आप सब लोग जितने बैठे हैं, आप लोग भी उसको एक बार स्वाइप मारते होंगे, because टाइम पास करने के लिए कोई फिटनेस नहीं देखना चाहेगा, बल्कि आपको ये नहीं पता है कि आपकी लाइफ में सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट फिटनेस ही है. जैसे कि एक मैम ने अभी कुछ दिखाया था करके कि अगर आप पे अटैक होता है तो आपको क्या करना है, बट डू यू नो अगर वही चीज़ आप थोड़ी सी शक्ति या पावर के साथ करेंगे तो वो ज़्यादा इफेक्टिव रहेगा। और वो कैसे आप बनेगा, जब आप खुद पे मेहनत करेंगे और हेल्दी होंगे। आई नो मैं कुछ भी बोलूँगी वो हमेशा ज्ञान ही कंसिडर होगा, सो आई डोंट वांट टू टेक इट देयर, बट आई जस्ट वांट टू टेल यू, अगर स्पेशली क्योंकि ये शक्ति की बात है, तो वो एरा चला गया जब हम पतली होने की कोशिश करते थे। नाउ द एरा इज ऑफ मसल्स, लेट्स बी स्ट्रॉन्ग एंड फाइट इट आउट। सो इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट कि आप लोग जिम करें, हेल्दी रहें, किसी भी तरीके का कोई एक्टिविटी करें, एंड इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। आप आज शक्ति में बैठे हैं, तो आई एम नॉट गोना लेट गो दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी विदाउट डूइंग सम पुशअप्स, बिकॉज लोग बोलते हैं लड़कियां पुशअप्स नहीं कर सकती, लड़कियां पुलअप्स नहीं कर सकती, लड़कियां वेट लिफ्टिंग नहीं कर सकती, एंड आई डू डेडलिफ्ट्स ऑफ 100 kgs. It's there on my Instagram, not boasting about it, but let's just do some quite of push-ups for all the girls and women out there, and I love you all. So let's just do
have
it.
it, yes.
And I
Rashmi
thought I'm gonna remove my heels, but just let's show everyone here that we can do it with heels. So let's do it.
Wow. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh my God. Take the mic. Sorry.
Just wanna say I'm not another 23, 25 or 20-year-old. I'm 36 years old with a baby. Yeah, and I have a baby girl. She's 10-year-old. Probably she's watching here. So this is for you and my mom and my father-in-law. I just wanna say कि लोग किन्होंने कहा था कि लड़कियों का ब्रेक लगता है जब उनका शादी होता है। तो मेरे I'm just out of breath because of push-ups. तो मेरे शादी से पहले my mother who is here, उन्होंने मेरे को बहुत सपोर्ट किया, and I'm because of her. And शादी के बाद my in-laws, and he is here. So I want to thank them all.
Wow, I have no words. Awesome. So you're all so popular, you're all celebrities in your own right, and जब फिल्म स्टार्स कुछ कहते हैं या कुछ एंडोर्स करते हैं तो काफ़ी स्क्रूटनी होती है। क्या आपको भी वो सेंस ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी फील होता है कि हर उम्र का बच्चा हमें देख रहा होगा, हर कोई देख रहा होगा, हर एक की बॉडी, फॉर इंस्टेंस एवरीबडीज बॉडी इज नॉट द सेम, यू नो, सम एक्सरसाइजेज आर फॉर सम पीपल. So do you feel that sense of responsibility increasingly because you are reaching out to so many people?
Yeah, so when it comes to endorsements, I can proudly say that out of 100 endorsements, 97 to 98% I have either used myself or my family members, and 2% is sometimes we all are here to make money, so sometimes you have to just do it. But otherwise, I take accountability of everything, and other 2% that I promote is not harmful for the audience. It's just something that they might use and might not use. But accountability 100%, like for example, you would see a lot of videos wherein this talk about spot reduction, especially women. हमको हमेशा problem होती है कि हमारे waist से कम नहीं हो रहा या belly fat कम नहीं हो रहा. But do you know, ये gents और guys they say दम है ना तो इतने स्ट्रेंथ करके दिखा. हाँ, हम मानते हैं कि आप हमसे ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग हो, 100% हो. अगर आप में दम है तो आप एक बच्चा पैदा करके दिखा दो ना. You have that biological advancement for you कि भगवान ने आपको पावरफुल बनाया है. And from the ages and ages and ages, जितना भी मैंने सुना है, strength is power. And लड़कियाँ, please, small waist is out of fashion. इतने अच्छे muscles, toning, strength, power, आप सब कुछ achieve कर सकते हो. Coming back to endorsements, I take accountability of whatever I have promoted, and मुझे कभी backlash नहीं मिला because our team, we check everything and then we promote.
Yeah, it's a very inspiring speech. I wish it had come in the beginning of the week, but we are heading into the weekend, so I'm not sure how much of it I will retain and go back to doing a workout. I don't know about the others. But let me ask this question to Shruti as well. You know, humor is also there are no boundaries really and all sorts of people consume that content. तो क्या आपको कभी लगता है कि मेरा audience कौन है, मुझे कौन देख रहा है, किस तरह की भाषा का मुझे इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए, ये सब ख्याल आते हैं आपके दिमाग में जब आप बनाते हैं?
बिल्कुल आते हैं। मेरी खुद की बेटी 8 साल की है और कुछ भी बनाते से पहले मैं ये सोचती हूँ कि मेरे कज़न्स के बच्चे, मेरा बच्चा कल के दिन अगर उसी कंटेंट को देख रहा है तो वो उसको कैसे सोक करेगा। तो जो मेरा बच्चे देखने लायक नहीं है वो कंटेंट दूसरे के बच्चों के देखने लायक कैसे हो सकता है, चाहे वो बड़े हों या फिर टीनेजर हों। तो इतना ध्यान तो मुझे लगता है एज अ मदर मैं स्पेसिफिकली रखती हूँ अपने कंटेंट को लेके।
अपर्णा, एट 23 आपने इतना सब कुछ कर लिया, तो अब आगे क्या? अब आपका आगे का करियर आप कैसे देखते हैं?
अभी तो मैं खुद को इतना सक्सेसफुल नहीं समझती हूँ, तो आगे ऑफ कोर्स एक्टर हूँ तो मूवीज़ करने हैं, सीरीज़ करने हैं। अभी इंडिया जानता है, बाहर भी जाना है, फेमस होना है, बहुत सारा नाम कमाना है और ऑफ कोर्स इंडस्ट्री में जाना है।
विश यू ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट।
थैंक यू।
कविता जी, आप वीडियोस बनाती हैं, उनसे आपको आई एम श्योर फ़ायदा होता है, पर बहुत सारे लोग जो अपना घर छोड़ के दूसरे शहरों में काम करने जाते हैं, यंग लोग, वो पहले के समय अपनी मम्मी को फ़ोन करके पूछते थे कैसे खाना बनेगा, कोविड के समय वीडियो कॉल करके पूछते हैं।
अभी वो मेरे वीडियो का लिंक
आपका वीडियो देखते हैं?
नहीं, अभी वो उनकी मम्मी मेरे वीडियो का लिंक भेजती है मोस्टली क्योंकि मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम मैं जितने लोगों से मिलती हूँ, जैसे जो बाहर रहते हैं, तो हमेशा बोलते हैं कि मेरी सिस्टर ने, मेरी मम्मी ने आपकी वीडियो का लिंक भेजा है। और वो जो रेसिपीज़ होती है, जो फूड होता है, वो हमारी मम्मी के फूड से बहुत कनेक्टेड होता है। तो प्राउड फील होता है कि चलिए ठीक है, मैं जो कर रही हूँ वो मदर वाली फीलिंग जो होती है ना, वो बच्चों में आ रही है या लोग कर रहे हैं, तो वो थोड़ा सा क्या कहते हैं, एक वार्मथ क्रिएट करता है ऑडियंस और मेरे बीच।
आपके बच्चे प्राउड फील करते हैं, बताते हैं सब लोगों को कि ये मेरी मम्मी की रेसिपी है?
बच्चों के स्कूल में टीचर बोलती है कि अरे आपकी मम्मी तो इतनी बड़ी शेफ़ है, उनका टिफ़िन खोलने के लिए ऐसे भीड़ लगती है। अच्छा। और मैं भिंडी पराठा जो मेरी मम्मी देती थी वही मैं देती हूँ। मैंने कहा कि मम्मी शेफ़ है, ऐसा थोड़ी ना कि रोज़ टिफ़िन में पिज़्ज़ा पास्ता जाएगा। तो पहले बच्चे, मतलब बेटा जब बड़ा होने लगा तो उसको ऐसा लग रहा था कि नहीं, हर जगह जहाँ पे जाओ लोग फ़ोटो खिंचवाते थे, तो थोड़ा सा उसको एम्बैरेस फील होता था। बट फिर मैंने उसको समझाया कि आपकी मम्मी क्या कर रही है, आप देखो। हाँ, मैं सिखा रही हूँ, मैं एजुकेशन वीडियो बनाती हूँ, तो ये सारी चीज़ें जो मैं अगर किसी को सिखा रही हूँ तो यू शुड फील प्राउड। अभी वो बहुत खुश रहता है स्कूल में, उसके पेरेंट, मतलब उसके टीचर, प्रिंसिपल सब मुझे जानते हैं, तो अभी बच्चों को भी बहुत अच्छा लगता है। और मेरे को लगता है अच्छा काम आप करोगे तो बच्चे प्राउड ही फील करेंगे।
कुकिंग एक लाइफ स्किल है, मेरे ख्याल से सबको आना चाहिए।
कोविड में जैसे हर किसी ने कुक किया, चाहे वो बॉलीवुड सेलिब्रिटी हो या कोई भी, सबने कुकिंग किया। तो मेरे को लग रहा है कि बच्चों को क्या, हर किसी को खाना बनाना तो आप सीखना ही चाहिए, क्योंकि यू नेवर नो सिचुएशन फिर से कभी कैसा आ जाए।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। श्रुति, डू यू थिंक दैट बहुत सारी महिलाओं के लिए, जिनके लिए ऑफिस जाना संभव नहीं था, जिनके लिए एक जो ट्रेडिशनल करियर ऑप्शंस नहीं थे, सोशल मीडिया ने एक नया, कंप्लीटली नया एक आयाम उनके लिए खोल दिया है कि आप घर में अपना फ़ोन सामने रख के जो आप कहना चाहते हैं वो कह सकते हैं। डू यू फील एम्पावर्ड व्हेन यू सी योर वॉइस रीचिंग आउट टू सो मेनी पीपल?
येस ऑफ कोर्स। और ना केवल मैं काफ़ी सारी ऐसी औरतों से भी मिली हूँ कि जिनको अब कैमरे के सामने नहीं आना था, तो वो जैसे कहने की बात है DIYs बनाते हैं या रंगोली के वीडियोस बनाते हैं जहाँ पे उनकी शक्ल भी नहीं आ रही है, लेकिन वो काम कर पा रहे हैं, अपने पैशन को फॉलो कर पा रहे हैं, घर बैठ के पैसे भी कमा पा रहे हैं, और मतलब एक ज़रिया सा उनको मिल गया है कि आप जो लोग, जैसे बहुत सारे लोग जब आप बच्चों की वजह से जॉब छोड़ते हो तो कई बार लोग आपको कमज़ोर समझते हैं और समझते हैं कि इनके पास इतना दम नहीं है, ये तो नहीं कर पाएंगे, या जॉब देखना और साथ में घर देखना नहीं हो पाएगा। ऐसा नहीं है कि लड़कियां करना नहीं चाहती, बट मुझे लगता है कि एक होम मेकर के पास जो शक्ति होती है शायद उसको लोग उतना अच्छे से समझते नहीं हैं। और जो शक्ति होम मेकर्स ने स्पेसिफिकली, और काफ़ी सारी मैं किसान लेडीज़ से मिली हूँ जो कृषि के बारे में और गार्डनिंग के बारे में भी वीडियोस बनाते हैं, ऐसी ऐसी चीज़ों के बारे में जो आप कभी सोच भी नहीं सकते हो। बेसिकली मुझे कहना है कि कॉमेडी या फिर मेकअप, ब्यूटी, इन सब के बारे में तो हमने सबने ही सुना हुआ है, बट ऐसे बहुत बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं, ट्यूशन्स, प्रोनाउंसिएशंस कैसे करें, उन सब चीज़ों के बारे में भी लोग कर रहे हैं और बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं। तो उनको एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म मिला है सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू कि वो अपनी वॉइस जो है बहुत अच्छे से रख सके।
और बहुत सारे सवाल हैं मेरे पास आप लोगों के लिए, पर समय ख़त्म हो गया है। पर मुझे लगता है कि जब आप लोगों से मुलाकात होती है तो ऐसा नहीं लगता कि पहली बार मिल रहे हैं, क्योंकि इतनी बार देखा है। तो आपसे मिलते रहेंगे, आपको देखते रहेंगे, आपकी बातें सुनते रहेंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच एंड मोर पावर टू ऑल ऑफ यू। यू आर डूइंग fabulously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much all the lovely ladies who have joined Palki on this very, very august stage. Thank you so much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause once again for everybody here. And Palki, I request you to please felicitate all the ladies here. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. The social media Shakti is for you. Thank you, Palki. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now once again that time when we will be playing the She Shakti anthem again. And it's time for you to just listen in with resounding applause of what that really is in store for you. The She Shakti anthem, once again, ladies and gentlemen, here it is.
बेड़ियों को चुप्पियों को तोड़ के चली हूँ मैं, तेज है मेरी लहर तूफानों से लड़ी हूँ मैं, सांस ले रही थी कब से आज जी रही हूँ मैं, स्थान है मेरा जो उस पे हक से अब खड़ी हूँ मैं, हिंदुस्तान की बेटी हूँ जो चाहूँ पाके रहती हूँ मैं, शक्ति हूँ कर सकती हूँ, हाँ मैं शक्ति हूँ, क्रूरता का शूरता से देती हूँ जवाब मैं, जंग हो या झुंड हो मशाल मेरे हाथ है, विश्व के उजालों में हूँ देश का चिराग मैं, हिंदुस्तान की बेटी हूँ मैं, गर्व उसका रखती हूँ मैं, शक्ति हूँ कर सकती हूँ, हाँ मैं शक्ति हूँ, मैरी हो या साइना, मिताली हो या कल्पना, इन्हीं से लेके प्रेरणा है इनके जैसा बनना, हिजाब पहनूं या चुनर है कम कहाँ मेरा हुनर, हिंदुस्तान की बेटी हूँ मैं, शान से ये कहती हूँ मैं, शक्ति हूँ कर सकती हूँ, हाँ मैं शक्ति हूँ, तीर भी चलाती हूँ उड़ाती हूँ रफेल भी, उड़ाते सबके होश ऐसे खेलती हूँ खेल भी, परवाज ले चुकी हूँ मैं ना अब है मुड़ के देखना, हिंदुस्तान की बेटी हूँ आज़ाद हो के रहती हूँ मैं, शक्ति हूँ कर सकती हूँ, हाँ मैं शक्ति हूँ, हाँ मैं शक्ति हूँ, हाँ मैं शक्ति हूँ।
Isn't that beautiful, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much. And that concludes our evening. Dear esteemed panelists, distinguished invitees, and generous sponsors. On behalf of the entire team at Network 18, I'd like to extend our heartfelt gratitude for your invaluable contributions to the Rising India She Shakti edition. Your presence and insights made the event a resounding success, leaving an indelible impact on all those in attendance and those who joined us via our live stream. Lastly, but certainly not the least, we extend our sincere gratitude to our sponsors whose generous support made this event possible. Our sponsors, presenting sponsors, Quest Corp, associate partners, Reliance Industries Limited and Goldie Masale, and gifting partners, Sonora.
और इस भव्य आयोजन श्री शक्ति का अटूट हिस्सा बनने के लिए आप सभी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप सभी की मौजूदगी, समर्थन और समर्पण ने श्री शक्ति को सफल बनाने में अपना महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दिया। इसके लिए आप सभी का तहे दिल से शुक्रिया।
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Dinner is served. We request you to join us for dinner.